the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. I'll kidnap Stark. Feng, under the guise of Enon, cast a spell to brainwash the guards and lackeys, and then took Jack, Bowen and others to officially move into the king's castle. At first, Bowen looked at Enon and didn't want to go back to the castle. That made him sad, where his lost youth was. And the spirit of chivalry told him that as a knight, he must be honest, and he couldn't mix with the fake king. His conscience would hurt. Seeing this, Feng said on the spot that he didn't understand management and didn't have the heart to manage, and originally wanted Bowen to manage everything. Since Bowen didn't want to help manage, he had to ignore the people and adopt a policy of inaction. Whether the people are rich or dead, it doesn't matter to him. Bowen's eyelids jumped when he heard it on the spot. He could hear that Feng could really do anything for the people in the end. Bowen said dejectedly that he followed Feng. Back at the castle, Feng moved a few boxes of gold from the warehouse and placed them at the gate of the castle. He also had people announce that he was going to fight in the ring and look for Merlin. In front of the ministers and subjects, he handed over all the rights that should belong to the king to Bowen. Originally, the ministers in the castle were unwilling to do so. They were the dogs behind Enon. Why should they hand over such great power to an outdated knight? If they had to hand it over, they should hand it over to them. At this time, it was Jack and Scar's turn to appear. They did nothing but appeared in front of the ministers and subjects and roared for a while. Then they explained that Enon and Bowen were both righteous dragon knights, and all the objections disappeared instantly. It was also from this day that the news spread on the road that the dragon knight Enon thought he was invincible in the world, which made him feel lonely at the top and wanted to challenge all the warriors in the world. At the same time, it was also spread that the challenger's prize was actually a magic prop from the dragon clan. These props had magical powers, such as increasing strength and speed, and healing all scars. In short, there are all kinds of prizes, and there is nothing that Enon can't give you that you can't think of. Once the news spread, all Feng had to do every day was to wait for challengers to come to his door, and then he would restrain his strength and speed and fight the opponent only with skills. As time passed, even when Feng could easily defeat his opponent with just skills, he turned on the death mode. First, Feng used the gravity wing to make a gravity belt for himself, using gravity to accelerate the effect of mana polishing the body. After getting familiar with the corresponding gravity, he wore the gravity belt and fought against the challenger until he turned on the 1-on-10 mode. After that, he asked the challenger to wear props that increased strength and speed and increased his own gravity multiples to start a new round of challenges. After Feng beat all the so-called warriors down, Feng spent his mind on magic. What about integrating the eternal fire into the spiritual fire, integrating the magic of the portable space, or engraving the rune on the beetle armor, etc. When Feng had been in the world of dragon for 4 years and could resist swords with his flesh alone, he still didn't get any information from Merlin. In this regard, Feng could only regretfully return to Zinda with Scar, who was lured by delicious food. Back at Hank's father's repair shop on Zinda, Creature immediately served him a large glass of beer. Just as Feng was about to take the glass, a black crow with bright eyes instantly snatched the glass and poured the beer into his mouth in big gulps. Feng's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes and introduced, "Creature, this is Scar. His true form is a dragon, and he will be our companion in the future." After that, Feng covered his face and looked at Scar, who got into the wine glass and took a bath in beer while drinking it, and introduced, "Scar, this is the kitchen god Creature. He will be responsible for your 3 meals in the future. Remember what you said, you can only eat 1 sheep for each meal." Scar climbed out of the wine glass, looked at Creature seriously, and nodded to say hello, then said with a burp, "Boss, can I drink beer freely? This beer tastes so good." "Haha, you're a drunkard." Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "The problem is that the raw materials for the wine are limited, and the growth of magical herbs takes time. Oh, Scar got back into the wine glass with disgust, rolled his eyes, and asked, "Boss, since the beer can't be drunk freely, how about adding snacks and 2 midnight snacks on top of the 3 meals?" Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Scar, rolled his eyes and asked, "Creature, is there any news from the broker?" "No, boss." Creature drooped his ears, as if it was his responsibility that the broker didn't send back the message. Feng scratched his head. This is going to be troublesome. After thinking about it, Feng took out the Mind Stone from his personal space and ordered, "Scar, get ready. I'll take you to apply for a temporary residence permit." Creature naturally knew who Feng should ask for a temporary residence permit, and disappeared in an instant, and reappeared in front of Feng with a suitcase and a communicator in his hands. Feng took the communicator and put it on his wrist, saying, "Earth and Xander are a bit far. I'm afraid the communicator can't receive the broker's signal, so creature, you stay here and wait for the broker's news." After thinking for a while, Feng took out the bank card from the suitcase and handed it to creature, saying, "If everything goes well, I can come back the same day. If I'm delayed and can't return to Xander for a while, you stay here to watch the RV and pay attention to the broker's news. The money in it is enough for your expenses during this period." Creature took the bank card respectfully and said, "Creature understands. Creature will complete the boss's instructions, watch the prison RV, and pay attention to the broker's news." Feng nodded, grabbed Scar in his hand, and used the power of the Mind Stone to open the portal. After crossing the portal that could only last for a few seconds, and coming to Kamataj, Feng heard the gentle voice of Ancient One behind him, before he could stand firm. "Good evening, Feng, and this lady with Scar." Scar broke free from Feng's hand and stupidly shouted to Guyi, "Big bald head? Who are you? How do you know me? Damn it, you are courting death." Feng covered Scar's mouth with his hand and said with a smile, "Master, how can you have the leisure time?" Feng looked up at the bright moon and said, "Why are you always here to admire the moon?" "Humph." Guyi snorted coldly and turned her head to look into the distance. Feng scratched his head. He didn't know whether Scar had offended Guyi or Guyi had her period these days. He only knew that Guyi was very unhappy now. The folding fan in her hand opened and closed. "Boss, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm scared when you do this." Feng pinched the tip of his nose and said cautiously, based on the principle of a friend dies rather than a poor Taoist die, "Master, don't bother with this stupid dragon. If you feel unhappy, I will pluck her bird feathers and make a fan for you. Am I such a petty person?" Ancient One glared at Feng, sighed and said, "Your appearance has changed the future." Feng blinked blankly, indicating that he didn't understand what he meant. Ancient One, originally, Stephen Strange and Tony Stark shouldn't have known each other so early, but under your instigation, Stark removed the reactor in advance, and for this reason he and Strange got in touch. Feng tilted his head and thought for a while. It seems to be true, but Stark ignored Doctor Strange at that time, so how come the two of them got together again? Did something passionate happen between the two of them without my knowledge? Ancient One, their relationship was just acquaintance at first, but when Stark was studying your healing skills, he found that he needed the help of a doctor, and Stark naturally thought of Strange. This made the relationship between the two people continue to grow, and eventually they became good friends while studying the treatment equipment. Ancient One gave Feng a strange look and said, "Earlier, the future I saw was that Stark and Strange had a car accident together, and then the two of them came to you for help first, but it happened that you drove all the RVs to Xander for transformation, and Stark couldn't find you for a while, so he spent a lot of money to find news about Kamataj, and finally brought Strange to find me." Hearing this, Feng also had a strange look on his face. "If my existence is excluded, this seems like a plot in the comics, and Stark became the Sorcerer Supreme because of this. It seems that you know what will happen." After a pause, Ancient One twitched his lips, looked at the bright moon with his hands behind his back, and said, "Unfortunately, Stark has been instigated by you to take another magical path, and now he is a wizard apprentice, so the time has changed here, and Stark has no chance of becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, and my only choice is Strange." Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said slowly, "Boss, How about I cripple Stark and then drag him to Kamatage? You can kill him or cut him up then. You are a disaster. Ancient One rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said unhappily, forget it. Tonight is the day Strange will have a car accident. Just stay here honestly and don't make trouble for me. I didn't want to make trouble. Li Feng looked at Ancient One with grievance and stood aside like a good baby, but Li Feng was uncomfortable all over and subconsciously scratched his head and scratched his back, which made Ancient One simply turn his back to Li Feng so that he could not see or feel anything. After a long time, Gu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Li Feng, who had been paying attention to the movements of Ancient One, had his eyes lit up and asked, young ladies, Strange, are his hands ruined? Ancient One's face twitched, and he turned and walked towards the tea room, saying he will go to Stark for help first, but his hand is too badly injured. Stark's treatment equipment can only stabilize his hand to the state of an ordinary person. If Strange changes his career from now on, it's okay. At most, his fingers will be weak, and he can't do physical work. But if he wants to continue to be a doctor, his hands are not stable enough, and he will still come here for help. Li Feng, who followed Ancient One into the tea room, tilted his head and thought for a while, and whispered, for safety reasons, I'll kidnap Stark, so that he won't have the intention of changing his career after treating Strange's hand. As for how Stark will answer the reporters later with the reason that I secretly taught Stark. Anyway, Stark likes to show off, and it is estimated that many people already know that he can do magic. Li Feng spread his hands and said, for a magician, it is normal to suddenly have some insights and need to find a place where no one is around to digest the insights. Gu Yi paused, said nothing, and walked to the tea table to make tea. Chapter 302 Desert Teaching. Stark's house, studio. Stark put down the tools in his hand, twisted his waist seductively, and then rubbed his hands, and walked towards his own oversized bathtub like a reincarnated pervert. There, Potts had prepared everything, waiting for him to arrive at the battlefield. Just as Stark stripped himself clean and picked up Potts, a deafening voice rang out in the room. Stark, get up and turn on the water then. Jarvis' voice rang out in the room. Sir, Mr. Austin is sitting at the bar drinking your wine. Stark's face froze, and he looked at the bath water in the bathtub with ripples, and then looked at Potts who was rolling his eyes in his arms. I know, Stark said weakly. In fact, Jarvis didn't need to remind him. He also knew that Li Feng came to his house as a guest. After all, as far as his family's top-level soundproofing equipment was concerned, even a loud voice could not cause ripples in the water in the bathtub. In addition to magic, Stark put down Potts, hurriedly put on his shorts, and ran to the wine cabinet, pointing at Li Feng's nose and scolded, "You are invading private territory." Before Stark finished speaking, Li Feng picked up the bottle of wine and drank it in big gulps while opening the suitcase and pushing the suitcase in front of Stark. Stark glanced at the technological gadgets from Xander and his tone immediately changed. Welcome to my home. Why didn't you tell me before you came? I could prepare some midnight snacks for you. Before Li Feng could say anything, Scar, who was also holding a bottle of wine and drinking, turned his head to look at Stark, stared at him with blinding eyes and asked, midnight snack? Is there any meat? Stark, who had just picked up a suspected flying skateboard from the suitcase and checked it, heard Scar's voice, was stunned for a moment, and asked, isn't this bird a special parrot that you dyed black? Parrot? Scar tilted his head to think about it, and after making sure he hadn't heard it, he raised his head with a proud look on his face, spewed 2 balls of flames from his nose, and said, I'm a dragon, a giant dragon, you know? What you said just now about preparing midnight snacks is still true? Li Feng shrugged, spread his hands and said, Stark, you are in trouble. You are actually talking about food in front of a hungry dragon? Li Feng jumped off the bar, patted Stark on the shoulder, and said, find a way to feed her yourself. Huh? A dragon? Stark approached Scar, who was drinking from a bottle, curiously and asked, is this what a dragon looks like? It's so ugly, and he likes to drink. It's fine if you say I'm a drinker, but you actually dare to say I'm ugly. Don't you know that I was the most beautiful girl in the dragon clan? Scar immediately refused to accept it and shouted, boss, your lovely Scar has been bullied. Quickly undo my magic. I want to roast this piece of meat. Cute. How can your face be cute? Li Feng rolled his eyes and reminded, Stark has a lot of money in his pocket. He can buy a farm with tens of thousands of cattle and sheep with just one phone call. Delicious. Scar hesitated for a while, drooling and threatening. Little mustache, quickly send the roasted whole lamb, or I will burn your house down. Well, this dragon is very greedy and looks easy to coax. In front of Scar, Stark asked Jarvis to notify the kitchen to send some midnight snacks, and then closed the suitcase and asked, why are you looking for me so late? Li Feng scratched his head. I said I came to kidnap you. Do you believe it? At this time, Potts, who was wearing a pajamas, just walked into the living room. Hearing that Li Feng was now doing the kidnapping business, he was confused and asked, who wants to kidnap Tony? Stark was also puzzled. He didn't believe that Li Feng would hurt him, but kidnapping didn't count as harm, so he believed that Li Feng really came to kidnap him. It's just that there are so many people who want to kidnap him, but Stark couldn't analyze who the employer behind the scenes was for a while. Master Ancient One, Li Feng explained casually, although Ancient One didn't say in person that she kidnapped you, she didn't deny my kidnapping plan, so let Ancient One take the blame for this. Potts didn't know who Ancient One was, and there was confusion on his face. Stark, who knew Ancient One, frowned and wondered, I don't seem to have anything to do with her. What does she want from me? Master Ancient One doesn't want to see you for something, but she wants you and your healing equipment to disappear for a few days. While speaking, Li Feng looked at Potts and explained, something big is about to happen in the magic world. This is related to Stark's healing equipment. I'll take him around to hide from the limelight and teach him magic. By the way, you help him pack his luggage now and then smash that broken healing machine gun. Stark thought about it. It didn't matter if the machine was smashed. Anyway, he was not a wizard when the healing machine was designed. Now he is also an apprentice to a wizard and has a new understanding of healing. The original machine was long outdated, and he could also learn magic. Thinking of this, Stark glanced at Li Feng, who was about to kidnap him if he didn't do as he was told, and nodded to Potts, indicating that he should do as he was told. After Potts left to pack his luggage, Stark touched his chin and asked curiously, what will happen in the next few days? Stephen Strange was in a car accident tonight. Stark looked at Li Feng in surprise. When he was about to ask about the details, he heard Li Feng say, Strange should still be in the rescue now, but he is too seriously injured. He will seek your help in the end. You and that broken treatment machine are his only hope for recovery. Although the injuries cannot be completely recovered, Strange will at least have no problems in his daily life after treatment. Li Feng shrugged and said, but Master Ancient One saw his talent and decided to train Strange to be the successor to the Sorcerer Supreme. I don't want him to be cured, and I don't even want him to see hope. While Li Feng was speaking, Stark took out his mobile phone and operated it until he found the news that Strange had a car accident. After making sure that Li Feng was not lying, he was silent for a while and said, Stephen is my friend. I don't want you to control his destiny. Let him choose whether to become a wizard or not. Haha. Li Feng sneered a few times and shook the empty bottle in his hand. Just when Stark thought Li Feng was about to take a bottle of wine, Li Feng suddenly hit Stark with a knife and knocked him unconscious. You want to control your own destiny without strength? Nonsense. Li Feng carried Stark in his shorts and thought about it. He couldn't go to Kamatage. After all, Ancient One was blamed by Li Feng. Who knows if Ancient One will be angry with Li Feng and hang him up and beat him up before leaving for a break to vent his anger. He could also go to the lakeside. After all, there are many people and eyes. Besides, kidnapping should be done in a kidnapping manner. What's the point of taking a hostage home? After thinking for a long time, Li Feng opened the portal and carried Stark to the desert. Looking at the yellow sand in the sky and the scorching sun above his head, Li Feng threw Stark to the ground and let Stark wake up by the yellow sand. Scar enjoyed the desert climate at that time. After all, she was a fire dragon and liked the dry and hot places like the desert. Besides being somewhat uncomfortable with the crow's body shape, there was nothing he could do. Dragons have 4 limbs, while crows only have 2 thin legs. In response, Scar saw that there was no one nearby, so she yelled at Li Feng to restore her appearance. She wanted to fly around in this barren place to stretch her muscles. Li Feng snapped his fingers lightly, turning Scar back into a dragon, and reminded him, don't fly too far, and always pay attention to whether there are humans nearby. After all, a weakling like you who can be cut by swords and knives is really powerless when facing human guns. I know, you are the most nagging, Scar said, flapping his wings vigorously and flying freely over Li Feng. A few seconds later, Stark jumped up from the yellow sand with a confused look on his face. He rubbed his burned arm and pointed at Li Feng's nose and cursed, damn it, Austin, you can't do this to me, you're committing a crime. Li Feng shrugged and said, then call the police to arrest me. Don't worry, I'll wait for the police here. Stark looked down at himself who was only wearing a pair of shorts, rolled his eyes and said, then lend me a cell phone first. I don't have a cell phone. Li Feng took out a set of clothes from his shoulder bag and threw it to Stark, saying, you'd better put on your clothes first, lest. Li Feng pointed to the top of his head and said, lest she see you naked. Stark looked up at Scar, who was rolling in the air, calculated Scar's size in his heart, swallowed his saliva, blinked and said, brother, I think good things should be shared. Do you know the whereabouts of the dragon? Dragon eggs are fine, I don't mind being the mother of dragons and hatching the eggs myself. If there were dragon eggs, I would have cooked them long ago. It's not your turn to hatch them. Li Feng coughed dryly, motioned Stark to put on his clothes quickly, and said, I said before that this is both a kidnapping and a special magic training for you. So, instead of daydreaming, you might as well think about the problems you encountered during your practice. It's just a dragon. Although it's cool to sit there, Stark complained in his heart, put on his clothes quickly, and complained, it's too hot. This environment seriously hinders my thinking. Can I turn a swimming pool into a pool? Do you want to take advantage of Potts' absence to turn out a few bikini girls for you to enjoy? While teasing, Li Feng cast a spell to turn out a few sun loungers and umbrellas, and took out a green gourd, and threw it to Stark, saying, there's no swimming pool, but there is beer. Stark raised his eyebrows. He knew that Li Feng only had magic beer in his hand, so he didn't hesitate to take it, and drank a few sips. As for not accepting the things handed over by the man in front of the magic beer, let it go to hell. In the air, Scar, who was having fun, noticed that the two people below were drinking without inviting her. She immediately swooped back to Li Feng, stared at the good in Stark's hand fiercely, and looked at Li Feng with grievance, saying with tears in her eyes, I want to drink too. Damn, a cute dragon? Exclamation mark. Stark twitched his mouth, greedy, a lover of wine. Needless to say, Austin must have been lured here with creature's cooking skills. Li Feng rolled his eyes, drank a few sips of beer himself, threw the good to Scar, and said, I have to go to class. If you are interested, just listen to it. Don't just eat all day. You should also improve your strength, otherwise you will be a piece of meat on other people's tables sooner or later. Scar pursed his lips, lay on the sand, drinking beer while listening to Li Feng's explanation of magic knowledge. Chapter 303 Doctor Strange. Stark Group Building, Potts' office. Strange, who had not taken care of his hair or shaved his beard since the car accident, sat on the sofa cautiously like a homeless man, raised his trembling hands, and looked at Potts eagerly. Please, tell me where Stark is. Looking at the miserable Strange, although Potts was quite sympathetic, she could only smile bitterly, because she really didn't know where Stark was. She only knew that Li Feng would open the portal in the middle of the night every day and take away the table of food and drinks she prepared early in the morning. I'm sorry, Mr. Strange, I'm afraid I can't help you. I only know that Tony was taken away half voluntarily and half forced by someone, and that person claimed that it would take at least half a year or a year for Tony to be released. Strange obviously didn't believe Potts' words. After all, if Stark really disappeared, how could Potts, as his girlfriend, not call the police, but go to get off work on time every day? You can't say that Potts is too careless, right? Especially when a public figure like Stark was coerced. There was no news report at all, not even gossip. This is obviously not in line with common sense. You know, the sense of smell of journalists is much more sensitive than that of the intelligence agency. Could it be that Potts had been planning how to take over Stark's money to satisfy his desire to buy bags or oversized rabbits? It is more convincing to say that Stark was hiding in a laboratory to do experiments than to lie to me that Iron Man was coerced. Strange, who thought that Stark didn't see him because he saw that his hands were disabled, was silent for a while and asked bitterly, "Can I use that treatment device?" Potts was silent for a while, stood up and said, "I'll take you to see it." After a while, Potts took Strange to the place where the treatment device was stored. Strange looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the treatment device in the room that had long been dismembered into parts and shook his head to deny the fact in front of him. No, 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 this is not true. Stark can't destroy the treatment device. After a pause, Strange looked at Potts with hope and asked, "Is it because Stark designed a more advanced treatment device that this outdated machine is dismantled?" Potts sighed. She couldn't meet Strange's pleading eyes. She turned her head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know the specific reason. This is an order Stark gave me before he left." "Excuse me, Mr. Strange, do you think this treatment device can really heal your hand?" Strange slumped on the ground against the glass and said dejectedly, "I know it can't completely repair my injury, but at least after the treatment my hand can hold a pen and write." Now, Strange regretted why he majored in medicine and science. If he had taken a certificate in electronics or mechanical engineering, at least when faced with a pile of parts, he could find a way to assemble the parts back into the treatment device. Now, forget it. He is just a doctor. There is no skill to assemble a healing device on his skill board. In despair, Strange forced a smile, stood up and walked towards the door, saying, "If Stark comes back early, please let me know. I have something urgent to do with him." Potts nodded slightly and apologized. "I'm sorry that I can't help you. If Tony comes back, I will notify him immediately. But I'm afraid that his trip will really last for half a year. If Stark comes back after half a year, I will be really finished. After all, I always spend as much money as I have. This time, in order to treat my hand, I have overdrawn all the property I can overdraw." Half a year later? Haha, am I rummaging through the trash can or lying in a cemetery to sleep forever? Strange lowered his head in a dead voice, said thank you, and quickly left the Stark building. After leaving the building, Strange, who had experienced the warmth and coldness of the world in a short period of time, walked aimlessly to the street. At this time, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Without even checking the caller ID, Strange shook his Parkinson's hand and pressed the answer button. His eyes dimmed and his tone was stiff. "I'm Stephen Strange." Before Strange could finish, the voice of the staff at the rehabilitation center came from the microphone. "Mr. Strange, do you remember Jonathan Pangborn I told you about before? C7 to C8 were completely damaged, and he should have been paralyzed, but he could walk on his own." Strange recalled that the staff at the rehabilitation center had introduced Jonathan Pangborn's condition, and that he had checked his medical records. Strange guessed something. His eyes gradually became bright, and he said hurriedly, "Where is he?" After Strange wrote down Jonathan Pangborn's specific location, he couldn't wait to stop a taxi and rush to a basketball court. Outside the basketball court, Strange, watching Jonathan Pangborn playing basketball, looked like a mental patient with a silly and excited expression. A paralyzed person who should have been lying in bed for the rest of his life is playing basketball with his own feet. My hands, there is hope. The more he thought about it, the more excited Strange felt that his trip was worth it. He called Jonathan Pangborn across the fence to ask how he recovered to be a normal person. Jonathan Pangborn wanted to mock Strange at first, but later, seeing that Strange was strange and pitiful, he reported the address of Kamataj to Strange. Knowing that Kathmandu had the last glimmer of hope to cure himself, Strange couldn't wait to sell everything he could sell, just to buy a piece of hope. After a lot of twists and turns, when Strange finally set foot on the land of Kathmandu, but Jonathan Pangborn only told him that Kamataj was in Kathmandu, but he didn't tell Strange which street and house number it was. This made Strange very distressed. He had no choice but to use the most primitive way of asking for directions, that is, asking Kamataj to everyone he met. Similarly, it was also the reason why he asked everyone about Kamataj. That made many people think that Strange was either sick or a lost outsider. After some gangsters knew about Strange's situation, they subconsciously regarded him as a walking piece of fat meat. When Strange, who was unfamiliar with the place, broke into an empty alley, the gangsters thought it was a godsend opportunity. If they didn't rob this outsider who looked like a tramp, they would be too sorry for their conscience. Fortunately, when the gangsters were about to rob Strange, Mordo, who had been paying attention to Strange, drove the gangsters away in time and brought Strange into Kamataj after a brief exchange of words with Strange. Originally, Ancient One wanted to test Strange. After all, this was the future Supreme Sorcerer. If he had bad intentions, it would only bring disaster to Kamataj. But now, she had been confused by Li Fengdang's hammer and hit the west, and she skipped the test step directly, letting Strange experience the spirit leaving the body and smashing his 3 views, and then simply left Strange. In this way, the future Doctor Strange officially began to practice magic. Not to mention, this guy's talent is many times stronger than Li Feng. In a short period of time, he learned to open the portal and play tricks. He was even determined to repair his hands. He was not satisfied with the slow teaching progress of the Ancient One, and secretly used the portal to steal books from the library to study by himself. As the saying goes, God is watching what you do. Strange's plan to teach himself was soon known to the Ancient One, who was so angry that he really wanted to hang Strange up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights. But this is the disciple she chose. The Ancient One can only hope that this guy can still be saved and choose to give a verbal warning and record a serious punishment. But people are curious, especially Strange, a top student who has just entered the magic world. He feels that everything around him is very novel, and his heart is full of pursuit of the unknown. For example, the book of Cagliostro about time in the mouth of the librarian Wong is a book about studying time. It looks very high-end. Maybe studying time can restore his hands to their original state. Then I will be back to the peak of my life. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. In this way, with the idea of healing his hands and satisfying his inner curiosity, Strange opened the book of Cagliostro without authorization and picked up the Eye of Agamotto and used the spell according to the steps in the book. At this time, Mordo and Wang, who noticed the abnormal time, realized that someone had moved the Eye of Agamotto in the library. Lima appeared in front of Strange and stopped the other party's suicidal behavior. Then, Mordo and Wang explained the significance of Kamataj and the temple. The temple protects the world from harassment and invasion by creatures from other dimensions, and the mages protect the normal operation of the temple. With Mordo's explanation, Strange was a little confused. He admitted that Kamataj's cause was great and the mages were awesome, but why did Mordo's tone of voice sound like he had accidentally participated in some major event? I just came to Kamataj to find a doctor who can heal my hands. I really don't want to participate in any war in the magic world. Besides, as a person who is on the path of healing and saving people, killing people obviously does not meet my inner needs. Just as Strange apologized and said that he should not have used the Eye of Agamotto without permission and whether he could withdraw, a rapid bell rang over Kamataj. Someone invaded the temple. Mordo and Wang looked at each other. Both of them were stunned. Which idiot dared to invade the temple? Are you tired of living? Wang subconsciously glanced at the defense system, and just as he finished saying London, the portal to London suddenly opened in front of him. Through the portal, Wang and Mordo saw Cassilis holding up an energy ball and instantly destroyed the London temple. The shock wave generated by the energy ball also blew Strange away through the portal and blew him into the temple in New York. Strange was a little confused. He was studying the method of healing his hands in Kathmandu. How could he return to New York in the blink of an eye? I haven't healed my hands yet. While wondering, Strange looked for people in the temple, hoping that someone could help him return to Kamataj. After a while, Strange found that at the end of a certain passage, 3 glass windows actually showed different scenery. If this was the Stark family, Strange would know without guessing that it was a technology such as holographic projection, but in the Magic Nest, this is obviously not a technological means. Out of curiosity, Strange pushed open a window showing the seaside scenery, and when he smelled the salty seawater and felt the sea breeze on his face, he understood that this was the use of the portal. In surprise, Strange turned the switch on the side and adjusted the scenery of the glass window to the desert. In the desert, Feng looked suddenly at the place where the space fluctuation suddenly appeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Whetstone. Feeling the familiar spatial fluctuations in the air, Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the sand dune, was a little confused. What does it mean? I took Stark to hide in the desert. How can the magicians of Kamataj find me? After waiting for a long time, no one came out of the portal. Feng stood up blankly, patted the yellow sand on his buttocks, turned his head, and said to Stark, who was practicing in the Merlin magic ring, "Dude, hurry up and finish work." I suddenly found that the feng shui of this sand dune is not very good. If I stay for a long time, there may be a bloody disaster. Stark opened his eyes impatiently. Aren't you here? Can't you help me avoid the disaster? Of course, Stark still got up and packed his luggage at a very fast speed. After all, he didn't stay in his comfortable home and let Feng drag him to the desert to suffer so that he could concentrate on learning magic. Now that Feng has judged that this deserted desert is dangerous, why is he still staying here? Even if you want to watch the excitement, you must have matching popcorn and fat boy water, otherwise the excitement will not look exciting. Feng smacked his lips. He didn't think anything was wrong. I help you ward off disaster? What am I? A bodyguard or a human amulet? Just as Stark was packing his luggage and preparing to move, Cassilis, who had just destroyed the London Temple, broke into the New York Temple with his brothers, ready to destroy the three major temples of Kamataj in one day. Although Daniel, the wizard of the New York Temple, is very powerful and experienced, he has long walked out of the novice village of Kamataj since Cassilis contacted Dormammu and his strength sword. So don't look at Daniel's appearance of being a scumbag, but Cassilis still killed Daniel in a few moves. Strange, who witnessed the whole process of Daniel's murder, felt very cold in his heart. What a terrible thing. I'm just a doctor. Seeing Cassilis' posture of killing and silencing, Strange smiled slowly and turned around and ran away. He had to run. He didn't think he could defeat Cassilis, who had dark circles under his eyes. After all, he was just a rookie who had learned magic for a few days. During his escape, Strange thought of the window leading to the outside of the temple. He thought that, since the magic world had been kept secret for many years, as long as he could run to the outside world, he didn't believe that Cassilis would risk being discovered by the public to kill him. Unfortunately, Cassilis now had a backer, and it was a big man like Dormammu. He was fearless, so he naturally didn't give him the face that the Ancient One had. Not to mention the rule that the Ancient One could only cast spells in the mirror space. To avoid destroying the real world, Cassilis could do whatever he wanted and cast spells however he wanted. Now, Strange was in trouble. He was about to jump out of the window to escape, but Cassilis behind him cast a space spell and made him run in place. Strange stopped and looked at Cassilis pitifully. Buddy, can we discuss this? With your magic, it would be a waste of talent if you don't open a few gyms. You don't even need to buy treadmills. How much money can you save? When we make money, we will arrange a wizard in each branch. We can not only support a lot of wizards, but also provide them with a place to exercise. What a good idea. Before Strange finished complaining, Cassilis cast a spell to flip the space in the corridor, allowing Strange to see what it means to be dizzy and what it means to turn the corridor into a wall. Strange saw that this would not work. The opponent's strength and number were much greater than his. If he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be reimbursed. After thinking about it, Strange decided to deal with the wizard first, such as kicking the opponent from the teleportation window into the desert, and then closing the portal, so that this wizard, who looked like a cultist, would drift to the desert to bask in the sun and wake up. How old are you, but you still believe in the evil god who talks about truth, goodness, and beauty all day long, but is actually ugly? Where are the years of education? Where is your brain? But just when Strange kicked a bald lady out of the teleportation window and hung himself on the teleportation window, he found something wrong. First, Cassilis suddenly looked through himself to the desert, as if there was something in the desert that interested him more. Then, the voice of his old friend Stark sounded in the desert. Aha, the desert actually rained down beauties. Is Merlin pitying me? What's going on? Has Stark really been kidnapped? Strange stared with confused eyes and looked in the direction of Stark's voice. On the sand dunes not far from the desert, there were tents, pots, and pans, and the sharp-eyed Strange also saw a portable toilet. Next to these human garbage, there was a huge dragon with a face full of flesh crawling on the sand. Behind the dragon, there were two humans in cloaks, who looked like they were about to ride the dragon away. Strange could tell at a glance that one of the cloaked men was Stark, but Stark didn't look like a hostage at all. He looked like a rich young man camping in the desert. After thinking for a while, Strange let go of the windowsill, jumped onto the sand dune and shouted, "Stark, it's me, Strange. I'm being hunted. Take me away with you." Before Strange could finish his shout, Cassilis also jumped into the desert from the teleportation window, looked at Feng with an arrogant attitude, and said with his hands behind his back, "Austin, you're really good at hiding." Feng scratched his head blankly and wondered, "From your tone, it seems that you looked for me specifically." "Yes, I went to the lake to look for you, but unfortunately you were not at home. There was only a mummy guarding the house." Cassilis ignored Strange, who had climbed onto Scar's back and slowly walked towards Feng. When the two were less than 10 meters apart, he stretched out his hand for a handshake and said, "I know you are a dark wizard. How about it? Do you want to join my team and complete the feat of saving the earth?" Feng turned his head to look at Cassilis, curled his lips and said, "Idiot, your team is someone's chosen whetstone." Feng pointed at himself and said complacently, "How could a handsome guy like me hang out with someone like you who looks like a whetstone? You'd better stay where you want, or I'll kill you." After saying that, Feng patted Scar's back and signaled him to take off quickly. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but kill the other party. After all, Ancient One had come to warn him not to destroy Stranger's whetstone. If he killed the other party, Feng would not be able to explain to Ancient One. Scar glanced at Cassilis, who was gloomy and silent, with contempt. Just as she flapped her wings and took off, Cassilis suddenly looked up at Feng and said, "I know you. You won't lend a helping hand to the wizard innocently. I guess there is something special about the doctor next to you. Plus, the person you mentioned is very likely to be Ancient One. So, I'm the doctor's whetstone?" Feng shrugged and said nothing. He just gave Cassilis a look that said, "I didn't expect you to have a brain." On the side, Strange was a little confused. He was just looking for a wizard to heal his hands. How come Ancient One even prepared a whetstone for him? Stark knew something and looked at his friend curiously. "Dude, what spells have you learned? Can you cast Isonic Sphere? Can you use Fire Calling and Transfiguration?" Strange was stunned. "I have never heard of any of these spells. I only know how to use portals and use magic power to draw people." "Portal?" Stark touched his chin, shook the ring given by Feng in his hand as if showing off, and said, "I can also open a portal, but the distance is a bit short, but I'm good at using other spells." Feng couldn't stand Stark showing off. After all, every time he saw Stark learn a spell in a short time, he felt very upset. Damn it. When Feng was learning spells, he had all kinds of auxiliary props such as magic gems, but Stark had nothing. Even so, Stark's learning speed surpassed Feng. It would be strange if Feng was in a good mood. It's just that he has too little mana. He's exhausted after casting a few spells. Feng deliberately exposed Stark's weakness and sneered, "This guy's fighting ability is definitely that of a 3-second man. Even 1 second more is useless." 3-second man? Stark was a little angry and pointed at Feng's nose and cursed, "That's because you taught me too poorly. I'm Iron Man. When I put on my magic suit, I will definitely beat you." Feng rolled his eyes and was about to say something when the space fluctuated. Scar under his feet shouted blankly, "Austin, I suddenly feel something is wrong." It seems that I can't fly. Li Feng turned his head to look at Cassilis, motioned for Scar to land, and explained with clenched fists, someone cast a space spell on us. No matter how you fly, you can't fly away. As he spoke, Li Feng instantly put on his armor and motioned for Stark and Strange to stay on Scar's back. He jumped onto the sand with a grin and shouted, "Little calf, you are forcing me to teach you a lesson." Cassilis curled his lips in disdain. "Teach me? Do you have that ability? You're just a wandering wizard." Before he finished speaking, Cassilis, who sensed danger behind him, had his pupils contracted and suddenly jumped forward. After he stood firm, he turned his head to look at Li Feng, who suddenly appeared behind him, squinted and said, "Use illusion to attract my attention, and then go around behind me to attack? Unfortunately, except for the good use of illusion, your tactics are too poor." "Did I use tactics?" Li Feng scratched his head, rubbed his fist, and said, "Since you said you know me, you must know that I'm better at spells. A weak scum like you is not worthy of my using any spells. If I hadn't promised someone to spare your life and be a whetstone, I would have directly killed you with spells." As he spoke, Li Feng's whole body was ablaze with spiritual fire, and he rushed towards Cassilis with a grin. Cassilis, who was reminded by Li Feng several times that he was just a whetstone, was very unhappy. He stretched out his hand to pull out the air blade and rushed towards Li Feng with a cold face. He wanted Li Feng to taste the taste of being cut into pieces. Unfortunately, Cassilis' idea was very beautiful, but his strength did not allow it. Li Feng relied on the protection of his full body armor to ignore Cassilis' weapon. He grabbed the opponent's neck and punched him in the face, cursing as he beat him. "Little calf, do you think Dormammu is a big shot? Only idiots like you believe that he has the energy to invade the earth." Dozens of minutes later, looking at Cassilis' bruised and swollen face, Li Feng violently broke the opponent's space spell that blocked Scar and said, "Little calf, listen to me carefully. If you mess with me again, I will suck out your soul and put it in a football and let you be kicked every day." Chapter 305. Only a healthy person can become a magician. Cassilis could still breathe after being punched by Li Feng for 10 minutes. Stark felt that he had underestimated the mages of Kamataj. Thinking of this, Stark looked at Strange curiously and asked, "Stephen, is it your philosophy at Kamataj that only those with good health can become mages?" "What?" Strange was stunned. Although the training at Kamataj did emphasize physical exercise, it was for fighting, not for becoming a mage. However, when it comes to mages, Strange is a little confused. He has been in Kamataj for a long time, and he loves learning. He runs to the library when he has nothing to do, but he really hasn't found any signs of other mages on Earth. Strange wondered, "Stark, what's the name of your wizard organization?" Stark tilted his head to think about it, then turned to look at Li Feng, his eyes full of question marks. "Austin never told me about the wizard power. I only know that I learned the magic of Merlin's lineage, and it is a spell that can be explained by science. What fireball is actually caused by molecular vibration, and vacuum can extinguish flames. Now I suspect that Merlin is not a wizard, but an ancient scientific pioneer." Li Feng saw that both of them were looking at him, scratched his head and said, "Why are you looking at me? I'm just a wandering wizard. Where does the power come from? As for how many wizard forces there are on Earth," he spread his hands and said, "I only know one Kamataj." "Is there only Kamataj on Earth?" Stark shook his head and asked, "That's not right. I know that you have a friend who is about to evolve into an angel. Aren't there a force? Could it be that your friend is a wild wizard like you? There are angels on Earth?" Strange looked at Li Feng with wide eyes. "If there are angels, does God have one too? Then I saved so many people. Will I go to heaven and enjoy happiness after I die?" Li Feng glanced at Strange, patted his shoulder, interrupted his fantasy, and said, "Boy, don't think too much about some things. I know there are heavens and other worlds, but here, I really don't know. Maybe there was a god who came to the earth before, but since the earth had the Ancient One, he can only come to travel. Don't think about spreading faith. He will be beaten up by the Ancient One." Strange's whole body stiffened and asked with a twitch of his mouth, "Is Master Ancient One so powerful?" Li Feng spread his hands. "What else? There are many gods eyeing the fat piece of meat of the earth. If it weren't for the support of the Ancient One, the Earth would have been reincarnated thousands of years ago. So, it's your blessing that the Ancient One likes you. Don't think about leaving Kamataj all day long. Be careful that the Ancient One will remember you for the rest of your life. Being remembered by a powerful wizard, or participating in the war in the magic world, and then dying quietly one day. Strange wanted to cry. My hand is incurable. I just want to go home and live out my life. On the side, Stark didn't care what Strange thought. When he heard Li Feng talking about the existence of God in other worlds, he silently took off the ring on his hand and thought about something. After a long moment, Stark narrowed his eyes and asked, when you taught me about the portal, you said, this thing can help me travel freely between universes. So, the angel friends you mentioned are actually not in our world at all, but live in another world. The point is that there are other universes or planes? Before Li Feng could say anything, Strange nodded slightly and said, other planes do exist. After all, Kamataj's duty is to protect the Earth and prevent creatures from other dimensions from entering. Without other dimensions, Kamataj's duty is just a piece of paper. You misunderstood the duty of Kamataj. Li Feng patted Scar under him and explained, the duty of Kamataj is only to protect. If creatures from other worlds simply come to the Earth to travel and play, Ancient One will not ask about it. Just like Scar, have you ever seen a dragon on Earth? She is a creature from another world, and it was Ancient One who personally handled the Earth visa for her. Stark touched his chin and said suddenly, Kamataj is like the customs and border guards of this world. It only arrests smugglers, stowaways and performs defense work. If creatures from other worlds enter the country through normal channels, as long as they are not here to cause trouble, Kamataj will not interfere. You can understand it this way. Li Feng nodded. Strange nodded to show that he understood, and said with a bitter face, but I just want to be a doctor. Such a high-end profession as a warrior is not suitable for me. Haha, the weak cannot control their own destiny. Li Feng glanced at Strange's trembling hands, and laughed. It's not up to you, whether you want to be a warrior or not. Now, you only have two ways to go. Li Feng pointed downwards and said nonsense. First, jump from here. As long as you dare to fall to death, I guarantee that you can't be a warrior, even if you want to. The same will happen if Ancient One comes, because I will extract your soul and use it as a toy. It's useless for Ancient One to use the Eye of Agamotto to save you. After a pause, Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark, and asked with a lustful look, I heard that this guy's girlfriend is very beautiful. When will you introduce her to me, so that I can have some sex with her? Stark was stunned and rolled his eyes implicitly. Of course, he understood that Li Feng was just trying to scare Strange. After all, Li Feng had been abstinent for many years. However, Stark was worried that Strange would really jump off the dragon's back to commit suicide, so he decided to cooperate with Li Feng and threatened him. It's not good for you to do this. If you want to know someone, I know him. What does it have to do with you? On the side, Strange's face turned green. You two bitches, have some shame? You are thinking about how to steal my girl before I die. If I can beat you, I really want to kill you. With a twitching mouth, Strange sighed and said, I choose the second way, to become a warrior of Kamataj. What the hell? Everything after death is arranged clearly, and even the soul is reduced to a toy. How stupid is that person to still want to die at this time? Li Feng smiled and patted Strange on the shoulder. That's right. Don't think too much. Just study with Ancient One honestly, and when you have completed your studies, I will heal your hands. You know healing spells? Strange said in surprise, but I didn't find any healing spells in the library of Kamataj. Stark knew something about healing spells, and explained, the healing device I designed was inspired by this person's healing technique, so he does understand healing methods. After a pause, Stark added faintly, I saw with my own eyes that this guy also knows the spell of regenerating broken limbs. Can you imagine that? In order to have a full meal of roasted snake meat, this guy just caught a snake, then cut off a small piece of snake meat, and put it on the grill. Then he used the spell of regenerating broken limbs to treat the snake, and then cut off another small piece, until the grill was full of a large bowl of snake meat. He let go of the snake whose heart had long collapsed. Stark pinched the tip of his nose, grinned and said, I still remember the back of that snake leaving. It was really hopeless. Strange was terrified. It's too cruel. Anyone would collapse if they were played like this. However, the spell of regenerating broken limbs is very beneficial to the development of medicine. At least in the future, when transplanting organs such as hearts, there is no need to worry about not having enough. After one spell, the heart is like leeks. You can cut as many as you want. Maybe after Austin treats my hands, I can use spells while continuing my career of curing diseases and saving people. My life seems to be pretty good. Thinking of this, Strange, who decided to develop well on the path of a wizard, gave up the idea of following Stark in the desert. After hesitating for a while, he asked slowly, "Mr. Austin, my ability is not enough. The portal cannot be opened to New York. Can you send me back to the New York temple?" Feng had no reason to refuse this small request. He nodded and waved to open the portal. As soon as the portal connecting to the New York temple was opened, the Ancient One was seen with his hands behind his back. He twitched his mouth at Feng and looked at Stark and said, "Tony Stark." Stark frowned. He felt that the Ancient One seemed to be a little unhappy with Feng. Stark looked at Feng, who saluted obediently, saluted respectfully on the surface and said, "Hello, Master Ancient One," praying in his heart, "Master, every grievance has its perpetrator. Austin has provoked you. You just need to take revenge on him. Don't bother me, my small body can't stand the blow." Ancient One smiled and nodded in return, glanced at Strange and Mordo, and said to Feng, "You take Stark to Mighty Room and wait. I have something to tell you." After that, Ancient One turned his head to look at Strange and asked knowingly, "How many people are there in Cassilis?" Feng scratched his head while guessing why Ancient One was looking for him and Stark. He opened the portal to Kamataj, turned Scar into a crow, and took Stark straight to Ancient One's tea room. This was Stark's first time at Kamataj, and he was curious about everything around him, especially the group of mages sweating on the training ground. He couldn't help but wonder, "Austin, why do I feel that every mage has good skills? Loki's close combat ability is very strong, and your melee ability is not weak either. These mages in Kamataj are also working hard to train their fighting skills. Should I reduce the time I spend practicing spells and allocate time to improving my physical fitness?" Feng curled his lips. "Our practice methods are different from those of Kamataj. They need a good body to withstand the side effects of using spells. As long as we have enough mana, there are many ways to strengthen our bodies. If you feel that your physical fitness is low, I can teach you how to strengthen it." Chapter 306. Have a nice journey. Remember to come back and play when you have time. Feng said that he was quite familiar with the tea house of Ancient One. After all, he used to go there whenever he had something to do. He not only asked Ancient One for advice on magic, but also wanted to have a few meals in Kamataj. Unfortunately, since the energy characteristics in his body became more and more obvious, Feng did not dare to come to Kamataj to have a meal easily. As for the future, Feng estimated that he would not come to Kamataj again. After all, Ancient One was about to retire, and among the remaining wizards, except for Mordo, who had a good relationship, everyone who knew him treated him as a stranger. As for the reason, Feng was not stupid and could guess it naturally. Looking at the familiar tea house, Feng recalled it and motioned Stark to sit aside. He took out tea leaves from the bookshelf and put them on his nose to smell them. He sighed good tea and boiled water to wash the teacup. Just when the tea was ready, a portal suddenly appeared in the tea house. Feng quickly put down the teacup, stood up and saluted, saying, "Master." Stark followed Feng and stood up and saluted, rolling his eyes at Feng, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Just now, when I saw you holding the tea leaves and teacup, I thought you were the owner of this tea room. Why are you like a good baby when Ancient One comes?" "You coward." Feng understood Stark's rolling eyes and raised his eyebrows. "What do you know? Ancient One's tea is all good stuff. Don't you know that if you have a thick skin, you can eat a piece of meat, but if you have a thin skin, you can't eat it? If I'm polite, I won't drink this little tea." Ancient One ignored the two people who were flirting with each other, nodded to them with a stiff smile, walked to the tea table, poured water to wash the tea, and then poured tea for Feng and Stark, and said softly, "Just now, Strange told Mordo about me. Does it mean that Mordo knows that you always use dark energy?" Li Feng picked up the teacup, narrowed his mouth slightly, and guessed. Mordo is not surprised, right? Yes. Ancient One nodded slightly, and said with a smile, speaking of which, I have to thank you for straightening out the stubborn Mordo. This is ambiguous, as if I have some interest in it. Although he was complaining in his heart, Li Feng bowed slightly on the surface and said modestly, this is what I should do. Ancient One smiled, poured tea for the two, and suddenly said, I don't have much time. Stark, who took the teacup, was stunned for a moment, looked at the ruddy Ancient One blankly, and looked at Li Feng puzzledly, hoping that Li Feng could explain to him what not much time meant. Did Ancient One have a terminal illness? Or was the opponent he would meet in the near future very tough, and Ancient One was not sure to deal with it? Li Feng ignored Stark's inquiring eyes. He knew some things, but he didn't dare to explain them rashly, before he was sure of Ancient One's true thoughts. But it should be fine if I explain it in a cryptic way. If Stark doesn't understand the meaning, it's none of my business. Li Feng silently picked up the teacup in front of him, and toasted Ancient One with it, as if it were a wine cup, and said with a smile, Master, I wish you a good journey. Remember to come back, and play when you have time. Stark was a little confused. What does it mean? Does a good journey mean that Ancient One is going to die? But what does you coming back to play later mean? Hell was opened by Ancient One, and he can come and go as he pleases? Where is Mephisto's face? Was it rubbed by Ancient One? Ancient One picked up the teacup, and rolled his eyes implicitly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. After taking a sip of tea, Ancient One stood up, pushed open the window, looked up at the stars and said, after I left, Kamatage was supported by Strange. Although Mordo and Wang are both good, their personalities. After a long time, Ancient One shook his head slightly, sighed and said, let's not talk about them. Ancient One turned his head to look at Li Feng, and said, you should help Strange more in the future. He said it, as if you can't come back. Li Feng scratched his brow. Strange has the help of the Eye of Agamotto. He will grow rapidly in a few days. By then, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. It's better for him to help me. Using the Eye of Agamotto can indeed help you grow quickly. Ancient One sat back at the tea table, poured himself some tea, and said slowly, but traveling through time many times is never good for the soul, and traveling through time during a battle can easily destroy his foundation. Hearing about time travel, Stark, who was thinking with his head down, had a gleam in his eyes. I remember when I first met Austin, he told me that he would need my help in the future, and it was also related to time. Now Strange can also travel through time. Should I take this opportunity to ask about the spells related to time? Just when Stark was thinking about how to ask, he saw Li Feng took out the wheat seeds and some medicinal seeds. That made him covetous from his shoulder bag, and put them on the tea table, and said, why don't you expand the planting area of wheat and magical medicinal herbs? Let Strange have a strong body. Pointing to the seeds, Li Feng said, these, consider them as my gifts to the future Supreme Sorcerer. Gu Yi glanced at the seeds, said thank you on behalf of Strange, pointed to the door, smiled gently. You leave first. I have something to tell Mr. Stark alone. Oh, Stark, have you been spotted by Gu Yi? Li Feng blinked, slowly reached out, and picked up the teapot while laughing, and said, well, you always tell me to drink more tea. I'll go to the door to drink tea. After that, Li Feng left the tea room with the teapot and teacup, under Gu Yi's contempt, and sat cross-legged on the training ground, drinking tea while watching the mage battle training. After a long time, Stark walked out of the tea room, carrying a paper bag. With a smile on his face, he walked behind Li Feng. He looked at the wizard apprentice who was practicing hard without saying a word, and sighed. I'm somewhat fortunate that I learned the magic of Merlin's lineage. If I had to borrow energy with interest, to use magic like them, maybe I would be thinking about how to strengthen my body, so that I can borrow more energy when fighting. Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark, but in terms of combat effectiveness during the apprenticeship period, the wizards of Kamatage are stronger. Don't you feel regretful? Stark shook his head slightly and smiled, but I have the protection of the iron armor. I don't care about the weak power during my apprenticeship. I prefer the power I have in my hands, and I believe that with my wisdom, the road ahead will only go further than these wizards of Kamatage. Ambitious. Li Feng shrugged. He did not deny Stark's future. After all, his plugin was a bit weird. Who knows, one day he might have a brainwave and use scientific principles to figure out black hole or antimatter cannon spells. Then I'll ask which wizard can resist antimatter spells. Mail-in spells, which complement technology, are really suitable for Stark, who is engaged in scientific research. But I also have a contribution here. Feng stood up and asked, "What did Ancient One talk to you about?" Stark handed the paper bag to Feng and said, "This is the tea that Ancient One gave you. She didn't say anything, just gave me some advice on magic practice." After hesitating, Stark wondered, "I feel like Master Ancient One is telling me what to do after his death. It seems that he wants me to take care of Kamataj. What happened to Master Ancient One? Didn't he explain the fake death?" Feng thought for a while and explained, "Be more confident. She just wants you to take care of Kamataj. Master Ancient One, you have been worried about Kamataj. I know what you are thinking, but I can only tell you that she is going to retire. As for where she will go and what she will do after retirement, I dare not tell you." After that, Feng put the tea leaves into his shoulder bag, waved his hand to open the portal, pulled Stark through the portal, and said, "Since it's over, let's leave here quickly. I feel uncomfortable staying in Kamataj." After crossing the portal and returning to the desert, Stark looked at Feng with a smile. "Are you worried that the wizards of Kamataj will destroy you, the Dark Wizard? Don't worry, they already know your background. I know, even though I usually wear a mask when casting spells, people who should know me actually know it," Feng said as he turned Scar back into a dragon and motioned for Scar to find a training ground. If it weren't for Master Ancient One blocking them, those conservative wizards would have come to trouble me long ago. Stark curled his lips and smiled silently, "But they are too weak. A single wizard can't do anything to you, and you dare not kill them because you are worried about Ancient One. Now, Ancient One is about to retire. Have you thought about how to face this group of wizards in the future? Do you want to kill a few blind wizards to make an example of them?" Feng scratched his head and sighed. "What can I do? Just hide. What if Ancient One gets angry?" Halfway through his words, Feng suddenly came to his senses. Stark was trying to find out Ancient One's whereabouts in a roundabout way. Squinting his eyes, Feng looked at Stark with a smile. Stark rolled his eyes, and then he heard Feng say, "Some things are better to know in your heart. After all, there is motivation only when there is pressure. Only when those idle wizards know that their biggest backer has fallen, will they work hard to improve their strength, instead of hiding under the wings of the Ancient One all day long, and being a novice for 1,000 years. So, the Ancient One really just faked his death." Stark nodded slightly, indicating that he knew, and said while touching his chin, "Since Strange has embarked on the path of magic, can we go home too? I miss my big bed now. And pots." Feng added with a wink. Stark did not deny it. He was not a monk. What's wrong with missing pots? This is not a shameful thing. Feng pointed at the hanging ring and grinned. "It's not impossible for you to go back to New York, but you have to rely on your own strength to get home." After saying that, Feng patted Scar on the back. Scar understood what Feng meant in seconds. He turned over and threw the unstable Stark down from the sky. Then, he was transformed into a crow by Feng and stood on Feng's shoulder. He tilted his head and looked at Stark, who was cursing and trying to cast a portal. After a while, Stark landed safely on the sand. When he was about to point at Feng and curse, he saw Feng waving his hand to open the portal, leaving behind a few bottles of potions and a sentence, "I'll wait for you at your house," and then disappeared in front of him. Stark picked up the potion and saw the words "Magic Amplitude Potion" on the label. The corner of his eye twitched. "Damn, are you asking me to open the portal all the way home? With my little mana, I guess I can get home just in time for turkey." Chapter 307 Time Reversal. Just when Stark was tricked by Feng and had to use the portal to travel, Feng was already lying on the soft sofa in Stark's house, enjoying the wine, while asking Jarvis to play soothing music to calm his mood. Until night fell, Feng put on his armor, picked up his sickle, signaled Scar to stay at home, and continue to eat and drink, and then waved to open the portal to Hong Kong. For Hong Kong, which was about to be hit by the disaster, Feng, who felt familiar in his soul, decided to do something. After thinking about it, Li Feng put on a skull mask, and his whole body was burning with spiritual fire, floating above the temple. With his right hand against his throat, he shouted to the surroundings like a lion's roar, "The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Needless to say, Li Feng's gorgeous appearance scared many people, and made them take out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos as souvenirs. For this reason, Li Feng was a little sad. What's wrong with this person now? Doesn't he have any face for his death costume? Why didn't he scare people away? But people kept gathering. Scratching his head, Li Feng simply turned invisible and released an illusory body, which slowly turned into black mist and floated away in front of everyone. When the crowd near the temple was led away, Wang, holding the magic weapon, walked out of the temple with a fearless attitude. At this time, Cassilis came to Hong Kong with his two remaining friends. Seeing Wang's body fighting him, Cassilis said disdainfully, "You are on the wrong team, Wang." Wang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Cassilis, and directly put on a posture of "Don't talk nonsense. If you are a man, use your fists to speak." On the side, Li Feng shook his head. Although Wang's strength is outstanding in camouflage, it is obviously not enough to face Cassilis. After thinking for a while, Li Feng teleported in front of Wang, holding a sickle in his left hand, with his right hand on his waist, looking sideways at Cassilis, and said, "Little friend, Wang, I followed you. Think carefully before you act." When Cassilis saw Li Feng, he subconsciously stepped back a few steps and rubbed his cheeks. Feeling a little embarrassed, he shouted, "Austin, Ancient One is dead. Dormammu is about to come. Do you still dare to go against me? Are you sure that Ancient One was stabbed to death by you? Please make a draft before bragging, okay?" Li Feng was too lazy to deal with the irrational barrier. He dragged a fireball with his right hand, killed two friends in front of Cassilis, and turned to Wang and said, "It's up to you next." What? Wang and Cassilis were a little confused. They didn't know what Li Feng meant. They looked at Li Feng blankly as he walked into a convenience store and then sat on a small bench on the street with a few bags of potato chips and Happy Fat House water, stuffing potato chips into his mouth while looking at himself. Li Feng saw the two people looking at him stupidly and suddenly said, "Please start your performance. Whoever wins will be rewarded with a bag of spicy strips." Cassilis' eyelids twitched slightly. He understood that Li Feng was preparing to watch the fun, and he and Wang were the actors performing on the stage. For some reason, Cassilis suddenly had the urge to turn around and leave. Damn it, I came to save the earth. Why do I feel like a clown? But things have come to the last step. As long as the temple is destroyed, Dormammu can rule the earth. By then, the people on the earth will be grateful to me, and the damn Austin, I want him to live a life worse than death. Thinking of this, Cassilis glared at Li Feng on the street fiercely, cast a spell to draw out the air blade, and rushed towards Wang. Wang was not to be outdone. Although Li Feng's behavior also made him unhappy, he had no choice. He raised his staff and fought with Cassilis in a formal manner. After the two exchanged a few moves, the more powerful Cassilis stabbed the king's heart with a knife. When he walked towards the temple with joy, he saw Li Feng waving his hand and performing a healing spell on the king, who was still breathing weakly. The revived king touched his healed chest, thanked Li Feng with a complicated expression, and went to Cassilis again. This time, Wang, who felt that Li Feng, the nurse, was supporting him behind his back, took a life-threatening posture, forcing Cassilis to constantly avoid fatal injuries, which made him furious, but he could do nothing. After a few moves, Cassilis, who was beaten with blood all over his body, but still alive and kicking, found the right opportunity and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand into the king's heart at the cost of minor injuries. This time, in order to prevent Li Feng from treating Wang, Cassilis was ready to chop off Wang's head. He didn't believe that Li Feng would treat someone whose head had moved. Just as Cassilis swung his knife, Li Feng instantly appeared in front of Wang. While treating Wang's injuries, he shook a finger and said jokingly, "Little guy, I asked you to hone Wang, not to kill him." Looking at Wang, who was resurrected with full blood again, Cassilis stared at Li Feng with a death gaze, gnashing his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Li Feng shook his head slightly and smiled. Feeling that strange was about to appear, he took Wang into the mirror space instantly. Cassilis looked at the disappearing Li Feng blankly, and his heart suddenly jumped. He suddenly remembered that he was Strange's whetstone. Li Feng's behavior was obviously leaving himself to Strange. Thinking of this, Caecilius turned around and ran towards the temple. No matter what Austin thinks, as long as the temple is destroyed, Dormammu will be able to come to the earth, and then, the winner will only be me, and then all the damn whetstones will get out in front of Lord Dormammu. In the mirror space, Wang clenched the magic weapon in his hand, watched the destruction of the Hong Kong temple, and asked loudly, "You obviously have the ability to stop Caecilius, why don't you do it?" Li Feng grinned and said, "I want to see how strong Dormammu is, and how he can cross dimensions. This is very important to me." Li Feng did not lie. He came to Hong Kong to witness Dormammu's invasion of the earth with his own eyes, in order to find a way to cross dimensions. As long as he knew the method, his chances of returning home would be greater. Wang obviously didn't believe Li Feng's words, and shook his head in disappointment. "But have you thought about the consequences of Dormammu's invasion?" After a pause, Wang, who secretly hated his own lack of strength, said with his eyes blank, "In the past, Master Gu Yi would lead us to resist foreign enemies. Now, who should we rely on? Of course, rely on yourself. Do you still expect Gu Yi to be your nanny for the rest of your life?" As he spoke, Li Feng saw Dormammu's figure appear in the air, and took Wang out of the mirror space, and invisible to the side, carefully observing how Dormammu corroded the earth's defense. On the side, Wang, who lowered his head, and fell into silence, tightly grasped the staff in his hand. After a few breaths, Wang seemed to see through life and death. After breaking free from the invisible, he walked towards Caecilius with a calm face. "I know I'm not Caecilius's opponent, but I don't want to be a part of Dormammu. Even if I have to die, I have to die for the right reason. At least, dying in battle makes me feel at ease." "What you said is really great." Li Feng did not stop Wang from committing suicide, because he saw a portal suddenly appear on the street in the distance, which made Li Feng's goosebumps stand up instantly. During the day, Strange said that his portal could not be opened from the desert to New York. Now, only half a day has passed. This guy actually opened the portal from Kamataj to Hong Kong? Isn't this progress too big? Li Feng complained sourly. What kind of qualifications is this? Does Strange have Saiyan blood, and every time he is on the verge of death, his strength will greatly improve? No wonder this guy was tortured to death by Dormammu, but his strength skyrocketed in a short period of time. On the other side, as soon as he appeared, he confronted Caecilius. Strange and Mordo were surprised to see Wang appear inexplicably. They looked at the nearby buildings that collapsed due to Dormammu's arrival and asked, "How are you still alive?" Wang's face froze, turned his head, and looked at the invisible Li Feng, pointed to the empty seat and said, "Austin is there." Caecilius's face also froze, and he was cautiously on guard around him, fearing that Li Feng would suddenly attack him. At the same time, he was also scared, and did not dare to attack Strange and others easily. He was bitter in his heart and said, "Unlucky, why is this guy still here? Isn't he afraid that Dormammu will find him unlucky?" Strange suddenly realized, he saved you. After hesitating for a moment, Strange wondered, but why didn't he stop Caecilius? Wang didn't answer. He was also very puzzled. As for Li Feng's explanation, that he wanted to see how Dome crossed the dimension, he didn't believe a word. Now is not the time to solve the puzzle. Wang looked at the dark space above his head and asked, "Is there any way to stop the corrosion of the dark space?" Strange calmed down, made a gesture to open the Eye of Agamemnon, and said, "There is a way, but it breaks the laws of nature." Caecilius saw Strange's gesture, and the Eye of Agamemnon flashing green light, and instantly understood what the other party wanted to do. He didn't want his efforts to go to waste, so he could only get rid of his fear of Li Feng and run towards Strange with the air blade in his hand. Unfortunately, Caecilius was still a step too late. Just when the sharp blade in his hand was about to stab Strange, time began to go backwards. At the moment of time reversal, Li Feng, who had studied time deeply, struggled for a while, then broke free from time, and then silently watched Strange drag Mordo and Wang out of the time reversal. The awakened Wang glanced at the Eye of Agamotto, then turned his head to look at the nearby buildings that were constantly recovering, and the few corpses that were pressed under the buildings were also resurrecting. After a moment of silence, he whispered as if to convince himself, then just disobey for a while longer. Mordo squinted in the direction of Li Feng. Compared with others, he was more familiar with Li Feng and knew that even if the earth was destroyed, Li Feng could do nothing because the portal could take him to other dimensions in an instant. But Mordo was a little puzzled. Logically, based on the relationship between Li Feng and the Ancient One, he should not stand idly by unless the Ancient One specifically told Austin something, or Austin saw that the Ancient One was dead and was ready to let go of himself and completely fall into darkness. Thinking of this, Mordo quietly walked towards Li Feng, and he was ready to ask him carefully. At this time, Cassilis also broke free from the time reversal with the power of Dormammu. Seeing Mordo walking towards him, he thought that the other party was going to kill him. In addition, he didn't want Strange to turn back time, so he slapped the ground with a palm containing the power of space. Mordo was also no match for Cassilis. He was kicked away in just a few moves. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Li Feng didn't intervene, Cassilis. Chapter 308 I got on the wrong bus. Cassilius's unexpected palm not only blocked Mordo from approaching Li Feng, but also interrupted Strange's spellcasting, causing time to stagnate. Seeing this, Cassilius couldn't help but laugh and said, "You can't defeat what is bound to happen." As he spoke, Cassilius looked up at the dark space and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful, a world beyond time, beyond death." Strange was a little discouraged. "Master Ancient One, the plot is unreasonable. Why did you arrange for the big boss to sharpen my knife before I even left the novice village? Can't you change a rookie to be my opponent?" "Wait, beyond time." While complaining, Strange suddenly thought of something, stood up and controlled the magic floating cloak to fly to the dark world. He was going to use the power of the Eye of Agamotto to create an infinite loop of time and talk to Dormammu about the consequences of transcending time. Seeing this, Cassilius did not stop him. In his eyes, Strange was not negotiating with Dormammu, but was preparing to join Dormammu after sorting out the situation. He could not help but show off. "See, this is the Sorcerer Supreme chosen by the Ancient One. At the beginning, the Ancient One should have chosen me as the Sorcerer Supreme." "Just talk nonsense." Li Feng teleported to the side of Mordo, squinted his eyes, and looked up at the dark space. The magic power on his palms kept changing, and said, "Little friend, do you want to bet with your uncle for a few bags of spicy strips? I bet you're dead." Cassilis' face sank, and he slowly backed away, raised his head and shouted, "My lord, there is a wizard here who insults you and wants to stop you from taking us into the beautiful world." Li Feng turned his head and looked at Cassilis with contempt. "How old are you, and still telling tales? So embarrassing. What did Dormammu give you to eat? Why do you still believe him? Are you mentally retarded? Open your dog eyes to see if there are any signs of life in the dark space, or do you think you have evolved organs that can survive by flattering Dormammu? Besides, Dormammu, this two-faced man, has no time to respond to your call now." Before Li Feng finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. He felt that a dark energy was quickly surrounding him. "What's the situation? Dormammu is targeting me. Why? I didn't do anything to you. At most, I'll nag a few words. You are too petty. And you, Strange, how unreliable are you? Didn't you agree to negotiate with Dormammu? How can you let him have the power to deal with me?" Li Feng didn't think about it. The dark space can be seen with the naked eye. Naturally, part of Dormammu's power has descended on the earth. In addition, Dormammu's level, while negotiating with Strange, he also split some power to notice what happened to Li Feng. This is just a normal operation for him. Besides, Li Feng was still trying to kill himself by slapping Dormammu in the face while studying Dormammu's energy. Of course, Dormammu would not give Li Feng a good face. If he didn't drag Li Feng into the dark space and kill him, would anyone dare to study him in the future? Dormammu was a local overlord after all, and his face was more important than anything else. Feeling that the dark energy had surrounded him and was about to corrode him, Li Feng secretly said that it was bad luck. After trying to open the portal to no avail, he instantly opened the portal and jumped into the portal without thinking. Seeing a bag of tea and a wrist-type communicator suddenly appear on the ground, and Li Feng disappeared inexplicably, except for Mordo who had expected it. Everyone at the scene looked at the portal that disappeared instantly in a daze, and even Dormammu was stunned. He has lived for many years, and he has never seen anyone escape from the siege of dark energy. This is really interesting. After passing through the portal, Li Feng found himself near a gas station. He closed his eyes and sensed the energy in his body. Fortunately, he hid quickly and was not corroded by Dormammu's energy. But Li Feng raised his hand and looked at his wrist. How could my newly bought communicator and my small money leave me before they were even warm? With tears in his eyes, Li Feng made sure that he was fine, then scratched his head and looked at the shabby gas station not far away. Where is this? There is a gravel road under his feet, and there is no one around. There is a gas station in such a remote place. How can the owner have the courage to live? Even robbers don't come here. While wondering, Li Feng saw a motorhome slowly driving into the gas station in the distance, and then Thor jumped out of the driver's seat. Li Feng was a little happy. Of course, he didn't think that the buddy in front of him was Hammer Brother. After all, he could see that the Thor in front of him had no magic power at all. He was just happy to see an old acquaintance. Then, 2 men and 2 women got off the motorhome. However, Li Feng saw something strange in the people in front of him. He noticed that their spirits seemed a little abnormal, as if they were controlled by someone. Puppet? Li Feng wondered in confusion. After opening his Dharma eye to observe and confirming that there were some abnormalities in the people, Li Feng concluded that the chances of the people in front of him being the protagonists were quite high. After thinking about it, Li Feng put his armor and sickle back into his personal space and walked quickly towards Thor. He was ready to sneak into the team to see what kind of world this was. In the distance, Thor, who got off the RV, was standing in front of the gas pump, muttering to himself, I guess this antique can't be charged by card. Halfway through his speech, Thor looked at Li Feng, who was close to him, and asked politely, are you the boss here? I want to fill up some gas. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, waved his hand and said, I'm not the boss here, I'm just a hiker. After a pause, Li Feng pretended to be embarrassed and looked around and said, it's just that I'm lost now. I want to ask where this is. At the side, a man who looked like a drug addict swayed his body, pointed at another companion with a crew cut who was walking towards the dilapidated wooden house, and said, we don't know where this is, but my companion soon found out where this is. After a while, the crew cut guy seemed to be scared by something and ran out of the wooden house. Then, a gangster-like old man with only a few white hairs left on his head walked out of the wooden house, pointed at the sign on the wooden house with his chin, and asked, don't you see it says proofing? Thor said with a hint of apology, we just want to buy some oil. Is there any oil in your machine? The old man looked at the few people, and his eyes stayed on Li Feng for a few seconds unnaturally, and said, you know how to use the gas pump to get oil. Obviously, the old man's gas station has not been scrapped, and there is still oil in the tank. After solving the gasoline problem for the RV, the guy with a crew cut nearby asked hurriedly, we also want to ask how to get to Tillman Road. The guy with a crew cut pointed at the road and asked, shall we just go along this road? The old man spat out a mouthful of old phlegm in a bad attitude, walked towards the gas pump to refuel the RV, and said, just go along the road in front of you. Tillman Road leads directly to the top of the mountain. At the end of the road is old Buckner's house. Thor asked, my cousin bought a suite there. There is a lake through a mountain tunnel. Isn't that? Thor didn't finish speaking when the old man interrupted, that's Buckner's place. Someone always wants to sell it. At this time, a slightly coquettish blonde girl was a little puzzled, living on the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise and sunset, and there is a lake in front of the door to swim. It's such a beautiful place, why would they sell it? Even though the road is not very good, it is nice to come here to relax on weekdays. The blonde girl asked, do you know the previous owner? Before the blonde girl asked why the previous owner sold the house, the old man had already filled the gas. When he put the gas gun back, he interrupted with a gangster-like tone, I have seen him, but he is not the original owner. Many people come and go. I have been here since the end of the war and have seen several owners. The blonde girl asked curiously, which war? Li Feng was a little confused when he heard it. Normally, shouldn't he ask why the owner bought the house and left? Why did the blonde girl care about which war the old man participated in? This is a mentally retarded person. And this old man looks a little weird. Li Feng touched his chin and stood aside silently to watch the fun. Obviously, the old man didn't want to discuss the war, and he said a few words to the blonde girl in a bad mood. Now, the old man has stirred up a hornet's nest. Thor and his group are all young and strong people, and there are beautiful girlfriends around. If he doesn't stand up and show off his muscles at this time, how can he pick up beautiful girls in the future? What if the beautiful girl despised him as a silver-headed wax gun? How could he face people in the future? In this way, the drug addict took the lead in standing up to support his friend. The old man was not to be trifled with and immediately said, "I'm not afraid of you. Believe it or not, I will not get up without $30,000 to $50,000 US." Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the old man with the short hair came out in time to stop both sides. Thor and his friends did not want to really fight. After all, if they won, they would go to jail, and if they lost the fight with an old man, they would lose their dignity and face, and have to go to the hospital for stitches, which was not worth it. The most important thing was that no matter whether they won or lost, their vacation trip was over. Thinking of this, Thor waved his hand and returned to the RV with his friends indignantly. Li Feng thought about it, stopped Thor and asked, "Hey, can you give me a ride? I want to go to the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise." The guy with the short hair seemed a little hesitant. After all, they all knew each other. It might be a bit inappropriate for a stranger to suddenly ask for a ride, especially to go to the top of a mountain where no one was living. Thor looked at Li Feng and secretly compared their figures. After finding that Li Feng was just a bad fighter, he smiled and said, "Of course. Thank you." Li Feng tightened his shoulder bag and walked quickly to the RV. When the RV drove away from the gas station, the old man restrained his expression and turned to pick up the phone. After the call was connected, the old man said very quickly, "There is a small problem. There is an extra lamb in the original group of 5 lambs. Do you want to drive this extra lamb away?" In the phone, a middle-aged uncle's indifferent tone sounded, "Then let him be unlucky, just to give the evil god more fun in the RV." Li Feng quickly learned that the 3 men and 2 women in the RV were college students. Thor's real name is Kurt, and he is in a relationship with the blonde girl Julie. The man with a buzz cut is Holden, a knowledgeable talent, and the drug addict Martin is indeed a drug addict, smoking marijuana all the way. The last more innocent lady is Dana, who is planning to spend an indulgent, happy, and unforgettable weekend in the house that Kurt's cousin just bought with her friends because of a painful relationship. After understanding the basic situation, Li Feng felt a little confused. "I don't know this world at all. I won't get on the wrong bus, right?" Chapter 309, Cabin in the Woods. The cabin in the woods is the world where Li Feng is now. This world tells the story of a mysterious human organization that has an agreement with the evil god. As long as humans regularly provide sacrifices to the evil god as a condition for his survival, he will stay in his lair and not come out to destroy the human world. For this reason, the organization selects sacrifices every year and uses drugs and other means to control the sacrifices, and then puts the full-like sacrifices into the corresponding altar. After that, the organization will release monsters to kill the sacrifices according to a specific script to please the evil god and let him wait for the sacrifices of the next year with peace of mind. Of course, in order for the sacrificial activities to proceed smoothly, the organization will also hide in the dark and use various probes to observe the reactions of the sacrifices so that the sacrificial activities can proceed as scheduled. This year, the sacrifices selected by the organization are Kurt and his group, a total of 3 men and 2 women. They are portrayed into 5 different personalities by the organization using drugs and other means, namely the slut who needs to be killed first, followed by the athlete, scholar, and fool. As for the life and death of the last representative, the virgin, it was not in the script. She could live or die, depending on her own choice. Li Feng, who had never seen the cabin in the woods and knew nothing about it, became a gift for the mall promotion because he boarded the RV and was an unnecessary and lucky sacrifice. Unfortunately, given Li Feng's strength, this was destined to be a failed sacrificial activity. As the RV drove along the winding path, Feng and his party soon came to a mountain tunnel. Kurt was very happy. The appearance of the mountain tunnel meant that the old man at the gas station did not lie to them, but Feng was a little puzzled. He sensed that the tunnel looked like cliffs around it, but it was actually an energy wall similar to a holographic projection. After passing the tunnel, Feng was even more puzzled. Although there were fallen leaves and soil under his feet, and there were tall trees around him, Feng did not need to study to find that, although the sunlight through the car window was also warm, it was far worse than the real sunlight. At least, Feng did not notice that there was ultraviolet light in the sunlight. Obviously, after passing through the tunnel, he did not come to the top of the mountain created by nature, but a secret room built with holographic projection. It was just that this secret room was a bit big, so big that Feng looked at the lake in front of him with a confused face after getting off the car. What's going on? How rich is cousin Kurt to create such a huge artificial beauty? Considering that he was not too familiar with Kurt and others, Feng did not intend to join the 5-man team. He walked to the lake very consciously, as if he was ready to camp by the lake to watch the sunrise and sunset. Kurt and others did not pay attention to Feng's behavior and walked into the cabin with their luggage. They had done their best to bring Feng to such a beautiful place. Could it be that they also took Feng to eat and drink for free? In the cabin, the 5 people quickly allocated rooms and began to tidy up their rooms. Holden, who represented the scholars, walked into his room. As soon as he put down his luggage, he saw an oil painting hanging on the wall showing humans and hounds slaughtering lambs bloodily. For some reason, Holden felt nauseous when looking at the painting. He muttered, "I don't want to look at you," and reached out to take the painting down and put it aside. The painting was taken down, but Holden found that there was a one-way mirror on the wall where the painting was originally hung, which meant that he could see the next room, but Dana, who lived next door and represented a virgin, could not see his mirror. Now, Holden has 2 choices. First, the one-way mirror is his extra blessing. As long as he doesn't nod to let outsiders enter his room, he can peek at Dana as much as he wants. Second, tell everyone about the matter and ask everyone to check if there are similar things in the room. In the end, Holden felt that he was a gentleman, and taking advantage of this kind of thing would condemn his conscience. He immediately called his friends to his room and told everyone about his discovery. Looking at the one-way mirror, everyone was a little confused and said they didn't understand what kind of special hobby this was. At this time, the drug addict Martin gave a less than ideal explanation. In the pioneering period, people set up interrogation rooms in their homes. The pioneering period. Everyone looked at the wooden house and couldn't help but complain, "You smoked too much marijuana." This wooden house was obviously not built during the pioneering period. Everyone looked at each other, and seeing that they could not reasonably explain the existence of the one-way mirror, they could only let it go and go back to their rooms to check the walls. After all, privacy is very important these days. No one wants outsiders to discover certain private behaviors, especially Kurt, who doesn't want to be admired when he rolls in the sheets with his girlfriend. After a while, everyone who hurriedly checked the room changed into swimsuits and swimming trunks and came to the lake. Kurt looked around and asked, "Where is Austin? Why don't I see him?" Martin smoked marijuana and looked around, saying, "Maybe he went to collect firewood. It must be very cold at night on the top of the mountain." Kurt and the others thought about it and felt that what Martin said made sense. Feng was also a hiker after all, and had more experience in surviving in the wild than them. Since even Martin, who was always smoking marijuana and whose brain was numbed to death, knew that it would be very cold at night, there was no reason for Feng not to prepare for the cold in advance. Thinking of this, Kurt and his men didn't care where Feng was and jumped into the lake to swim. Was Feng really collecting firewood at this time? How could it be possible? With Feng's current small physique, he dared to walk around the North Pole in a single layer of clothes. So why would he be afraid of the little night breeze on the top of the mountain? He was busy exploring the surroundings and searching for food. After more than half an hour, Feng, who had found nothing, returned to the lake rubbing his stomach, which made him complain, "Since trees have been planted in this secret room, will it die if a few rabbits are released?" Looking at the clear lake, Feng, who was unlucky, opened his eyes to check if there were any fish in the artificial lake. As a result, not to mention fish, he didn't even see an insect. There was no way. Since there was no food in the woods and the lake, Feng could only eat his stomach first. When Kurt and others fell asleep at night, he would try to get some food. The night might not be night, but the lights above his head were dimmed. Anyway, Feng said that he couldn't judge the specific time. He only knew that the light nearby was dim. Seeing that the time was almost up, Feng left a phantom beside the artificial lake pretending to sleep, and his real body went invisible to the cabin where Kurt and others lived. However, Kurt and others obviously did not want to sleep yet, and were now happily playing the big adventure game, which made Feng stare at the beer in Kurt's hand and drool. Damn, I must drink up your beer later. A moment later, just when Dana chose the big adventure, the entrance to the cellar on the floor of the cabin suddenly popped open. The startled people got up and walked to the entrance of the cellar. When they gathered around the entrance to discuss whether the wind blew open the cellar door, Feng rolled his eyes and grabbed the food and beer, and then squatted in front of the cellar door, eating and checking the door. What kind of wind can blow open the cellar door on the floor? Thor, where is your IQ? You are not hit by a control spell, but a hail of intelligence reduction. While complaining, Feng first opened his magic eye to look at the cellar and found that there was no trace of creatures in the cellar, and then turned his attention to the mechanism of the door. Some mechanical and circuit entrances were opened by remote control. Feng was a little confused. What on earth was going on? A huge secret room, a remote controlled mechanism, and 5 humans with abnormal IQs. Touching his chin, Feng floated out of the cabin and released the dementors. He ordered in the dead language, "1K, search the area nearby to see if there are any human traces." "Yes, Master," 1K said respectfully. Just as the dementors were searching the area, the staff who had been monitoring the secret room suddenly found that the alarm in the altar sounded. The reason for the alarm was that a large number of creatures suspected to be ghosts had entered the altar. The staff was a little puzzled. He hadn't released the monster yet, so where did the ghosts come from? Besides, even if the monster was released, it should be the Buckner family that Dana chose, not the ghosts. Could it be that the alarm was broken? While wondering, the staff pressed the communicator and ordered the maintenance staff to quickly fix the alarm. He didn't want to listen to the shrill alarm ringing in front of the monitoring screen. Before the maintenance personnel fixed the alarm in the secret room, the alarm in the whole building sounded, and the reason was the same as that in the secret room. A ghost broke in. Through the surveillance cameras that specifically monitor monsters, the staff quickly found some dementors with skulls on their heads, which left a trail of frost wherever they went. But they were very puzzled. They had neither imprisoned nor seen dementors, and this group of creatures that were not recorded in the organization's data appeared very suddenly, just like suddenly appearing at the altar through a wormhole. However, as of now, this group of creatures seems to be friendly. At least they have no intention of harming humans. Even if the assault team surrounded them, they did not show any signs of harming humans, and even showed signs of walking around. Of course, the assault team is also very troubled now. In the past, when they deal with ghosts and other creatures, they would use bullets dipped in holy water. Although they could not kill ghosts, they would make ghosts scream. Now, this group of guys with skulls on their heads simply ignored the bullets and did what they had to do, without caring about the golden signboard of holy water in their eyes. After the dementors searched the building inside and out, they all returned to Feng. Just as 1K told him what he had seen and heard, Feng suddenly saw 3 zombies lifting the lawn and crawling out of the ground with great effort. There are soldiers, surveillance, and scientific researchers in white coats. The most important thing is that there are a lot of monsters under my feet. Is this a base for studying monsters? But Kurt is obviously a human. What's going on? Scratching his head, Feng had a hunch that this world might be a world he didn't understand. There was nothing he could do about it. There were so many magical worlds, and Feng couldn't understand all of them. But before he was sure what kind of broken world this was, Feng decided to talk to the zombies. The other party was also an aboriginal after all, and he knew more than me, a visitor from another world. Thinking of this, Li Feng exited the invisibility, walked straight to a zombie holding a giant trap, and asked in the dead language, "Brother, ask something." Before Li Feng finished speaking, the zombie suddenly threw the trap in his hand at Li Feng. Li Feng dodged the trap and stepped on the iron chain connected to the trap. He said coldly, "You don't want to show your face, right? Believe it or not, I will beat you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you." Chapter 310 Monster Nest. Foreign zombies are all a bunch of idiots without IQ. Just like the one in front of Li Feng, when he saw his weapon being stepped on by Li Feng, he only shouted, "Kill" in the language of the dead, but he neither loosened the chain in his hand, nor turned around and ran away. Instead, he pulled the chain in his hand desperately, as if he had to take the trap back. Li Feng looked at the other party sideways for a few times, and found that the other party was a mentally retarded zombie who couldn't even speak the language of the dead. Then, before the other party had time to throw out the trap, Li Feng kicked the other party more than 20 meters away. Li Feng turned his head and looked around. Knowing that there were surveillance cameras nearby, he shouted disdainfully, "How dare you release something that is obviously not food? Are you looking for a fight? Hurry up, I'm hungry, I want to eat meat." Release some monsters that look delicious at first glance. In the monitoring room, the staff who thought Li Feng was about to be killed by zombies were sweating as they watched the zombies slumped on the ground at the edge of the video. Who is this guy? How did he manage to kick Buckner 20 meters away? Another man with glasses wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a trembling mouth, "This guy's not also a monster that has not been captured." At this time, Li Feng's arrogant shout rang out in the studio. The two looked at each other and asked at the same time, "What should we do? What should we do?" The man with glasses thought for a while, pointed his head at the zombie, and said, "Why don't we wait a little longer? Buckner is immortal. Even if he is kicked 100 meters away, he can kill the sacrifice." At this time, Li Feng also found that the zombie in the distance seemed to be unharmed. He was slowly getting up and holding a trap to continue coaching with him. "Yo, I don't kill you. Do you really think I'm kind?" Rubbing his fist, Li Feng stomped his right foot on the ground and rushed to the zombie like a cannonball, raised his fist as big as a casserole, and hit the opponent's chin with a hook. After the zombie was punched into the air, Li Feng grinned, slightly bent his legs, and then kicked hard to jump high. When he was at the same height as the zombie, Li Feng did a 360-degree rotation and kicked the zombie back to the ground. Bang! After a loud noise, the zombie was embedded in the floor in a big letter shape. Li Feng blew his fist, half crouched in front of the zombie, and asked in the dead language with a smile, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you really mentally retarded, or do you not want to talk to me?" The zombie twisted his body, looking like he was physically disabled but mentally strong, and raised his hands weakly to grab Li Feng. Seeing that the other party was determined to kill him no matter what, Li Feng stopped being polite and talking nonsense. After snapping his right fingers, he sprinkled a spiritual fire on the zombie and watched the other party burn into a pile of slag in a few seconds. Rubbing his fists, Li Feng turned around to look for the second zombie and shouted to the people around him, "Hurry up, release a few delicious monsters for me to kill, otherwise I will be so hungry that you will see what's happening." After that, Li Feng opened his Dharma eye and rushed to a zombie with a missing arm like a cannonball and asked, "Can you talk?" Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, but just walked towards him with a big mouth, Li Feng shrugged, pinched the other party's neck, and threw him hard, knocking him unconscious, and then burned him inside and out with spiritual fire. "I saw 3 zombies crawling out of the ground and coming here, and now there is another one nearby. Hey, do you like to hide in front of the surveillance screen and peek?" Li Feng looked around for the remaining zombies, while touching his stomach and shouting, "I'm just hungry, and want to get some food. Why don't you agree? Is my request too much? Don't you know that eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating are the 4 most important things in life?" While talking, Li Feng saw the last zombie member of the Buckner family not far from the cabin. A little zombie girl wearing Indian-style clothes. Li Feng walked straight to the little girl and was about to ask something when he saw that she was also mentally retarded and pounced on him with her mouth wide open. Li Feng would not be polite just because the other party was a little girl, and he swung his palm and slapped the other party away. As luck would have it, the zombie girl was slapped by Li Feng to the door of the cabin. Kurt and his friends were also brave enough. They knew they were in the wilderness and did not lock the door. As a result, the zombie girl knocked the wooden door open. Kurt and his men, who were hit by the aura of reduced intelligence, saw the door being knocked open by a little girl. Without thinking whether the little girl was a human or a ghost, they hurried to the little girl and prepared to help the poor little girl up. Li Feng coughed dryly, teleported to the little girl, stepped on her neck to prevent her from getting up, and said with a stern face, "Do you really want to get close to the zombies?" Li Feng's rude behavior scared Dana and the other women to subconsciously step back a few steps, while Kurt and Holden subconsciously picked up the vase and chair beside them for self-defense. Martin, who kept smoking marijuana among the sacrifices, shouted in an excited manner with a numb brain, "Wow, zombies. I haven't seen zombies yet, idiot. I don't even bother to pay attention to you." Li Feng rolled his eyes at everyone, lowered his head, and asked in the dead language, "Can you speak?" The zombie girl, like the previous two zombies, said nothing, either opened her mouth to bite or stretched out her hand to grab Li Feng. Seeing this, Li Feng snapped his fingers and burned the other party to ashes. Kurt stepped on the boxing steps, holding a vase in his hand, and shouted to his companions, "Go find a fire extinguisher to save people." He then stared at Li Feng fiercely and shouted, "Damn murderer, fuck you." Before Kurt could finish, Li Feng interrupted him disdainfully, opened the beer he stole from Kurt, and said, "If I were a murderer, you guys would still be alive. And what kind of fire can burn a person to slag in a few seconds? The fire in the crematorium is not as good as my spiritual fire, right?" As he spoke, Li Feng kicked the door away, showing a vicious look of "I'm so powerful, you are just weaklings in my eyes, so don't talk nonsense with me." After scaring everyone, Li Feng finally had time to enjoy the taste of beer. But as soon as the beer was poured into his mouth, Li Feng suddenly spit it all out. Frowning, Li Feng poured the beer into his palm and observed it, wondering, "Toxic? What's going on? Is this beer or poison?" Li Feng threw the bottle aside and tore open the food packaging to check. Yes, the food is also poisonous. So these 3 men and 2 women are poisoned and mentally retarded? Li Feng narrowed his eyes and thought about it. He ignored the reactions of Kurt and others and cast a spell on them to check the toxins. In the end, only a large amount of toxins were found in Julie's hair. The rest of the people all had a large amount of toxins in their bodies. Well, these people have become poisoned people. Suspecting that Julie was poisoned and that there were people in the group upstairs, Li Feng also knew that there were a lot of cameras in the room. He held a fireball in one hand and shouted, "Hey, if you don't come out to send food, I will burn it all up with a fire." After a pause, Li Feng added, "I want clean food, and your explanation of why you dragged me into this big secret room to see if I can be bullied." Who is bullying who? In the monitoring room, watching Li Feng burn the Buckner family to ashes, the 2 staff members, no matter how dumb they were, knew that Li Feng was not an ordinary person. They regretted not listening to the old man at the gas station and driving Li Feng out of the RV. Now, they didn't know whether the evil god had fun or not, but they had a lot of fun. The important actors in the script were killed by Li Feng, and not even much ashes were left. What should we do now? The man with the eyes swallowed dryly and asked in fear and confusion. Another staff member thought for a moment, stood up and walked to the control console, his face slightly pale, and said, "The sacrificial ceremony cannot be stopped, otherwise our customers will be dissatisfied and we will all be finished. Now, we still have time. As long as we release the next group of monsters to end the performance, we can still be saved." The man with glasses nodded slightly and asked, "But the guy who plays with fire is not an ordinary person." At first glance, before the man with glasses finished speaking, the staff in front of the control console looked at the man with glasses with a sinister smile and said, "Then release more monsters. I don't believe how he can defeat the army of monsters alone." As the channel for transmitting monsters was constantly opened, Li Feng instantly noticed the changes in the vicinity. This is not ready to negotiate. Li Feng curled his lips in disdain. When he left the wooden house, he left a sentence block the door. "We have guests." He instantly put on armor, carried a sickle with burning spiritual fire, dug his earwax and said disdainfully, "Are you sure you want to compete with me in number?" As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, a white ghost that was originally roaring and drooling at Li Feng stopped abruptly 5 meters away from Li Feng and looked at Li Feng stupidly. The white ghost sensed danger, especially the flame on the sickle, which made him want to turn around and run. Also stopped were a bunch of weird looking monsters that could scare people to vomit overnight meals, such as humans with saw blades embedded in their faces, werewolves walking upright, and little girls with no facial features, but a big mouth full of sawtooth, etc. It is worthy of being a place to study monsters. The species are complete enough to open a monster expo. Li Feng scratched his head and looked at the monsters who were pushing and shoving and refusing to come forward. It's a pity that they are too ugly and I have no appetite at all. Suddenly, Li Feng saw a unicorn appear at the back of the team. His eyes lit up. Pointing at the unicorn, he asked Kurt and others who were peeking at the monsters through the window, "Unicorns are also horses, right? Do you know what horse meat tastes like? Is it delicious?" The few people who were trembling, like quails, were in no mood to pay attention to Li Feng's questions. They were just ordinary college students and didn't believe that there were any monsters in this world. But now, vampires, werewolves, zombies, these mythical creatures have appeared one after another. Have we broken into a monster's nest? Martin was the first to calm down and shouted through the window, "Mr. Austin, the legendary unicorns are holy creatures. Whoever eats their flesh and blood will be cursed." "What you said makes sense, but how can I eat?" Li Feng complained. Martin then shouted, "Mr. Austin, these monsters suddenly appeared. Does it mean that there is a master behind these monsters? As long as we kill all the monsters and force the master to show up, can we ask for food?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Killing God. In the monitoring room, the man with glasses, who heard Martin's words, asked in a daze, "What's going on? Isn't Martin a symbol of a fool? Why do I feel that his IQ is online?" Another staff member smiled bitterly and said, "This guy's marijuana neutralized our potion, so his IQ didn't drop much. The problem now is that the monsters are obviously afraid of the guy who suddenly wore armor. What should we do next to ensure the development of the plot?" The man with glasses lowered his head and was silent for a while, then stood up and walked to the control console. His eyes were slightly bloody. He pressed the button and said, "Since the monsters are afraid, we will use potions to excite them, so excited that they are fearless, and they will rush up and tear the guy in armor into pieces." On the other side, Li Feng noticed that some kind of gas suddenly sprayed out from under the feet of the monster group, and then all the monsters roared at him like chicken blood. "Use potions? Fortunately, my shield can block the poison. Li Feng will not tolerate anyone." Since the monster group dared to show its teeth to him, he immediately released the dementors and shouted, "Kill!" After Li Feng's continuous training, the dementors can knock down the creatures with souls or only spirits with just one encounter. So don't look at the monsters in front of Li Feng, but no monster can get close to Li Feng by 1 meter. Even a guy who looks like a mechanical creature was directly chopped into ashes by Li Feng with a sickle 1 meter away. Half a minute later, Li Feng ignited the pile of meat left by the dementors after eating and burned it to ashes. Now, everyone in the control room was dumbfounded, and the man with glasses slumped on the ground, muttering, "It's over. It's all over. The old gods are about to come to the earth, and we have all become sinners." The sacrificial ceremony was destroyed, and even most of the monsters in the organization were slaughtered in half a minute. Not only the staff sitting in the control room could not accept it, but even the top leaders of the organization could not bear the anxiety. Soon, a woman's frantic command rang out over the building's radio. "Attention, all combat teams, go to the altar now, kill everyone, and make sure the sacrifice proceeds normally." After a while, a middle-aged woman hurried into the monitoring room, picked up the microphone, and shouted heartbreakingly to Li Feng in the video, "Who are you? Do you know what you have done? The sudden roars from all around made Li Feng scratch his ears and said with a grin, "Oh, are you afraid of being killed by me?" After a pause, Li Feng changed his tone and said coldly, "Fuck, I shouted for a long time and no one answered, and you mobilized a bunch of trash to kill me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Now, either kneel down in front of me and take my knife, or I'll go on a killing spree and hunt you down worldwide. Believe me, I can do what I say." Li Feng pointed at his nose and said without any emotion. The middle-aged woman was almost mad now. What was the point of being wanted? As long as the sacrifice was successful and the evil god stayed in his lair, it didn't matter if she was wanted. After taking a few deep breaths, the middle-aged woman bit her back teeth and explained the agreement between them and the evil god. After explaining, the middle-aged woman said with a slightly pleading tone, "Sir, as long as you kill the sacrifice in the wooden house behind you, I will forgive you for everything you did, and I can even hire you at a sky-high salary." Li Feng didn't want to pay attention to the middle-aged woman's request. He just knew that he seemed to have gone too far this time. If there were only monsters like werewolves, Li Feng could destroy a nest in a few minutes. Even if there were more monsters, it would not be of any use. After all, monsters are not afraid of bullets and can block the soul-sucking skills of dementors into spiritual fire. A nuclear reaction fireball wrapped in spiritual fire can kill monsters in a city in seconds. But the evil god is different, and from the tone of the middle-aged woman, it seems that this evil god can survive in the face of nuclear bombs. You know, when Li Feng faced a nuclear bomb, he could do nothing except hide in the mirror space and pray that the space would not be blown up and collapsed. So the evil god cannot be provoked. I seem to be unlucky recently. I was hunted by Dormammu before, and now it's the unknown evil god. After sensing that the portal could be used normally, Li Feng, who could run, even if he couldn't beat them, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and scratched his head and asked, "Please explain how the evil god behaved in front of the nuclear bomb." The middle-aged woman was stunned. "What do you mean? From your tone, you still want to kill the god." The middle-aged woman called up the surveillance records to check the scene when Li Feng slaughtered the monster. While analyzing Li Feng's strength, she explained, "The data shows that the evil god was injured in the center of the nuclear bomb, and even half of his body was evaporated, but a few days later, he appeared in front of the world unharmed. Research has shown that, as long as he does not die on the spot, he can continue to heal and reborn, and he usually hides in a different world somewhere under our feet, and our weapons cannot pass through space. We can only passively take the beating, but we can't make any effective counterattack." Different space? Why does it sound like this guy is quite weak? He only dares to hide in the dimension attached to the earth and dares not easily invade the earth? In the agreement, this guy's requirements clearly state that he needs to absorb emotions such as fear. Wouldn't invading the earth absorb more fear? It can't be that this guy is thinking about a long-term relationship. He is probably a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. I like guys who are afraid of death. Li Feng was silent for a while, touching the pseudo-seraphim feather and Loki mask in his shoulder bag. He suddenly felt the desire to fight and wanted to try the taste of killing gods. With a cold face, Li Feng pretended to be an outsider and asked, "Do you know which race he belongs to?" The middle-aged woman was stunned for a long time, blushed and whispered, "I don't know. I only know that he is huge and belongs to one of the old gods of the earth." To be ashamed, although the middle-aged woman is the boss of the building under her feet, she really doesn't know what kind of god the evil god belongs to. In fact, she even found some basic information about the evil god from the database. She is just an ordinary woman and has no courage to face the evil god. As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, the whole building shook violently. The middle-aged woman grabbed the microphone with a pale face and shouted, "He must have discovered that the sacrifice failed. He is going to spread fear. Please, kill the sacrifice and calm his anger. Then we will discuss other things." What to discuss? Of course, we should first find out Li Feng's strength before discussing the matter of killing the gods. It is related to the safety of the earth. The middle-aged woman can't afford to gamble. Unfortunately, there is nothing to discuss. It's nighttime now. Li Feng immediately stepped on the black cloud and floated in the air. He kept provoking the evil god, "Little bug, come out and play." The evil god, who felt the provocation, was stunned for a while. When he realized that Feng was not even a demigod, he roared angrily and accelerated his crawling out of his nest. Just as Kurt and others in the cabin ran out of the cabin and hid in the distance, a huge palm just broke out of the ground. Soon, the original appearance of the evil god appeared in front of Feng. Looking at the evil god with horns and black and red body, Feng smelled the sulfur on his nose and raised his mouth slightly. The ancient evil god of hell. Judging from his body size, he is still a descendant of the Titans. Although this guy is a god, his divine power level is only slightly stronger than Thor, but his breath feels so weak that he is comparable to Sif and others. Is this guy injured? Exclamation mark. Or has he been hiding in the alien space for many years, resulting in insufficient divine power? Such a lingering waste dares to call himself a god. If it weren't for the Titan bloodline, it would have been nuclearized by humans long ago. After a rough judgment, Feng took out the Loki mask and put it on his face before the other party made a move. When a green face appeared on Feng's head, he felt the divine power of the Loki mask running in his body and secretly hid the pseudo-seraphim feather in the mind gem. This is the trump card of the god killer, and it cannot be used until the critical moment. Then, Feng's muscles were tense, and the spiritual fire burning all over his body rushed straight to the ceiling. The evil god looked at the demigod who was not a weakling before, and turned gorgeously into a weak demigod. His face froze. Brother, I'm hiding in the other space, and not making trouble. Why are you plotting against me? I just want to come out and pose, and then take the sacrifice home. Can people still have some integrity? The evil god hesitated for a while. Although his power is slightly stronger than Feng, it is limited after all. Feng relies on the protection of Loki's mask. It is estimated that he will not be able to kill the other party for a while. Even if he wins in the end, it will only be a miserable victory. After that, he will spend a lot of energy to repair his body, and Feng will also go home to recuperate. The problem is, what about next time? Humans will know that someone can resist his power, and they will definitely stop offering sacrifices. By then, his power will become weaker and weaker, and it is hard to say who will win after Feng recovers from his injuries. Thinking of this, the evil god thought he should go home and hide. Unfortunately, Feng has calculated everything just to try the taste of killing gods. How could he let the other party go easily? Just as the evil god was about to turn around and flee, Feng waved his hand to set up a mirror space. There was no pre-war declaration, no responsibilities, and the other party made their own positions clear. This was a battle where either you die or I escape. Feng raised his hand neatly and fired a nuclear reaction spirit fireball, which made the opponent unable to concentrate on breaking free from the mirror space. Then, Feng, who was wearing a shield, bullied the opponent's huge size and teleported behind the opponent, preparing to use the sickle to cut the opponent's body, and then stuffed the pseudo-angel feather into the opponent's body to weaken the opponent's power. The evil god in the pseudo-seraphim feather, one is holy and the other is evil. I believe that the chemistry between the two will be very good in the evil god's body. But Feng forgot that the evil god was a titan after all. The physical strength of this race was beyond Feng's imagination. The sharp sickle only left a string of sparks on the opponent's back. Only opened the skin. Feng's eyes bulged, and he changed his plan instantly. When the evil god turned to face him, Feng transformed into a phantom body and rushed towards the evil god's left eye with a fearless momentum, while the real body entered invisibility and rushed towards the evil god's right eye with a sickle. He just didn't believe that the evil god's eyeball could still withstand the sickle. The evil god was also carrying the name of God, so he naturally saw through Feng's tricks at a glance. He hurriedly covered his right eye with one hand and slapped Feng with the other hand. Damn, Feng cursed inwardly and suddenly lowered his flying altitude. It seemed that he was avoiding the palm, but in fact he rushed towards the evil god's big mouth, intending to throw the pseudo-angel feather into the other's mouth. The evil god realized something and closed his mouth tightly. His palm followed Feng closely, with an expression of "there is a mosquito on the mouth. I want to hit it." Chapter 312, Regeneration of Broken Limbs. As mentioned before, the evil god is huge, so big that his nostrils are like the ventilation ducts in a shopping mall. Although Li Feng didn't want to drill into the ventilation duct, it also made him brighten up when he was about to hit the other party's lips. "I'll clear the duct for you, no need to thank me." As he raised his hand, Li Feng instantly fired a slightly weaker nuclear reaction fireball into the other party's nostrils, and then teleported behind the other party to avoid the explosion. Boom! After a huge explosion, the evil god's face was blown beyond recognition, the kind that even the top Korean beauticians would not come to rescue. Looking at the evil god who slowly fell, Li Feng was stunned. Did he die so easily? Could it be that the nostrils are close to the brain, and the explosion just now blew his brain away? It doesn't make sense. The other party is also a god after all. Could it be that the other party feels that in this world, where appearance is everything, he will not be able to face people in the future, so he might as well die? This is really the face that is more important than anything else. While entertaining himself, Li Feng, who has never underestimated the other party's vitality, opened his Dharma eyes to look at the other party's spirit. After confirming that the evil god's spirit was normal, Li Feng dragged a huge water ball with both hands and smashed it hard at the evil god, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. "No matter whether you are really dead or pretending to be dead, I will take this opportunity to lock you up in time stagnation first, and then I will make good use of you." Seeing that the time spell was about to hit the evil god with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and a fireball with black energy and the size of a human body appeared on the horns on his head. After the fireball penetrated the water mass representing the time spell, it still came towards Li Feng at a very fast speed. Li Feng drove the black cloud and moved sideways, narrowly avoiding the fireball. Before Li Feng was happy, the fireballs wrapped in black energy behind him suddenly exploded, forming black and red fireballs the size of a human head, which rained down on Li Feng. Among them, there were several fireballs dominated by black flames, which were secretly suspended between the fireballs, looming. Seeing the flames that covered the mirror space in a short time, Li Feng's face darkened. Although He Yun's agility was very high, it was enough for him to avoid the rain of flames in time. Moreover, he was protected by a shield and armor, so he would not die for a while. But the mirror space could not withstand the corrosion of the opponent's divine flames. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng controlled the defeated water mass to gather towards the evil god, while gathering the spiritual fireballs of the nuclear reaction. Just as the water mass wrapped around the evil god's limbs and trapped it, the pores on Li Feng's back burst instantly. Li Feng, who received an alarm in his brain, did not care to continue to control the water flow. He moved sideways to avoid danger, while increasing the mana of the shield, hoping that the shield could withstand the danger. Unfortunately, Li Feng's dodge was a step slower and he underestimated the black flames. I saw a ball of black flames pass through the shield and directly attached to his right arm, and the armor on his arm instantly became bumpy. Then, Li Feng clearly felt that his lovely right hand quickly lost his intuition. Li Feng's brain was buzzing and he thought, pearls. Although Li Feng dared to challenge the evil god now, he relied on the divine power given by Loki's mask. But the mask's other name, Night God, reminded Li Feng that, as long as the sun rises, the mask will be off duty, and it will not continue to protect Li Feng. By then, without the divine power of the mask, how can Li Feng withstand the corrosive energy on his arm? This time, it's really out of control. Li Feng, who had a premonition that he would not survive, made up his mind, and a long-lost scarlet appeared in his eyes. "You want to kill me? I will fight you to death, and I will heal your arm after I kill you." In an instant, Li Feng overdrew the power of the mask, with a green face with a crack on it, and appeared at the corner of the evil god's mouth with a shield, and without thinking, he shot the pseudo-seraph feather into the other party's mouth like a flying knife. Then, Li Feng, with a green face with two cracks on it, teleported to the other party's chest, raised the sickle that activated the ability to devour souls, and stabbed it into the other party's heart. The tip of the sickle flew away, but the sickle also pierced into the opponent's chest. This was not the end. Li Feng then teleported to the air and controlled the water mass to trap the evil god's limbs firmly in time stagnation, making it unable to move. Finally, Li Feng, whose entire green face was covered with dense cracks, activated the mind gem and held up the nuclear reaction fireball covered with spiritual fire to read the bar. The pseudo-seraphim feather took the lead in taking effect, and the corroded evil god screamed, but he was helpless, because the sickle on his chest was taking the opportunity to absorb his soul. As long as he dared to distract himself against the pseudo-seraphim feather, Cartisley, who had two cattails in the sickle, would increase the power of absorbing souls. The last and most tragic thing was that his limbs were imprisoned in time. If he wanted to break free, he must have strength first, but he had to fight against the threat of the pseudo-seraphim and the sickle, so he had no extra strength to break free from the time stagnation. He could only watch Li Feng cast a powerful spell. More than 20 seconds later, only a thin, almost transparent green mask remained on Li Feng's face, and only the mana to open the portal remained in his body. I can't read the bar anymore. I still need to use Loki's mask to resist the corrosive energy on my arm. Thinking of this, Li Feng fiercely smashed the nuclear reaction fireball at the evil god, and instantly opened the portal to escape from the mirror space. Boom! After a loud noise, a mushroom cloud rose in the mirror space. Li Feng, who returned to the real world, looked at the space cracks that appeared inexplicably around him, grinned and smiled silently. It's okay, the mirror space is not completely broken, and there is still a chance to touch the corpse. But before returning to the mirror space to pick up equipment, I will heal my arm first. Li Feng looked at his shiny black right arm, and shouted to Kurt, who was confused in the distance. Hey, help me, man. Me. Kurt pointed at himself, and saw Li Feng nodded. He looked like his parents had died, staggered towards the green-headed Li Feng, and asked with a smile that was uglier than crying, "Sir, what do you need me to do?" "Help me cut off my right arm," Li Feng panted, but his tone was light, as if the person whose hand was cut off was not him. Kurt looked at Li Feng's black arm, and felt like crying. How dare he swing his knife to cut Li Feng? Isn't this courting death? If Li Feng was unhappy afterwards, he would definitely be the first to suffer. Kurt pointed at Julie in the distance, and said with a faint cry, "She is studying medicine. Why don't you let her see if your hand can be saved? Save it. My broken limbs are better than any doctor's. If I didn't dare to cut it myself, what's your business?" Li Feng said impatiently, "Hurry up, or I'll cut you." While speaking, Li Feng picked up a branch on the ground and bit it in his mouth like the plot in the film and television drama, indicating that Kurt should not hesitate if he is a man. Damn, am I so unlucky? Kurt turned his head and looked around, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He said slowly, "Sir, I don't have a knife." As soon as Kurt finished speaking, a group of fully armed soldiers rushed towards Li Feng with guns. Li Feng could see that the soldiers really wanted to kill him, and at the same time, he also understood why the soldiers did so. It was nothing more than that the other party saw him fighting with the evil god before, and now the evil god has not left the mirror space, and they think that the evil god is likely to be dead, and he is now a being who can kill the evil god. An evil god has messed up the world, and what kind of trouble can a being more powerful than the evil god cause? What if Li Feng is more hateful than the evil god? This world will be doomed. Therefore, it is better to take advantage of Li Feng's weakness to destroy him, and completely eliminate the troubles for this world. There is another concern. If the evil god is not dead, they can use Li Feng's life to ask for credit from him. At least Li Feng's life can calm the anger of the evil god. From the other side's point of view, Li Feng also thinks that it is better for him to die. But what about Li Feng's consideration? I worked hard to help you kill the evil god, and it's okay if you don't thank me, but you still want to kill me. The corners of Li Feng's mouth twitched in anger, and a trace of scarlet appeared in his eyes. He quickly released the dementors, and ordered in a cold tone, "Kill, don't leave anyone in the whole building." Wang Ke glanced at the extremely weak Li Feng. If possible, he actually hoped that Li Feng would die. After all, once Li Feng died, he would be free as a slave. Unfortunately, under the slave contract, Wang Ke could only slaughter the soldiers in front of him, leaving a few tribesmen to protect Li Feng, and then led the army to kill the building. Knowing that his mind was in trouble again, Li Feng closed his eyes and said, "Those soldiers have knives on them." After a pause, Li Feng shouted fiercely, "Hurry up." Kurt was frightened by Li Feng's tone, and ran to the soldiers tremblingly. After finding a machete from the corpse, he ran back to Li Feng tremblingly. Li Feng looked at Kurt's trembling hands. Your hands are shaking. I'm afraid you will kill me. Covering his face, Li Feng raised the shield, exposed his right hand outside the shield, raised his breath and said, use more force. Solve it in one go, and I will give you some small things afterwards. Real good things. I don't want good things. I want to go home. Kurt smiled slowly, took a few deep breaths to calm down, and then swung the knife to cut off Li Feng's right arm. The moment his arm was cut off, Li Feng's eyes bulged, and his forehead was instantly covered with sweat. He bit off the stick in his mouth in pain and cursed, "Fuck, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Before he fainted from the pain, Li Feng quickly used up his last bit of magic power to cast the broken limb regeneration. On the side, Kurt stared with wide eyes, watching Li Feng's right hand first extend bones for no reason, then blood vessels, and finally muscles and skin. A few seconds later, Li Feng, who had recovered his right hand, panted heavily, collapsed on the ground, and took off the mask. On the side, Kurt stared at Li Feng, who suddenly changed from 20 to more than 50 years old, and lowered his head silently. Li Feng had expected the change in his appearance. After all, the side effect of Loki's mask is to consume vitality, and he overdrawn the power of the mask, which was burning his own life. But Li Feng didn't care. If he wanted to live longer, he had plenty of ways. Unfortunately, the broken Loki mask cannot be repaired. Li Feng sighed, this is one of my trump cards. Li Feng took out some healing and magic recovery potions from his shoulder bag and poured them into his mouth. He also took out some magic props, patted Kurt's shoulder with his newly grown right hand, and said with a smile, choose your own gifts. I will explain the functions of the props to you later. I will recover my magic power first. After that, Li Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and ignored Kurt, who was confused. After more than 10 minutes, Li Feng, who had recovered some magic power, called back the dementors and couldn't wait to open the mirror space to touch the corpse. In the mirror space, Li Feng glanced at the crystal walls full of cracks around him and then looked at the evil god lying in a pool of blood. He released the dementors and ordered, check if there are still souls in the space. After the dementors confirmed that there were no signs of any living creatures in the space, Li Feng drove the black cloud and slowly approached the evil god. Chapter 313, Profit or Loss. Looking at the black and red blood of the evil god all over the ground, Li Feng smacked his lips with regret, hurriedly took out the green-skinned gourd, drank the little bit left in the gourd, and then carefully collected all the blood of the evil god into the gourd. Then, Li Feng flew to the chest of the evil god, and just when he was about to reach out and hold the sickle, his whole body froze. Danger? Scratching his head, Li Feng circled around the sickle and wondered, what does it mean? The little guy in the sickle has evolved again. It seems so. No matter how little power the evil god has, he is still a god. The little guy has absorbed the soul of a god. There is no reason not to evolve. After thinking about it, Li Feng, who did not dare to reach out and touch the sickle, sent the sickle into the portable space through the air, ready to wait until his own strength recovered before checking the sickle. After dealing with the sickle, Li Feng happily dug open the chest of the evil god and pulled out the heart that was no longer beating. This is a good thing. Whether Li Feng grinds the heart into powder and uses it as a medicinal material or exchanges it with some great gods, it will be a business that will not lose money. After sealing the huge heart, Li Feng grinned and flew to the evil god's head to look for the pseudo-seraphim feather. After a while, Li Feng found a pseudo-seraphim feather with only 3 hairs left on a hollow tube. How come it is bald? Li Feng was a little confused. This thing is his first choice for dealing with dark creatures. Without it, Li Feng would be less confident when facing dark creatures. For example, when facing Mephisto, Li Feng with the pseudo-seraphim feather and without the feather in his hand is completely two different attitudes. It seems that I have to hide from Mephisto in the future, Li Feng thought helplessly. Loki's mask was broken and the energy of the pseudo-seraphim feather was almost exhausted. In the end, I only got the body of the evil god. Did I make a profit or a loss? In the struggle, Li Feng, with a desolate face, dismembered the evil god. He dared not keep the complete body of the evil god, nor did he dare to make the evil god into a mummy. Although the gods in the Marvel world do not have the setting of dripping blood and rebirth, what if Li Feng didn't want to fight the evil god again, as it would cost lives, so dismemberment was the only fate of the evil god. After sealing a pile of blood, bones, and horns on the top of the head, and putting them into a shoulder bag, Li Feng looked at the space in the mirror, and made sure that nothing was missing. Then he left the space with his head drooping. In the real world, Kurt and his men were gathered in front of the magic props, guessing the function of the props with great interest. When they saw Li Feng suddenly appear with his brows lowered, they knew with their toes that Li Feng was in a bad mood. Kurt, who was elected as the representative of the 5 people, organized the conversation and said slowly, "Sir, is the evil god dead? When will we leave this damn place?" "The evil god is dead. As for leaving, we can leave at any time." Li Feng looked at the props on the ground that had not been turned over and wondered, "Have you chosen a gift? The evil god is dead. It's really a cause for celebration." Kurt and his men looked at each other, their eyes full of joy of escaping death and rebirth. "As for choosing gifts, we don't know anything about the situation. How can we choose?" Kurt shook his head slightly and said with a fake smile, "We don't understand these things, nor do we know how to use them, or the cost of using them, so." Li Feng nodded suddenly. "Are you afraid of losing your life by accidentally using the props? Be careful enough, but this is also human nature. After all, seeing all kinds of monsters in this world with your own eyes, even the dumbest people know that the world is not as beautiful as imagined. Some seemingly ordinary props may be dangerous." Li Feng put the armor into the portable space and sat on the ground weakly. He not only recovered some mana, but also took the opportunity to introduce the effects and side effects of the props to Kurt one by one. After understanding the rules of using the props, Kurt picked up a prop in the envious eyes of his friends and indicated that his gift was chosen. Seeing this, Li Feng waved his hand to open the gas station leading to the old man. There was no way. Li Feng was most familiar with the gas station in this world, and the gas station was remote enough, and no one would disturb him normally. It was a good place for cultivation. Back at the gas station, the old man saw that all the sacrificed animals had returned, and his face turned pale instantly. He turned around and ran back to the dilapidated wooden house, took out a shotgun, and asked in horror, "Are you human or ghost?" Haha. Li Feng sneered a few times and hypnotized the other party with a snap of his fingers. He said to Kurt in a tired tone, "You find a way to go home by yourself. I will stay here temporarily." After that, Li Feng didn't care how Kurt and his friends returned to the city from the deserted place. He walked into the old man's bedroom, released a few dementors as guards, and fell into meditation. 3 days later, Li Feng, who had recovered his strength, had a face of a 30-year-old uncle, sitting on the roof drinking beer and eating steak, while the old man carried a hoe and cultivated the fields behind the dilapidated wooden house to plant wheat. After filling his stomach, Li Feng burped and took out the armor and sickle from the portable space, floating them in front of him. Looking at the pitted armor on the right hand of the armor, Li Feng's eyes twitched. "Damn, I've lost a lot. This is forged with Uru metal. Where can I find Uru metal to repair the armor?" There was no other way. Li Feng could only cast a spell to summon hellfire to cover the armor, and then evenly spread some metal from the chest armor and other parts to repair the right hand armor. However, in this way, the armor seemed to be repaired completely, but the thickness of the metal was reduced. "I don't know if the defense will be weakened. Probably, possibly, maybe." Helplessly, Li Feng put the repaired armor back into the portable space and turned his attention to the sickle. Before, the tip of the sickle was knocked off when it pierced the evil god's chest. Li Feng had no choice but to do the same and summon hellfire again to repair the sickle. After repairing the appearance of the sickle, Li Feng took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and carefully reached out to check Curtis lay in the sickle. After a while, Li Feng put the sickle into his personal space with a look of joy. "Curtis Lay has regained some consciousness. It seems that I have to find a chance to put an end to the abomination. The Hell Knight with the abomination physique is still my exclusive knight." After dealing with the armor and other equipment, Li Feng was about to jump off the roof to get a beer when the roar of the armored vehicle engine came from a distance. Li Feng scratched his head and looked at the armored vehicles approaching the gas station in confusion. Then, the armored vehicle stopped in the distance, and Kurt and 5 others got off the car. Several strong men in black suits and a young woman in a professional suit and gold-rimmed glasses. After a while, several people walked to the wooden house. Kurt, with the word Haggard written on his face, looked up at Feng and said in a slightly tired tone, "Austin, I'm sorry, they are an organization that signed an agreement with the evil god. If I don't tell them that you are at the gas station, they will kill us." Kurt had just finished speaking when the woman with gold-rimmed glasses interrupted him and said, "We didn't say that. Our original words were make you disappear, which means that you join us and delete your life file so that outsiders don't know your existence." The woman with gold-rimmed glasses smiled sweetly, glanced at Kurt, Martin and others with a slightly contemptuous look, and said, "You misunderstood it yourself, so you can't blame us." Kurt and the other 5 rolled their eyes implicitly. "After 3 days of interrogation, you gave us the conclusion that you scare yourself? I don't believe you. Mr. Austin." The woman with gold-rimmed glasses looked up at Feng on the roof and said politely, "We want to talk to you." "What to talk about?" Feng asked with confusion and curiosity. He was indeed quite curious. Logically, the evil god was killed, and everyone celebrated for a few days, and then the organization of the gold-rimmed glasses woman killed the imprisoned monster, and finally everyone went back to their own homes and looked after their mothers. The matter ended here. As for how to treat him, the hero who killed the gods, Feng didn't believe that the other party really didn't know that he had been staying at the gas station honestly for the past 3 days. This is not the era of slash and burn agriculture. Are the satellites in the sky just decorations? In addition to the old man who was clearing the land behind the wooden house, Feng had clearly stated that he didn't want to cause trouble and just wanted to live by guarding the gas station. The gold-rimmed glasses woman glanced at Kurt and the others, and Kurt and the others understood immediately, waved goodbye to Feng, and trotted back to the armored vehicle. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses said with a professional smile, "Who are you? Are you from another dimension like the evil god? We checked your information and found that you suddenly appeared near the gas station 4 days ago." Feng shrugged, neither denying nor admitting the other party's guess. "Just tell me your purpose." The woman with gold-rimmed glasses was silent for a while, pointed to the armored vehicle in the distance. "The vehicle is loaded with our tools for catching monsters. Do you need me to introduce them to you?" Feng put his right hand on his forehead to block the sunlight, grinned while looking at the armored vehicle. "There are all kinds of advanced weapons on the armored vehicle." Seeing the other party nodded, Feng couldn't help laughing and said, "The evil god that couldn't be killed by nuclear bombs was killed by me. Do you think you can subdue me with just a pile of scrap copper and iron?" "Subdue you? We are not that stupid. You misunderstood me." The woman with gold-rimmed glasses shook her head slightly, pushed the glasses on her nose, and said, "We checked the gift you gave to Mr. Kurt and found some rune characters engraved on it. I think you are the legendary wizard. We are here to seek help. We want you to bless the rune characters for the weapons to capture monsters, or teach us the rune characters." After a pause, the woman with gold-rimmed glasses said sadly, "We have no choice but to disturb you." Taking a deep breath and sighing sadly, the woman with gold-rimmed glasses continued, "Although the evil god has been killed, there are still many monsters on the earth waiting for us to destroy and capture, but our weapons are too weak for monsters. We have to pay several lives every time to complete the task, so we hope you can help." Feng was a little surprised, but he didn't want to carve rune characters or teach apprentices for the other party. If he had that time, he might as well practice. Even drinking is more interesting than teaching apprentices. Besides, did the other party really come to learn rune characters to capture monsters? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid you just want to learn magic. Are you not satisfied with studying monsters? Feng shook his head with a smile. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses was stunned for a moment when she saw Feng's refusal, and then smiled and said, "Austin, sir, how about you listen to our conditions before you refuse?" "No time." Feng moved his hands and feet. A trace of scarlet flashed in his eyes, and released the dementors and ordered, "I need to kill to release the desire in my heart. From now on, you will search for monsters all over the world. Didn't you say that there are many monsters on Earth? I will kill until you have no monsters to study." Chapter 314, A Purely Kind Person. Feng killed monsters in the world of Cabin in the Woods for 3 years before he vented his anger. After that, He left behind various legends and returned to the Marvel world. The reason why Li Feng did not dare to wait until the quantum energy weakened was that he was worried that he would run into Dormammu when he returned. You know, quantum energy is needed to start the portal, and the quantum energy begins to weaken before returning to the Marvel world, which means that Li Feng cannot open the portal in a short time. If he is unlucky enough to meet Dormammu, Li Feng will have to wait for death. After returning to the Marvel world, Li Feng stood invisible on the street, looked at the busy streets, and looked at the intact Hong Kong temple behind him, and he was slightly relieved. Now it seems that my luck is not bad. Li Feng, who was in a good mood, looked at the barbecue on the street, wiped his saliva greedily, and touched his pockets that were cleaner than his face. He flew high into the sky with a twitch of his mouth and opened the portal to Stark's house. After crossing the portal, Li Feng walked straight to the wine cabinet and shouted, "Jarvis, I want some skewers and cold beer." As soon as he finished speaking, Jarvis's magnetic voice rang out in the living room. "Okay, Mr. Austin, I'll arrange it for you right away." Li Feng picked out the most pleasing wine from the wine cabinet and took a big sip. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, looked around, and asked, "Where's Stark? Hasn't he walked out of the desert yet?" At this time, footsteps came from the direction of the underground studio, and Stark's voice, "How is it possible? You left the desert, and I got home right after you." Jarvis, who was dedicated to his work, reminded, "Sir, do I need to remind you that you and Austin only returned home 3 days apart?" Stark, who walked to the bar with a bag of tea and a wristband, froze in his face and said unhappily, "You have already reminded me." Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help laughing, holding his stomach and praising, "Jarvis, good job." After a pause, Li Feng tilted his head and smiled. "I'm curious if Potts drove Stark away as a homeless when he returned home. Jarvis, can you tell me?" "Jarvis, you are my butler." Stark rolled his eyes and said with resentment. He looked Li Feng up and down and asked curiously, "Man, how come you suddenly look 10 years older? You need to learn moderation." "Moderation?" Li Feng shrugged and said with a wry smile, "I got carried away and was almost killed by an evil god. I could only burn my vitality to kill him." "Evil god?" Stark pinched his nose, threw the tea leaves and wristbands in his hand on the bar, poured himself a glass of wine, and said sourly, "It seems that our supreme sorcerer Mr. Strange is right. You really escaped to another world to play. Ancient One's tea leaves and my communicator? How did they get into Stark's hands? Did Strange look for Stark?" Li Feng casually put the tea leaves into his shoulder bag, played with the communicator that could not be turned on, and asked, "Why do I hear you are envious and jealous? Are you envious of me being able to go to another world, or are you envious of Strange becoming the supreme sorcerer?" Stark's eyes twitched slightly, and he curled his lips proudly. "Envy others? How is that possible? I'm the most enviable existence." Stark said so, but in his heart, he really envied Strange's adventure. After all, not long ago, he could still use magic to beat Strange and make him cry for his parents. But since the end of the Dormammu invasion, when Strange brought Li Feng through the tea leaves and communicator left in the other world to find him to seek a way to heal his hands, Stark found that the other party could beat him with magic alone. If it was just a simple magic contest, he would lose if he lost. Stark could also comfort himself by saying that he had just become a wizard for a few days. He would practice more in the future and beat Strange in the future. But how could Strange use the Eye of Agamotto to beat him in the Iron Man suit? Doesn't the golden signboard of Iron Man have any face? The past is unbearable to look back on. With a little sadness, Stark drank the wine in the glass used to heal his fragile heart and asked, "Tell me about your experience in the other world. How did you get into a fight with the evil god and make yourself 10 years older?" Li Feng heard that Stark and Strange had a story, but he was not interested in the story of the two grown men. In addition, Stark obviously didn't want to talk, so he didn't bother to ask anything. Li Feng jumped on the bar, drank a glass of wine, and ate the skewers sent by the chef, telling his own experience. After a long time, Stark's eyes flashed and asked, "Do you have the blood of the evil god in your hand?" Li Feng nodded. He guessed what Stark wanted to do, but the blood of the evil god was not only useless to Stark, but also harmful. He didn't want Stark to be contaminated with the blood of the evil god, at least, not before Stark's strength was weak. Patting Stark on the shoulder and wiping off the oil stains, Feng advised, "Listen to me, your strength is too weak. You are not qualified to study the blood of the evil god at present, unless you want to become like Cassilis, wearing sunglasses all day long." Cassilis' sunglasses are very unique, covering his entire face. Stark glanced at the grease on his shoulder speechlessly, wondering, is it not possible to study it? No, Feng refused firmly. After thinking about it, Feng was worried that Stark's curiosity and competitiveness would be too strong, and he would secretly study more dangerous spells. So he warned him, the practice of magic is dangerous at every step, especially when it comes to matters related to dark energy. You can never be too careful. Pointing at himself, Feng's mouth trembled slightly, and he smiled bitterly. What do you think of my usual personality? Am I a little like a normal person? Spreading his hands, Feng explained weakly, you can't imagine the corrosiveness of dark energy. Once corroded, you will either become a fool and a paranoid like Cassilis, or your heart will be full of darkness, calculating all day long, or you will be open-minded like Ancient One, and don't care about anything, including life and death. I choose to be a heartless person, to avoid the growth of darkness in my heart. After all, fools have luck, and only those who are heartless can be happy all day long. In addition, in my daily life, I always carry beer with the effect of holy water, and I have to practice angel spells. Is it easy for me? Also, the energy attribute of the evil god does not match yours. He is dark flame. What about you? Although I haven't checked you, you are definitely not of the dark attribute. If you dare to study the evil god, you will be finished sooner or later. If you don't die on the spot, you will be waiting to be blackened. Stark was silent for a while, rolled his eyes and said, thank you for worrying about me. You are almost like my mother. That being said, Feng knew that Stark temporarily gave up the heart of studying the evil god, which made him slightly relieved. Stark was related to his backup plan. If something went wrong, Feng would cry to death. For this reason, Feng didn't even dare to tell Stark that he had the Holy Grail and the Holy Grail artifact that could purify the blood of the evil god. If Stark knew the existence of the Holy Grail, Feng would have no good life. But I can study the blood of the evil god. After all, my attributes are also dark and flame. Should I use the Holy Grail to turn myself into a half-human, half-titan? It seems a bit dangerous. Why not use Scar to do the experiment first? Anyway, that thing is a fire dragon, and it is obviously a fire attribute. By the way, where is Scar? Feng glanced at the room, looked in the direction of the kitchen where there was no movement, and wondered, where has Scar gone? I haven't seen her since I entered the house. She went to play with Steve. Stark shrugged and said helplessly, you have a good pet. You coaxed Potts to buy thousands of cattle and sheep for her. This is nothing. It's just a little money. I don't care. Stark's tone changed, gritting his teeth and said, but she coaxed Potts to build a bird's nest in my bedroom and sleep in my bedroom at night. That cheap bird, how she considered my feelings? She wants the Stark family to be extinct? Feng was a little confused. He didn't care how Scar and Stark got along. After all, Scar could only stay in the Stark family for a limited time. Even if Stark and Potts were not allowed to have a baby, it would only be these few days. Stark would just bear it. He wondered how Scar was related to Steve. Moreover, Steve could actually get Scar to come to him and ask for playtime. How did they know each other? Feng asked with narrowed eyes. Stark spread his hands and explained, it's all your fault. Feng blinked blankly and asked, what do you mean? I didn't introduce Scar to Steve. That's not what I meant. Stark pointed to the shoulder bag behind Feng and said, mummies are a specialty of the desert area. Aladdin's lamp is also a specialty of the desert area. And you spent the first half of your life in the desert, and now you run to the desert whenever you have time. You are clearly telling Fury that there are treasures or a wizard organization in the desert. I'm not to blame for this, but Fury's imagination is still as big as ever. Feng grinned and said, so what? So, Stark, who knew that there was actually nothing in the desert, shrugged and smiled. SHIELD has several satellites flying over the desert all year round. So when we appeared in the desert, the people of Shield knew that Scar was a dragon and that she was your pet. Later, Pods raised the cattle and sheep we bought by the lake. When Scar was staring at the cattle and sheep and drooling all day, Shield would naturally send people to contact Scar to inquire about the news. Tilting his head, Feng half affirmed and half guessed. They sent Steve to contact Scar. Stark raised his eyebrows. Captain's shield is good and can block Scar's attack. Who else should Fury send if not him? By the way, I heard Scar say that she can sense that Steve is a kind person and it will be good for her to have more contact with Steve. After a pause, Stark said uncertainly, from what Scar said, it seems to be related to whether she can enter the dragon paradise after her death. Feng could guess something about what happened next without Stark's introduction. In the world of Dragonheart, Jack dared to give half of his dragon heart to Enon, even though he knew that Enon was not a good person, just to enter the dragon paradise after his death. Entering heaven after death has risen to the level of dragon belief. As for Scar's purpose of approaching Steve, Feng knew it without having to guess. At this moment, Jarvis suddenly said, "Sir, Miss Scar called. What does she want to eat?" Stark covered his face and said, "Answer it." As soon as Stark finished speaking, Scar's crying voice rang in the room. "Stark, is my boss back? If he doesn't come back, he will never see the lovely Scar again." Chapter 315 Captain America 2. Feng was puzzled when he received Scar's call for help. Didn't we agree to have fun together with Steve? Why did he speak as if he was bullied by Steve? Could it be that Steve, who only relied on his pension, wanted to taste dragon meat, but found that he had no money in his pocket, so he sharpened his knife and went to Scar? "Where are you?" Feng asked curiously. "Is Steve going to braise you or steam you? Does he have such a big pot at home?" Scar was quite normal and happy when he heard Feng's voice on the phone, but when he heard Feng mention braised and steamed, his brain circuit suddenly became new, and he didn't care what Feng meant by the words, and subconsciously said, "I want to eat steamed lamb and braised lamb." In addition to eating, what else do you know? Feng covered his face. Stark had expected this, patted Feng on the shoulder and comforted him. "Scar has long been hopeless, give up treatment." Scar hadn't finished speaking when Steve's urgent voice came on the phone. "Austin? Is Stark here? I need help." The captain also sought help. Feng and Stark looked at each other in confusion. If it was just Scar asking for help, Stark would not take it seriously. After all, he knew what kind of person Scar was. This guy only wanted to eat. Perhaps for Scar, the only difficulty in the world was having nothing to eat. Similarly, there was nothing that food could not solve. Considering that Scar was now hanging out with a poor guy like Steve, Stark initially thought that Steve was being eaten by Scar and had to perform on the street to make a living, and Scar couldn't stand the hunger and called for help just to get a good meal from him. But now, how come Steve is in trouble too? Stark frowned and replied, "Captain, what happened?" On the phone, Steve seemed to be worried about something. After a moment of silence, he said, "Natasha and I are together. Please Austin to pick us up." Feng's eyes widened. What's going on? Why is Steve with Natasha? Where is his old lover Peggy Carter? Okay, tell me the address. I'll pick you up now. As Steve told him the address, Feng waved his hand to open the portal. Scar was the first to fly through the portal. He stared at Feng, who looked 10 years older. Before Steve and Natasha, who were also puzzled, asked, Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't ask about my appearance. I don't want to tell you even if you ask. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." Scar flew to Feng's shoulder and cried hypocritically, "Boss, you are finally back. Hurry up and remove my transformation. I want revenge. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. bullied me, called me a cheap bird and a stupid bird, and surrounded me in the elevator to discuss how to eat me." Elevator? What does that mean? The most important thing is, who can a dragon like you who can't even resist swords and knives seek revenge? Believe it or not, any random agent can smack you and then stew you into a pot of broth. Feng rolled his eyes and turned to look at Natasha and Steve. On the side, Stark looked at Steve, who was wearing a baseball cap and a pair of glasses that looked like antiques, and couldn't help but complain, "Captain, your eyes are very suitable for you. They are antiques." Steve smiled falsely. He was in no mood to joke with Stark now, and said bluntly, at 1:03 this morning, Fury failed to be rescued in the hospital. Steve lowered his head and said sadly, he was shot to death. Stark was stunned, turned his head, and looked at Li Feng. Seeing that Li Feng's eyes were full of disbelief and weirdness, Stark instantly realized that Steve was talking about failed to be rescued in the hospital, not died on the spot. He knew that Coulson's heart was stabbed, and he could be saved by Fury, which shows how advanced the medical methods in S.H.I.E.L.D. are. To be honest, even if Fury was shot into a pulp by a Gatling gun in front of Stark, Stark doubted whether Fury would be resurrected from the pulp. Now, Fury actually died in the hospital during the rescue? Who would believe it? This guy must be playing a game of pretending to die. After all, the dead will not die again, Stark judged. But this is just speculation after all, and Stark has no evidence that Fury is still alive. What can he say? Besides, what if this is part of a plan made by Mr. Fury, who is in the late stage of paranoia? Stark doesn't want to get into trouble for no reason. He has enough troubles already. Instead of getting involved in Fury's troubles, he might as well use the time to practice magic. He's a good man. Stark pretended to bow his head and mourn for Fury for a few seconds, then looked up and asked, what do you need me to do? Arrange a cemetery with a better view? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Li Feng, who was standing aside, saw Jarvis immediately projecting all the cemeteries in New York, and couldn't help laughing like a pig. Jarvis, in a word, absolutely cooperative in choosing a cemetery. How did you calculate it? Seeing Steve and Natasha glaring at him, Li Feng realized that he was being rude and quickly restrained his expression and said, do you need me to perform a ritual? Don't worry, it's free. Otherwise, I'll give you a few paper figurines, so that Fury can also set up SHIELD in hell. SHIELD in hell. Steve and Natasha's eyes twitched, and they looked at each other speechlessly. They knew that Stark and Li Feng didn't get along with Fury on weekdays, but they never thought that after the two knew the news of Fury's death, one was laughing, and the other was choosing a cemetery. This is too gloating. What kind of operation is this? Don't you know that the dead are the greatest? Helplessly, Steve felt that he should explain the matter as soon as possible, and then leave immediately. He didn't want to see the two people joking about Fury's death. He was afraid that he would beat them up. Fury died in my house. He came to me in the middle of the night and told me that there was a spy inside S.H.I.E.L.D. He also gave me a USB flash drive. After that, S.H.I.E.L.D. followed the procedure to ask Fury why he came to me. The problem is that I really don't know why Fury came to me. Steve spread his hands and said helplessly, S.H.I.E.L.D. put me on the wanted list because I didn't tell them the cause of Fury's death. At this point, Natasha took out the USB flash drive from her pocket and said, this is the USB flash drive that Fury died for. However, the little thing contains S.H.I.E.L.D's level 6 positioning program. Once it is used, S.H.I.E.L.D. can locate us within 9 minutes. Stark took the USB flash drive and put it in his palm to check. You want me to crack the program so that you can view the contents? Natasha nodded. We want to know what Fury found out, why he was so sure that there was a spy inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and what the connection was between his death and the spy. Li Feng glanced at the USB flash drive. The plot of Captain America 2. Stark shrugged, casually inserted the USB flash drive into the interface, and ordered, Jarvis, crack the contents. After a while, Jarvis's apologetic voice rang out in the room. Sorry, sir, the USB drive is protected by artificial intelligence. It keeps rewriting the program to cancel my instructions. I need time to crack it, sir. I found that I'm being tracked. Aren't you an artificial intelligence? Stark, who felt embarrassed that Jarvis failed to crack the USB drive instantly, frowned and asked, how long will it take to crack it and track the other party's address? The other party is in Wheaton, New Jersey. While Jarvis was speaking, he projected a map of New Jersey and quickly locked the location, saying, I need more than 10 hours to crack the USB drive. When you succeed in cracking it, your actions will also be exposed to SHIELD. Natasha had a headache. After all, Stark was not a member of SHIELD, and at most he was just a consultant. And this time it was obviously an internal matter of SHIELD, and she didn't want Stark, an outsider, to interfere in the internal affairs of SHIELD. After all, Stark had a history of invading SHIELD, and who knows if the other party will take advantage of the chaos of SHIELD to invade again. On the side, Steve stared at the projected map and said, I know this place. It's where I received training when I was in the army. Natasha thought for a moment, walked to the USB drive, unplugged it, and said, Austin, please take us to Wheaton, New Jersey. Li Feng scratched his head. Don't let Jarvis continue to crack it. No. Natasha smiled falsely and said, the captain and I will go there to check the situation in person. Maybe it will be faster. Check in person? Li Feng understood Natasha's implication, which was nothing more than asking him and Stark not to meddle in other people's business. Stark, who also understood Natasha's words, shrugged his shoulders and said that he didn't want to get involved in S.H.I.E.L.D's mess. Li Feng was also not interested because he knew what would happen. Even if he wanted benefits, he didn't need to get close to Steve. When he was a spy in S.H.I.E.L.D., was he a vegetarian? Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and saw Scar suddenly fly to Steve's shoulder and said, Boss, I want to help Steve. Li Feng was stunned, and after a moment of silence, he said, do you really think that helping pure and kind people can allow you to enter the dragon paradise after death? Scar shook his head blankly, lowered his head, and looked at his claws, and said in a low voice, I don't know what the final result will be, but this is an opportunity, and I don't want to give up casually. Li Feng looked at Scar seriously, whose expression was rarely serious, nodded slightly, and took out a small bracelet from his shoulder bag, while casting a spell on Scar, and said, the power of the transformation is about to collapse. As long as you want, you can instantly restore to the appearance of a dragon, but I have to remind you that human firearms can hurt you, and you will die. Handing the prop to Scar, Li Feng patted Scar's head gently and said, this is a healing bracelet that can provide certain healing abilities. After a pause, Li Feng let out a long breath and smiled, come back alive. Scar nodded silently, held the bracelet in his mouth, and said thank you to Li Feng, and followed Steve through the portal. On the side, Natasha looked at the healing bracelet on Scar's mouth thoughtfully when she crossed the portal and asked with narrowed eyes, Austin, do you know something? Li Feng smiled and said nothing, just waved his hand to close the portal, then took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and dragged the sofa to the French window. On the surface, Li Feng, who was sitting on the sofa and looking into the distance, seemed to be thinking about something, but in fact, he was contacting the spies in SHIELD. Since sending a lot of spies to SHIELD, Li Feng has always turned a blind eye. Now that SHIELD is about to be disbanded, it would be a bit unconscionable if he doesn't take some benefits at this time. Chapter 316, Pierce is still alive. How many of Li Feng's minions are there in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Li Feng believes that he has not had as many minions as FB and other organizations that have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone Hydra, which has annexed S.H.I.E.L.D. into S.H.I.E.L.D. But Li Feng is not exaggerating when it comes to the power that these minions can exert. Once all the minions exert their strength, he can instantly control the movements of the 3 aerospace carriers in the Inside project. If necessary, he also has enough ability to make an aerospace carrier disappear from the sight of Hydra after it is launched into the air, becoming his personal toy. But Li Feng is not interested in the aerospace carrier. It is not a magic toy that can be carried around, and driving an aerospace carrier is not as fun as driving a motorhome. In addition, if you want the aerospace carrier to play the role of a war machine, you need a large number of people and pilots. But Li Feng has only the minions and the dementors. It is okay for the minions to barely control the aerospace carrier, but if you want the fighters on the aerospace carrier to participate in the war, unless the dementors know how to fly a plane. The problem is that the dementors know nothing about flying a plane. The RV is different. One person can control it perfectly. If the shield on the RV is turned on, Li Feng dares to drive the RV and rush around on the alien battlefield. Just ask whose spaceship can withstand the burning and impact of the spiritual fire. Finally, robbing the aerospace mothership will also expose Li Feng's minions. With Fury's keen sense of smell, this move is equivalent to letting Fury come to trouble him, which is not worth the loss. So unless necessary, Li Feng does not want to participate in the plot of Captain America 2. He is now contacting the minions, just to ask his brothers to help him find a base built by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the early days, which contains 3 one-person high boulders. Feng does not know much about these 3 boulders. He only knows that the black boulders have spatial power, and the white boulders with red lines have time power. As for the last boulders, some say it is related to mass, and some say it is related to dimensional power. Feng does not know what the boulders are for, and what power they have. He will study them slowly, when he gets them. Soon, one of the henchmen who possessed the old man of S.H.I.E.L.D. told Feng the information he knew. The base where the giant stone was hidden was also called the lighthouse base. It was part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regeneration plan. It was built by the first S.H.I.E.L.D. director in 1972 to deal with an event that could destroy the Earth. However, the crisis was later prevented, or for some other reason, the base has never been put into use and became an unfinished project. As for the address of the base, the henchman said he didn't know unless he went to the paper database to check it carefully. After all, this broken place was built a long time ago, and the first director didn't tell anyone before his death, resulting in most people in S.H.I.E.L.D. not knowing where the lighthouse was, and even the name of the lighthouse was very little known. He was able to know a little about the lighthouse thanks to the fact that the host was an old employee. If he wanted the specific address of the lighthouse, I'm afraid Feng would have to wait. Feng had no choice but to ask his men to pay more attention to the information of the lighthouse, or create opportunities to enter the paper database, and to get the address before Carlson and others find the lighthouse, so that he can successfully obtain the 3 samples of the giant stone. After exchanging intelligence and arranging the tasks, Feng, who should have ended the contact, suddenly asked curiously, who is in charge of the Insight project? Originally, the Insight project was Hydra's use of the aerospace mothership in conjunction with the Sorcerer algorithm to eliminate Hydra's potential enemies in advance. The person who previously presided over the Insight project was Alexander Pierce, who was killed by Feng early. At first, Feng was simply curious about which Hydra member took over the Insight project. Who would have thought that the men actually told Feng that the person in charge of the Insight project was Alexander Pierce? This is impossible. Feng sat up from the sofa in shock, staring with wide eyes and questioning. Did you see Pierce appear in S.H.I.E.L.D. with your own eyes? The men who were chatting online through the slave contract were stunned for a while, not understanding why their master was surprised by Pierce's appearance. Pierce is an old employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that Fury has just passed away, and the new director has not yet taken office, who will take charge if Pierce, the most prestigious person in S.H.I.E.L.D., does not come out to preside over the overall situation? Master, Steve and Natasha were listed as wanted criminals. It was Pierce who personally ordered it in front of me. The words of the henchman made Feng's brain completely insufficient. Pierce is still alive. Then what was the one I killed? An inflatable doll that looks like Pierce? Feng sat back on the sofa silently, his mind full of doubts about Pierce is not dead. After a long time, Feng decided to find Pierce in person, to ask what was going on. Where is Pierce? Is it the Triskelion headquarters? After a while, a henchman said weakly, Master, Pierce is not in the headquarters building. He just showed up in front of everyone, and left in a hurry. But I heard that he will return to the headquarters building the day after tomorrow to welcome the members of the Security Council. Just showed up and ran away. Is he afraid of being killed by me? Just as Feng was wondering what kind of fake this newly appeared Pierce was, Stark walked towards Feng, handed him the phone in his hand, and said, Natasha asked you to open a door. Feng looked at the photo of a ruin on the phone, waved his hand to open the portal. After Steve and Natasha crossed the portal with dusty faces, Feng glanced at the scar on Steve's shoulder that was intact, and smiled. You too. You are too miserable. It's less than 15 minutes since you left. How come you have become beggars? Steve forced a smile, looked depressed, and walked aside in silence. Seeing that Steve clearly didn't want to say anything, Feng curiously turned his eyes to Natasha, who had been staring at him. Natasha was silent for a while, observing Feng's facial expression, and slowly explained what happened. The process was similar to that in the movie. After crossing the portal, the two quickly found Dr. Zola hiding underground. But before the two asked too much information, Natasha checked that S.H.I.E.L.D. launched missiles at them. Fortunately, the two of them were lucky enough to survive the missile attack. The reason why Steve was depressed was that Zola told him a shocking secret. The official name of SHIELD is SHIELD. To be honest, not only Steve couldn't stand this news, but even Natasha was confused. She thought that joining SHIELD would wash away all the stains and put her on the right path for the rest of her life. As a result, after working for SHIELD for many years, she found out that she had been working for Hydra. Natasha was a little confused. As a highly capable spy, she should have known and been able to find out what kind of organization was behind her. As a result, after all the fuss, she didn't even know who she was lying for. This news is indeed shocking. Stark frowned, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed them to Steve and Natasha, patted Natasha on the shoulder and comforted her. But this is not your responsibility. This is Fuhrer's responsibility. He is the director of SHIELD. Natasha took the glass, sighed bitterly, and said, "What's the use of saying this now? Fury has already." Before Natasha finished speaking, Feng interrupted with a pout. "Since Fury has found out that there are Hydra people inside SHIELD, will he not be on guard? I bet 2 bags of spicy strips that this black salted egg is hiding in a corner and spying on you." Natasha looked at Feng in a daze. When she was about to ask Feng if he knew anything, Jarvis' voice suddenly rang in the room. "Gentlemen, I have monitored that the SHIELD special forces are surrounding us. Is it Brock Rumlow?" Steve got up and walked to the window, looked at the nearby vehicles, and said to Stark apologetically, "I'm sorry, it should be Jarvis who interpreted the USB flash drive and exposed your position before." "I accept your apology." Stark shrugged indifferently. "By the way, SHIELD dare not do anything to me. I'm the big boss of Stark Group." Natasha, who is more familiar with SHIELD's style, disagrees with Stark's words and said, "If it were before, Rumlow could not determine our location, and he would not dare to intrude here for Stark's face. But now our enemy is Hydra, and I'm worried that Rumlow is also the captain of Hydra. Let's leave here as soon as possible." After that, Natasha looked at Feng and said, "Send us away first. It's easy to open the door, but you have to give me the address. Believe it or not, I can open the door to the moon, where it is absolutely safe." Feng shrugged and asked, "Where do you want to hide?" "Stark and my lakeside are not safe." Steve thought for a while, reported a street name, and said, "This is the home of my new friend. SHIELD will not pay attention to him for the time being, and his home will be relatively safe." Feng nodded. He was too lazy to guess whose house this was. After casting a spell to make Steve and Natasha invisible, he waved his hand to open the portal, stepped through the portal from his side, and said, "Nonsense. I'm always worried about Scar's safety, so I decided to watch from the side. I'll just join in the fun, and will never participate in your actions." Natasha, who stepped through the portal right after him, glanced at Scar, who was in high spirits, raised her eyebrows, and asked in a low voice, "Austin, what do you know?" "I know a lot of things, but why should I answer your questions? Unless you tell me your measurements." Feng shrugged, said nothing, smiled, entered invisible form, and disappeared in front of everyone. Natasha looked at Steve helplessly and complained in a low voice. Stingy guy. Steve didn't complain about it. He just forced a smile and looked around. Seeing that there were not many people on the street, he whispered, "Follow me." After a while, Steve stood in front of his friend's house and knocked gently on the door. Soon, a black friend who had just returned from a morning run looked through the glass door of his house in confusion at the empty outside. Just as the black man thought someone was playing a prank on his door and was about to turn around and continue to enjoy his breakfast, Steve suddenly said, "Sam, it's me, Steve." "Captain?" Sam Wilson looked outside the house in confusion. "Where are you?" Chapter 317. Falcon. Sam Wilson, later known as the Falcon. According to the movie, he once served in the 58th Division Airborne Rescue Force and carried out the Falcon secret plan. He retired due to the unfortunate death of his partner and was heartbroken. He then worked at the Veterans Service. Logically, this guy was a soldier who had worn special equipment with high technological content, and his courage and knowledge should be far beyond that of ordinary people. But when Feng removed the invisibility of Steve and Natasha and suddenly appeared in front of Sam, the black guy was so scared that his mouth opened wide and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. That look made Li Feng unconsciously want to make a big and put it on the other person's head. Steve apologized. I'm sorry to scare you. We need a place to hide. Natasha carefully observed the changes in Sam's expression and added, everyone we know is chasing us. Not everyone. Sam, who put away his surprised expression, stepped aside to make way and motioned for the two to go into the house quickly. From the expression, the other party was not lying and was a trustworthy person. After a simple judgment, Natasha signaled Steve to hurry into the house. After the two people and the bird, actually 3 people, entered the house, Sam looked outside the house and made sure that no one noticed that there were suddenly several more guests in his house. Then he quickly closed the door and drew the curtains. When Sam returned to the living room, he saw that his refrigerator was inexplicably opened, and then a bottle of beer flew out of the refrigerator. Then, as if someone was standing in front of the refrigerator drinking, the bottle in the air kept tilting and pouring out. What the hell is this? Sam swallowed his saliva and looked at Steve with a blank face. Before he could ask, he saw the crow on Steve's shoulder suddenly flew to the bottle and hovered, shouting like a spoiled child, "Boss, leave some for me. I haven't had beer for a long time." A crow spoke human words and asked for beer? Exclamation mark. Sam stared at Scar in a daze and said with a fake smile, "I think I need to go to the hospital to check my brain." Natasha covered her face, glared at Scar in the direction of the wine bottle, and explained helplessly that Sorcerer, who can be invisible, and his pet bird, both of them are not normal in their brains. Just ignore them. Who are you talking about abnormal? Li Feng immediately put down the bottle and shouted after exiting the invisible state, "What's abnormal about me? I'm just thirsty and want to drink some water. How can I bother you?" After speaking, Li Feng turned his head to look at Sam, stretched out his hand to shake hands and said, "My name is Austin, and I'm a..." Cough. Before Li Feng finished saying mage, Natasha quickly coughed and interrupted, "Austin, the more Sam knows about some things, the more dangerous he is. So, shield is full of nonsense." Li Feng shrugged, turned around, took out another bottle of wine from the refrigerator, sat down and drank silently. Steve rubbed his eyebrows as if he had a headache, pointed at Li Feng, who was sitting awkwardly, and said apologetically, "Apology, his identity is confidential." Sam waved his hand and smiled. "No need to explain. I also performed some military missions that required confidentiality. I understand the confidentiality regulations." Steve shrugged apologetically, pointed to his clothes covered with dust, and asked, "Can I use the bathroom?" Sam pointed to the bathroom and smiled, "Of course." After a while, Steve and Natasha cleaned the dust on their bodies and sat at the dining table to discuss who in SHIELD could order a missile launch in the United States. Who else could it be? Pierce. This guy dared to drop a nuclear bomb on me back then. Now it's just a missile. It's just a piece of cake for him, Li Feng said with interest, while holding a bottle of beer in front of the dining table. "I'm actually quite puzzled." Fury had been posting notes all over the street looking for Pierce, which clearly shows that there is something wrong with this guy. How come now that Fury has faked his death, even if Pierce shows up, you guys don't arrest him, but are wanted by others? By the way, where is the evidence Fury collected about Pierce before? Who ate it? Natasha glanced at Li Feng. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she said in a flat tone, "I don't know how much evidence Fury has collected secretly, but to SHIELD, Pierce was just attacked and then hid from the light to the dark. He is still a member of the Security Council." As soon as Natasha finished speaking, Li Feng suddenly realized something. His face changed immediately, and he said grimly, "In other words, when I asked Fury to hand over the person, he was actually lying to me." Fury knew where Pierce was hiding. The so-called need for time to collect evidence of Pierce's crimes is just delaying the time to hand over the person. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about the cyborg that Fury handed over to me? Was it also a deliberately arranged scene?" Natasha shook her head slightly. "I only know that Pierce was indeed attacked at the beginning. As for why the cyborg died, I don't know. You'd better ask Fury in person." "Ask Fury in person?" Li Feng looked at Natasha thoughtfully, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, "Don't test me. I can tell you clearly that Fury is not dead and is hiding in the dark underground to recover from his injuries. You really know something. Natasha saw that her little test was discovered, but she was not angry. Instead, she said generously, you remind me of Doctor Strange. Do you have the same ability as him, or do mages have the ability to repair the Hong Kong Temple? Hong Kong Temple. Shield knows Dormammu, and knows that Strange has time spells. Li Feng curled his lips, pulled out a chair, and sat next to Steve, and said, Strange needs props to complete time reversal, and why would I tell you? On the side, Sam was a little confused. What did he hear? A doctor on Earth even researched time reversal? Is this still the world he is familiar with? Sam thought about it. It seems that this is nothing. Aliens have invaded the Earth, and twice. Why can't we allow some doctor to research time reversal? Besides, there are plenty of materials in the library about speculations and theories about time. It's not surprising. It's not surprising. If it's not worth being surprised. Sam turned and walked towards the kitchen, preparing breakfast for Steve and the others. He didn't want to eavesdrop or anything. Now, his worldview is about to fall to the ground. If he continues to listen, his worldview may be shattered. Steve was listening with great interest. He also wanted to know the exact life and death of Fury, but Li Feng said why tell you? And ignored Natasha, which made it clear that the other party didn't want to say anything. There was nothing Steve could do, so he could only put away his gossip and return the topic to normal discussion. Zora's algorithm was found on the Stella Muria. Fury's original purpose was most likely to want to know Zora's algorithm. Sylvette is also on the ship. Natasha seemed to realize something and said, this bald man is very familiar with Pierce. Does he know something? The other party must know something, otherwise why would Sylvette get on the ship? A trip at public expense? Steve raised his eyebrows and asked, the question now is, how can two wanted criminals kidnap a senior official of S.H.I.E.L.D. in broad daylight? This question was difficult for Natasha, and she subconsciously looked at Li Feng. At this time, Sam, who understood what Steve was facing, took out a stack of information from the bookshelf and threw it in front of Steve, saying, the answer is that, if you don't go, I will. Natasha glanced at the information and said in surprise, what is this? I remember that there were rockets in the area for this mission, so a helicopter could not be sent out. After a pause, Natasha asked curiously, how did you land? Did you use an invisible parachute? I can't be invisible, Sam said, flipping through the information, pointing to a photo, and said, I rely on this thing. Steve looked at the photo of a single soldier flying vehicle with wings, and said with a little surprise, I thought you were a pilot. I didn't say I was flying a plane. Sam shook his head slightly and smiled. At this time, Steve understood that Sam was going to help him kidnap a senior official of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he didn't want his new friend to be wanted, so he politely refused, saying, I can't ask you to do this. You have enough reasons to retire. Sam said disapprovingly, man, Captain America wants my help. This is the best reason for me to come back. Seeing Sam's firm attitude, Steve looked at Li Feng and Scar, who were only drinking and not paying attention to the outside world. With more helpers, he might be able to solve the crisis of S.H.I.E.L.D. earlier. He pointed to the single soldier flying machine and asked, where can I get this thing? The last one is in Fort Meade, Sam said with a little help. There are 3 gates guarding it, and a 12-foot thick steel wall. This is also where Sam is in trouble. Without the flying machine, he is just a soldier with good skills. Only when he wears the flying machine can he really show his skills. However, the high difficulty for Sam is nothing in front of Steve and Natasha, especially when there is a guy who can open a portal and run around at any time. So as soon as Sam finished speaking, Steve and Natasha looked at Li Feng at the same time. Natasha swiped her phone and found the location of Fort Meade. She handed the phone to Li Feng and said, Austin, you drank so much of Sam's beer, shouldn't you do something to help him solve his problem? Li Feng rolled his eyes and took the phone to look at it for a few seconds, then waved his hand to open the portal and said, who said that my identity needs to be kept secret before? As he spoke, Li Feng turned his head to look at Sam, who was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped, and said, dude, if you find extra wings, remember to give me a pair. Then I will modify it and play an angel over New York. What do you think of my idea? The number of believers will increase dramatically in a few days. Touching his chin, Li Feng tilted his head and said, "Do you think the Pope will present me with a banner afterwards?" Natasha was too lazy to pay attention to Li Feng and took the lead to cross the portal. After a while, Natasha, Steve and Sam, who was wearing a single soldier flying vehicle, returned to Sam's house. Steve looked at Sam's equipment and said confidently, "Now, let's start planning to kidnap Sylvette." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318. The 21st Century is a digital book. The plan Steve made was actually quite simple. First, Natasha found Sylvette. Then, Sam called to inform the other party that there was a beautiful girl in the distance aiming at him with a gun, and asked him to get on the designated car. Finally, the driver Mr. Steve took Sylvette to the top floor of a high-rise building. Li Feng took popcorn and beer and hid aside to watch the show. When they reached the top floor of the high-rise building, Steve kicked Sylvette and made him roll on the ground. Steve didn't care whether the other party was really in pain or not and went straight to the point. "Tell me what Zora's algorithm is." "Never heard of it." Sylvette, who was a little embarrassed, put on his glasses and retreated to avoid the aggressive Steve and Natasha. "I don't believe you." Steve put on a face that was crazy with anger and asked very quickly, "What are you doing on Lemuria?" Sylvette, who was forced to the edge of the tall building by Steve, looked panicked, but in his heart he didn't believe that Steve, who was a righteous man of God, would kill him. He said, "Nonsense. I didn't do anything. I was seasick and vomited. I couldn't do anything." This obviously couldn't convince Steve. An agent dared to go out to sea knowing that he would get seasick? Was he going to vomit himself to death? Steve grabbed Sylvette by the collar and said nothing, just staring at him fiercely, as if to throw you off the building. Sylvette, feeling panicked, looked down at the ant-sized pedestrians on the street and said, "Are you going to throw me out for such a small matter? This is not your style, Steve." Steve smiled slightly, loosened Sylvette's collar, and said, "You're right, this is not my style, it's hers." As he spoke, Steve stepped aside, revealing Natasha, who was silent behind him. "Damn, I forgot that the Black Widow was also there." Sylvette's face froze, and then Natasha kicked him off the building. "Is this how you interrogate me? What a joke." Li Feng scratched his forehead, and after exiting the invisible state, he said with a smile, "Natasha, throwing objects from high places is very uncivilized. You will teach your little friends bad things." Rubbing his hands, Li Feng stretched out his hand and said, "A fine of $200. Natasha rolled her eyes at Li Feng and patted her pocket. "I have the money. The question is, do you have the receipt?" "But I have magic." Li Feng picked up a brick from the ground and turned the brick into a stack of invoices in front of the two people, saying, "What is the invoice header?" "Shield." Now Shield and Hydra are just two sides of the same coin. They are both opposites and inseparable. I wonder if those stingy bastards at Shield will reimburse you. The matter of Shield obviously irritated Natasha and Steve. Their faces changed, like flipping a book, and they glared at Li Feng angrily. Natasha even rubbed her fists, as if she was going to beat Li Feng like a sandbag. Li Feng pinched his nose, raised his hands and surrendered. "Apologize. I shouldn't have rubbed salt into your wounds. I should have rubbed cumin." Natasha, who felt that her anger value was full, bit her back teeth and prepared to attack when Sam, wearing a flying machine, lifted Sylvette's ankle and returned to the roof. Natasha glared at Li Feng, left a sentence, "Thank Sylvette, he saved you," kicked her feet, rushed to Sylvette's side, and put her small fist filled with anger on the other's cheek. Sylvette, who had just stood up, had not had time to figure out what was going on before she fell back to the ground, feeling her cheeks and mouth bleeding. "Sister, I make a living by my face. Destroying my face is equivalent to cutting off my financial resources. Believe it or not, I will fight you." Before Sylvette could finish her complaints, Li Feng half knelt in front of her and said with a smile, "Hi, bald brother, long time no see." After greeting, Li Feng turned to Natasha and said, "Can I interrogate her?" "Of course, I have not learned the means of interrogation, so I can't tell whether a living person is lying." Li Feng licked the corner of his mouth, looked back at Sylvette, smiled sinisterly. I prefer to kill people and then directly torture their souls. Don't worry, you will definitely tell the truth, because I can sense whether the soul is lying to me. By the way, you may not know, but Carlson knows the relationship between Mephisto and me. If you are lucky enough to be assigned to Mephisto's territory later, remember to report my name. I think Mephisto will give me some face and treat you well. Li Feng's appearance made Sylvette, who was still celebrating his escape from death a second ago, feel annoyed about why he didn't fall to death just now. I not only know that you know Mephisto, but also know that you can summon the dead. You are a necromancer who doesn't understand science. Sylvette had a bitter face and thought to himself that he was unlucky. Now it's good. It fell into the hands of Austin, who dared to play with souls. This is really a dead end. For his own life and to rest in peace after death. Sylvette had a sad face and said very quickly, Sorcerer algorithm is a program used to calculate the target. Steve, who was not familiar with computers, was a little puzzled about what program meant. After all, according to his understanding, that was out of touch with the world. The so-called program was nothing more than planning a predetermined route. You just had to walk on the route. Could it be that Sorcerer algorithm was the law made by Hydra to regulate the behavior of the masses? What the hell is it just to calculate the target? Can you still calculate who violated the law? What to calculate? What is the target? Steve asked puzzledly. Sylvette glanced at Steve with contempt and said, you, a host in Cairo, the deputy secretary of defense, a high school graduate in Iowa City, Bruce Banner. Stephen Strange calculated who would threaten Hydra, both now and in the future. Future? Steve was a little confused. As for who could threaten Hydra now, Steve said he could understand. Just check the personal information records. But how would Hydra know who would threaten them in the future? Could it be relying on unscientific divination methods? How do you know who will threaten Hydra in the future? Steve wondered. A bunch of bumpkins. Sylvette looked at everyone with disdain and laughed. How can you not know? Sylvette stood up and straightened his collar and said with a slightly arrogant tone, the 21st century is a digital book, and Zora taught Hydra how to read it. Seeing that Steve was still confused, Sylvette explained, your bank records, medical records, voting patterns, emails, call information, and college test scores, etc. are all known data, and the Zora algorithm program will use this data to evaluate a person's past and predict their future. Steve was silent for a while. Then what? Hydra naturally couldn't spend a lot of effort to calculate who the enemy was and then leave it alone. Their goal is to rule the earth. Since they know who the Scourge is, they will naturally kill him. Are they going to keep the enemy for the new year? Oh my god, Pierce will kill me, Sylvette said to himself. Unfortunately, he dared to ignore the vicious eyes of Steve and Natasha, but he dared not ignore Li Feng, who was standing beside him. If things went wrong, he would find it difficult to die. After all, Li Feng's treatment methods were obvious to all. Or even if he was happily heading to hell, he would be brought back to the human world by Li Feng for interrogation. There was no other way, Sylvette said with a bitter face. Then the aerospace carrier will kill all the people on the insight list, millions at a time. Steve was stunned for a while. A massacre of millions of people. On the side, seeing Steve in a daze, Li Feng pointed at himself curiously and asked, bald, am I on your list? Sylvette shook his head. Li Feng had a gloomy face, grinned and shouted, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Believe it or not, I will tear down your snake nest. Damn, you are mentally retarded. It's better not to plot against you. Sylvette rolled his eyes implicitly and said helplessly, we have studied everything about you and concluded that, as long as we don't provoke you, you will not hinder our great cause. Besides, Sylvette twitched his mouth and said, we are very afraid of those skeleton monsters that can be invisible and not afraid of guns. At least before we think of a way to eliminate the skeleton monsters, we dare not offend you easily. You must have noticed that we have never offended you except for launching a nuclear bomb attack on you. No, I remember it was twice, once in New Mexico and once in New York. Isn't New Mexico Pierce's masterpiece? Li Feng blinked and asked blankly, Natasha, help me analyze what this guy means. Why do I feel that Hydra is not afraid of me, but my Dementor army? Does this need to be analyzed? Natasha affirmed, they are just worried that the dementors will treat the earth as a buffet after losing your restraint. By then, all humans will die out. Who will Hydra rule? Mr. Wizard, you are underestimated by Hydra, Natasha said provocatively. Haha, what a lowly method. Feng looked at Natasha helplessly, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, you can't even deal with dementors, so where do you get the courage to face Strange? Aren't you afraid that he will cheat and kill you? Sylvette was silent for a while, and said disdainfully, Strange can't wear the Eye of Agamotto all day long, and without the blessing of the treasure, he is not much stronger than ordinary people. Even if Strange notices us, what can he do? We can keep an eye on him 24 hours a day. Can he guard against us 24 hours a day? As for the future, he can grow into a huge hidden danger, but we don't give him the opportunity to grow. Strangle Strange to death before he really grows up. Feng rolled his eyes and said, what you said makes sense, but unfortunately this is a series of overthinking. Apart from anything else, Ancient One would never let you kill her successor. Last question. Feng asked with a straight face, where is Pierce? I don't know. Sylvette shook her head. Feng looked at Sylvette seriously for a few seconds, then suddenly extracted his memory and said, apology, I don't believe what you said. I prefer to check your memory directly. Chapter 319 Good Friend, Bucky. It stands to reason that Sylvette, as a high-ranking member of S.H.I.E.L.D., should have a lot of confidential memories of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. in his mind. But Feng was confused. After checking his memory, why is Sylvette's memory so messed up? Some memories look so fresh, as if they were just uploaded to Sylvette's mind. Feng suddenly had an ominous premonition and quickly brushed his eyes with his right hand, opened his eyes, and looked at Sylvette. With just one glance, Feng found the problem, and couldn't help cursing. Fuck, a cyborg. Natasha was stunned, looked at Sylvette with a confused face in astonishment, and asked, are you a cyborg? Sylvette raised his hands in front of his eyes blankly, as if he could determine whether he was a cyborg by looking at his palms. Then, Sylvette shook his head slightly and said firmly, it's impossible. My memory is clear and my logical thinking is complete. I can't be a cyborg. Feng rolled his eyes and complained, your memory is so clear that you can't even remember what color underwear you wear. Feng turned his head to look at Natasha, shrugged and said, his spirit is incomplete. What is a spirit? Natasha asked with a confused expression. Feng explained casually, the so-called spirit is the projection of the soul, pointed at Sylvette, and continued, this guy has no soul, only a broken spirit, which means that this guy is a man-made product. As for why he doesn't know that he is a cyborg, it may be the real Sylvette who is playing tricks, such as brainwashing to wash away some unnecessary memories. By the way, this guy's brain is full of fragmented memories. It may be helpful to you, but don't hold too much hope. Steve rubbed his forehead, as if he had a headache. He was the only one who didn't know much about cyborgs, which led to him not understanding what Feng was saying at all. Fortunately, Steve understood that Sylvette was not completely useless. After all, a mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is. No matter how little Sylvette knows, it is better than knowing nothing. Let's leave here first. If we stay in one place for too long, it will easily attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve looked up at the sky and added, maybe a few satellites have noticed us now under the guidance of the fake Sylvette. As he spoke, Steve tied Sylvette's hands behind his back and said, Austin, take us away first. Feng glanced at Sylvette, frowned and said, in fact, the people of Hydra have noticed us, and they have the means to detect the energy fluctuations of the portal. As long as I open the portal, they will be able to find out where I opened the portal in a few seconds. At this point, Feng looked at Natasha unhappily and complained, are you SHIELD sick? It's okay to collect the energy fluctuations from my spells, but you also send the spell fluctuations to the people of Hydra like handing out flyers all over the streets. Now, as soon as I cast a spell, the people of Hydra know where I am. I don't have any privacy anymore. Believe it or not, I will send you a lawyer's letter. Having said that, Feng still waved his hand to open the portal and said, by the way, I just found out from this fake's brain that the Insight plan will be implemented tomorrow. That is to say, as long as your physical body can't withstand the bombing of modern weapons, you will face the wind within 24 hours. Of course, think on the bright side, you have millions of people buried with you, and you will definitely not be alone on the road to the underworld. Steve and Natasha looked at each other, and at the same time, looked at Li Feng, and asked hurriedly, "Where is Fury? We need support." "Why are you looking at me?" Li Feng spread his hands and said, "How do I know where the boiled egg is hiding?" Li Feng looked at the portal and asked, "My portal is open. Don't you take advantage of the last moments of your life to be free and easy?" Steve glared at Li Feng unhappily. Who still cares about the portal at this time? Even if you leave now, it doesn't matter. You will still be doomed to face the Insight plan tomorrow. Although dying early or late is death, why not save your life while there is still a chance to save it? At the side, Natasha, who knew that millions of people had less than 24 hours to survive, had an anxious look on her face and asked, "Aren't you sure Fury is not dead? Can't you observe the future through time? When it comes to the life and death of millions of people, can't you generously contribute a little bit of your strength?" Scar, who had been pretending to be dumb and thinking about something before, suddenly said in a flat tone, "Boss, can you help me once?" After a pause, Scar looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, "I don't want to be annihilated in this world after I die. My family is still waiting for me in heaven." Scar, in fact, if you follow me, you are destined to have a hard time dying in this life. You really don't have to think about going to the dragon paradise after you die. Li Feng was silent for a while and sighed in his heart. Considering that Steve has the goodness that I don't have, and your family, this can be regarded as doing a good deed every day. Li Feng silently closed the portal and took out the divination crystal from his shoulder bag to divine Fury's whereabouts. He said with a sad face, "I'm a dark wizard. Do you know what darkness is? It would be fine if I don't destroy the world, but I actually have to help you save the world. I don't know if my colleagues will laugh at me when they know it." Scar flew to Li Feng's shoulder, patted his chest and said, "Who dares to laugh at the boss? I will kill him with a breath of dragon's breath." Li Feng glanced at Scar with contempt. "With your little strength? Forget it. Don't fail to help me, but give your body to the other party to stew soup." After a while, the divination crystal ball changed into a ball of mist under Li Feng's spell. Li Feng scratched his head and said uncertainly, "The divination shows that Fury is now hiding in a dam." Before Li Feng finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, turned his head to look into the distance, and cast a spell to wrap everyone in the shield. Natasha, who had rich combat experience, instantly realized that there was an enemy. She quickly drew her gun and looked in the direction of Li Feng's gaze. She saw a masked man with a silver-white mechanical left hand in the distance holding a large sniper and aiming at her. "Be careful, it's the Winter Soldier." As soon as Natasha finished speaking, ripples appeared on the shield, and a bullet slowly slid down the shield. "Missiles can't do anything to my shield. What can your broken sniper do to me?" Li Feng rolled his eyes, showed disdain, waved his hand to open the portal, and shouted to the Winter Soldier on the other side of the portal, "You're in big trouble, you know. Don't think I'll show mercy just because you're Steve's good friend." The Winter Soldier, Bucky, didn't care about anything except the task of killing Steve and Natasha. He ignored Li Feng and threw a grenade through the portal and dodged to the side nimbly. Boom, with an explosion, the shield was blown up and nothing happened except for the ripples. However, Li Feng said he was unhappy. "If it weren't for you being Steve's friend, I would have killed you directly. You'd better not call yourself Bucky. Change your name to Stupid. Don't you know I have a shield, idiot?" While complaining, Li Feng walked to the edge of the house and looked at the street. Seeing that the streets were about to be blocked by shield, Li Feng rubbed his fists and said, "Wow, there are a lot of sandbags. Steve, do you need Steve?" At this time, Steve looked at Bucky passionately and did not come back to his senses until Li Feng's voice increased. He asked excitedly, "Austin, are you sure he is Bucky Barnes, my friend?" Of course, Zola experimented on Bucky, which allowed Bucky to survive and be transformed into the Winter Soldier. While speaking, Li Feng snapped his fingers to summon Steve's shield, handed it to Steve and said, "I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, I promise not to let outsiders disturb your fist-to-flesh exchange with Bucky." Steve took the shield, said thank you, held the shield in front of him, stepped through the portal and shouted, "Bucky, do you still recognize me?" Natasha looked at Li Feng in confusion and asked, "How do you know the Winter Soldier is Bucky?" Li Feng shrugged, "There are many Winter Soldiers in Hydra, but Bucky is the only one with a mechanical arm on his left hand." Another question, "Why did you tell Steve about Bucky's identity now?" Natasha was silent for a while, and guessed, "You deliberately let Steve and Bucky go to war." Li Feng nodded slightly to admit Natasha's guess, but there were some things he didn't want to explain. From the beginning, Li Feng mixed into Steve and Natasha's team, just to find out where Pierce was, but Sylvette was out of the question. But Bucky should still know some clues. It's just that Bucky's identity is a bit special. If Li Feng personally arrested him, Natasha and Steve would definitely tear off his mask afterwards, and Steve would still be able to recognize Bucky. In this way, Li Feng would have no additional benefits except for the specific location of Pierce. Now, Steve will definitely be grateful to Li Feng for pointing out the identity of the Winter Soldier in front of him. After that, if Steve relies on his own strength to restore Bucky's memory, there is nothing to say. But what if Steve asks Li Feng for help? This makes Steve owe Li Feng 2 favors. Not only can we see the passionate battle between the captain and Bucky, but we can also gain favors. This deal is a sure win. Thinking of this, Li Feng licked the corner of his bloodthirsty mouth and asked, "The Hydra people are coming up soon. Should we kill them or kill them?" Seeing that Li Feng didn't want to explain about Bucky, Natasha was helpless and speechless and said, "This is not a multiple choice question. The most important thing for us now is to find Fury for support, and then destroy Hydra's Insight plan, not to waste time fighting here." While speaking, Natasha covered her forehead and looked at Steve. "Well, the two are fighting together, and it's not so easy for us to leave." Natasha threw a pistol to Sam and said, "Protect Sylvette, and leave the rest to Austin and me." Li Feng put on armor in an instant, and said while casting a spell, "Sam, you take this bunch of cyborgs and hide in the mirror space." As soon as the voice fell, Sam and Sylvette had fallen into the mirror space. Rubbing his fists, Li Feng grinned and said, "Natasha, finish the fight quickly. I still want to drink beer and watch the show." Natasha subconsciously glanced at Steve and Bucky. Her mouth twitched, and she complained, "I would rather see Bucky and Steve team up to beat you up." While Natasha was speaking, several fully armed Special Forces members rushed to the rooftop. Chapter 320, Abuse me in thousands of ways, treat you like first love. The SHIELD Special Forces are well trained when facing ordinary people, and each of them can fight 100 people. However, they are a little at a loss when they meet Li Feng, who is not an ordinary person. Especially this guy's shield is too disgusting. They don't have firearms like sniper rifles, but ordinary standing firearms. It goes without saying what the consequences will be when facing a shield that can rebound bullets. Every time the Special Forces fired a shot, one of their own team members fell down. After a few shots, the Special Forces looked at each other, and no one dared to shoot themselves easily. A female Special Forces member suddenly shouted, "Use a dagger for close combat." After shouting, the member quietly retreated to the back of the team with an expression of "I'm not good at close combat." The remaining Special Forces members thought about it and made sense. Since the opponent is a wizard known for spells, his fighting ability should be very weak. They immediately divided the team into 2 teams. One group continued to shoot at Natasha with guns, and the other group dropped their guns and took out daggers, gesturing while surrounding Li Feng in the middle. Li Feng glanced at the woman who had shouted "use a dagger in close combat" before. What a familiar voice. Li Feng opened his Dharma eyes and looked at the other party. After confirming that the other party was an acquaintance, he rolled his eyes, held up the shield, and ignored the little toy in the hands of the Special Forces. He slowly approached a Special Forces member and kicked him more than 10 meters away. The Special Forces surrounding Li Feng all looked at the team member who was kicked to death by Li Feng, and their eyelids twitched. It's okay that the bullets can't penetrate the shield, and it's also okay that their bullets are abounded by the shield and hurt themselves. But what does it mean to kick someone more than 10 meters away with just one kick? Is this a poor melee ability? With such a powerful kick, who can withstand it, except the captain holding the shield? There was no way. The Special Forces surrounding Li Feng didn't dare to fight with Li Feng, nor did they dare to let Li Feng get close to them. They could only desperately call for support, while always keeping a certain distance from Li Feng. That is, if Li Feng took a few steps forward, the special forces would take a few steps back. If Li Feng took a few steps back, they would naturally take a few steps forward, which made Li Feng feel very amused. He would move forward quickly and then slowly move back. Just when Li Feng was having fun, Natasha on the side got angry. She brought a small pistol with her when she went out, and she didn't carry many bullets. She was soon suppressed by the special forces and dared not show her head. Seeing Li Feng playing shamelessly on the side, she roared angrily, "Austin, help!" Li Feng turned his head to look at the embarrassed Natasha and smiled. "Girl, you are so frustrated. Look how awesome I am." After that, Li Feng strode to Natasha and expanded the shield to cover the other party. A smart team member thought that the defense power would decrease after the shield was expanded and took advantage of Li Feng's back to quickly load the grenade to blow Li Feng away. Unfortunately, it was useless to be soft. No matter bullets or grenades, they were useless to Li Feng, who was a tough guy. Instead, he suffered heavy casualties from the grenades, rebounded by the shield. The most annoying thing was that Hydra's main target was Steve on another high-rise building. Not only did they fail to get support for their request for support, but they were ordered to delay Li Feng at all costs, even if the whole army was destroyed. Well, not to mention that they became abandoned. They were also ordered to become Li Feng's toys before they died, just to delay the time of arresting Steve. Only Hydra's brainwashing technology was good. If it were another force, the special forces would probably shout, "The world is so big, I want to go for a walk on the spot," and then leave with their weapons. As for Li Feng, after kicking several special forces to death, he inexplicably felt that kicking people could make him happy physically and mentally. After thinking for a while, Li Feng sent Natasha into the mirror space, and he did not cast any spells. He jumped on tiptoe like Bruce Lee, making strange noises of "oh" and "ah" damn, and then teleported behind the special forces team and kicked them all away one by one. Soon, a pile of special forces members who were not breathing were piled up in a corner of the roof. Li Feng sat on the meat mountain formed by the special forces members, waved his hand to open the mirror space, and motioned Sam, Natasha and Sylvette to walk out of the mirror space, while turning his head to look at a special forces member wearing a helmet and a mask, who was completely indistinguishable, whether he was a man or a woman. Natasha, who had just returned to the real world, was wondering why Li Feng kept a special agents member. When she saw Li Feng turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, "Natasha, come and see, I caught a wild Mariah Hill agent." Hill. Natasha's eyes lit up, but she did not put down the pistol in her hand. She was still cautious and wary of the other party and asked very quickly, "Hill, do you know where Fury is? This helmet is really uncomfortable to wear." Hill took off his helmet and nodded to Natasha to indicate that he knew Fury's address. He looked at Li Feng curiously and asked, "How do you know it's me? Did you hear the voice?" Li Feng said shamelessly, "Want to know? It's simple. As long as you perform the splits with a smile, I will tell you the reason." Hill's face rose. She always had a stern face in S.H.I.E.L.D., and for this she was even given the reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ice beauty. It would be fine if Li Feng wanted to see her splits, but he actually wanted to see her smile. "I'll let you see a ghost." Hill had a cold face, took out his pistol and shot at the special forces team under Li Feng's feet. As for why she didn't aim at Li Feng, she was not stupid. She knew that the shield would rebound, but she still aimed at Li Feng. She was courting death. Natasha guessed why Li Feng recognized Hill and said uncertainly, "You saw Hill's spirit." Boring. Li Feng curled his lips, turned into black mist, and floated towards Steve while casting a spell to summon a few bottles of beer, ready to drink and watch the drama of Bucky fighting the captain. On the other side, Li Feng shook his head while watching the battle between Steve and Bucky. He really didn't understand what Steve was thinking at this time, especially when Steve saw Li Feng kicking away the special forces members surrounding him one by one. He thought about it and simply threw down his shield, put on an "I'm a sandbag" posture, and persuaded, "I will not fight with you. You are my friend, my best brother. Who wants your fly-like friend?" Bucky ignored Li Feng, directly pounced on Steve, rode on Steve's lower abdomen, and punched Steve twice, shouting, "You are my mission. Listen carefully, you are just a mission." Steve forced a smile. Then complete the mission, because I will accompany you until the end. Bucky was a little confused. He had carried out quite a few missions, but it was the first time he saw someone who had the ability to resist, but let himself be beaten. He suspected that he had found the wrong target. The other party was obviously a fool. How could he be a scourge that threatened Hydra? After Li Feng finished dealing with the special forces, he covered his face and looked at Bucky riding on Steve, saying, "Pale face boy, do you have a camera? Your pose is so cute, I can't help but want to take a picture as a souvenir." Bucky glanced at Li Feng. He knew that his mission had failed. He was an experienced soldier, not an experienced fool. Just look at the teammates around him who were killed in a few seconds and you will know that he has no chance of winning against Li Feng. Bucky glared at Steve and Bucky fiercely, and after a somersault and a run up, he was ready to jump off the building to escape. Li Feng curled his lips in disdain, cast a spell to open a portal in front of Bucky, and shouted while controlling the portal to move to Bucky's feet. "Pale face boy, do you know what unlimited landing is?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bucky had already entered the portal. Steve picked up the shield with a heavy breath and asked, "Austin, where did you send Bucky?" Li Feng pointed to the top of his head, and Steve looked up at Bucky who was freely falling at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Steve's mouth twitched, and he immediately calculated that Bucky would be 100% killed at his current altitude and falling speed. He was so scared that he ran to the bottom of Bucky and shouted, "Austin, don't kill him. I don't want to kill him," Li Feng said as he opened a portal directly below Bucky so that Bucky could fall into the portal and continue to return to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Steve breathed a sigh of relief and then heard Li Feng laugh. "I feel that Bucky is furious now, and your persuasion is bound to go in one ear and out the other, so just let him blow the wind and persuade him properly after his brain cools down." Steve looked at Bucky, nodded slightly and said, "That's good. By the way, where's Natasha?" Li Feng pointed to the original high-rise building, took out the black cloud, and motioned Steve to get on it, and said, "She and Hill are chatting happily. I guess Natasha already knows where the boiled egg is hiding and hatching eggs now." After a while, Steve and Hill met, and couldn't wait to ask, "Hill, do you know where Fury is?" Hill nodded, reported the address neatly, and then asked, "Fury wants to see you." "I want to see him, too." Steve looked up at Bucky, who was desperate, and said, "Austin, the most important thing now is to find helpers to subdue Bucky. We must destroy the Insight Project before the 3 aerospace carriers take off." Li Feng rolled his eyes implicitly. "You care about the Insight Project now? I thought you forgot about the lives and deaths of millions of people when you saw Bucky." While complaining in his heart, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal. Before Bucky could react, Li Feng petrified him and signaled Steve to carry Bucky and then open the portal to Fury's vicinity again. Chapter 321 Treatment is to beat you up. After crossing the portal, everyone soon met Fury under the leadership of Hill. Li Feng saw Fury lying on the hospital bed with a weak look and looked like he could die at any time, so he smiled and greeted him. "Stark asked me to bring a greeting, and by the way, where is your ideal cemetery?" "Don't worry, Stark said that he will give it to you for free for 100 years. As for 100 years later, Li Feng spread his hands and said, "Maybe your ashes will be dug out and scattered into space so that you can go to space for some fun." "Thanks Stark for my kindness." Fury twitched his mouth, looked at Steve and Natasha, and complained in a sad voice, "You are finally here with a spinal injury, a broken sternum, a shattered clavicle, a perforated liver, and a terrible headache." On the side, Fury's attending doctor added, "Don't forget the ruptured lungs." "Oh, don't forget this." Fury raised his eyebrows and said, "Apart from these, the rest are all good." Natasha was sure that she saw Fury perform surgery and die, and recalled the incident where Sylvette was a cyborg. This made her wonder if Fury was also a cyborg, and she asked, "I saw you being disemboweled, and even your heart stopped beating." Before Natasha could finish, Fury understood what Natasha was doubting, and interrupted, "It's tetrodotoxin B, which can reduce the pulse to 1 beat per minute. Banner wanted to relax with it, but it didn't work on him, so we recycled it." Steve, who was still carrying Bucky, was silent for a while, and said, "It seems that Austin and Stark guessed right. You are really not dead, but I'm very curious, why are you so secretive that you even hide it from us? Hill explained. In order to make people think that the director was really murdered, they kept it a secret from you because you are not good at lying. Is this a compliment to my honesty or a scolding for my poor acting skills? Steve thought helplessly. Fury casually explained. The dead can't die again, and I don't know who I can trust. Natasha and Steve looked at each other, their eyes full of bitterness. Compared to the tip of the iceberg that Fury had discovered, they had heard with their own ears Dr. Zola introduce how Hydra eroded SHIELD and transformed SHIELD into Hydra. Seeing that everyone was silent for a while, Li Feng scratched his head and walked to Fury. While casting a spell to heal Fury, he said, Lu Dan, I want to discuss with you the issue of a dead person can't be killed, and by the way, talk about Pierce appearing in SHIELD safely. Fury, feeling that his body suddenly got better, tore off the sheets, jumped out of the bed, carefully did chest expansion movements, gave Li Feng a thumbs up and said, I feel that my internal organs have been healed too, thank you. Li Feng smiled and waved his hands. Just when everyone thought that Li Feng wanted to say you're welcome, Li Feng suddenly changed his face and kicked Fury away. Then, while casting a spell to heal Fury, whose spine was broken again, he smiled grimly, you're welcome. I just think it's boring to bully a dying person. Healing you will only make you more resistant to beatings. As he spoke, Li Feng leaped in front of Fury who had been healed again, grabbed his neck, and threw him away. While casting a spell to heal him, he said, I asked you to hand over the person who launched the nuclear bomb. What about you? You kept talking nonsense to me. I was stupid enough to actually believe your lies. Now Li Feng clenched his fist, grabbed Fury's collar, and threw him over his shoulder with great force. Steve stared at Fury, who was vomiting blood and full of energy the next. He quickly put down Bucky and prepared to persuade him to stop fighting when he saw Li Feng helping the dizzy Fury up. After throwing a few treatments, he pinched his shoulder and said coldly, take me to see Pierce. I want to kill him myself. Fury shook his dizzy head and said expressionlessly, no problem. I also want to settle accounts with him. Haha. Li Feng turned and walked to the side, leaning against the wall, clasping his hands and said, considering that you used a cyborg to get by before, this time, I want the real Pierce. Pointing to Sylvette who was silent on the side, Li Feng sneered, if the Pierce I saw is a fake like Sylvette, I want to know everything about Pierce, including the information sealed in the paper database. By the way, in case you lie to me again, I will go to the paper database to find the information myself. Fury didn't think much about it. He simply thought that Li Feng was just mad at Pierce. After all, he was beaten up just for deceiving Li Feng about Pierce. It can be seen how much Li Feng hates Pierce now. The other party wanted to find out where Pierce might be hiding by looking up early information. There was nothing wrong with that. Fury used to do this kind of thing. Just like Zora said, the 21st century is a digital book. As long as you know a person's past, it will be easier to speculate someone's whereabouts. However, Fury blinked his innocent eyes and explained, I didn't know that Pierce was a cyborg when I handed him over. I don't care whether you know it or not, I only want Pierce. Li Feng rolled his eyes and said. Fury nodded slightly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, half knelt in front of Sylvette, looked at him, then looked at the petrified Bucky, and asked, Captain, how are you going to deal with the Winter Soldier? Although he committed the crime because he was controlled by Hydra, most victims would not consider whether he was controlled or not. Steve looked at Bucky in confusion, and after a moment of silence, he said, this is a brother I trust. I will pay the debt with Bucky. After that, Steve looked at Li Feng. Li Feng understood the meaning in Steve's eyes in an instant, secretly summoned the Mind Stone, and stretched out his right index finger to point at Bucky's chest. A few seconds later, Li Feng panted and unpetrified Bucky, saying, I lifted the control of Hydra and sorted out his memory a little. As for fully restoring Bucky's memory, he needs to find it himself. Thank you, I owe you 2 favors. Steve thanked him and stood in front of Bucky, whose eyes were full of confusion, and asked softly, hey, Bucky, do you still remember me? Bucky was silent for a while. Can you stop asking this question? You have asked me hundreds of times, Steve. Hearing Bucky call him Steve, Steve smiled and patted Bucky's shoulder. Welcome back. Fury glanced at Li Feng. For some reason, he always felt that Li Feng's casting process was very similar to Loki's control of Xavier and Barton. Both cast spells at the heart. The only difference between the two is that Loki relied on a cane inlaid with energy gems, while Li Feng used his fingers. But Fury didn't want to ask too much now. He was beaten to death by Li Feng just now, and Fury didn't want to try that taste a second time anyway. Secondly, let's first deal with the Inside Project that massacred millions of people. Thinking of this, Fury put on his beloved black windbreaker, pushed open the door of the ward, clapped his hands, and signaled everyone to turn their attention from Bucky to him, saying, "Guys, we don't have much time." After Hill handed Sylvette and Bucky to another agent, he led everyone into the small conference room. Fury, who was sitting on a chair, took out an early photo of Pierce inside. This man refused to accept the Nobel Peace Prize. He said that peace is not an achievement, but a responsibility. Fury threw the photo on the table and said with his back teeth biting, "Look, it's this kind of person who makes me dare not trust anyone." Li Feng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and cursed in a low voice, "You deserve it. This is your own fault. Why didn't Pierce kill you on the spot? Brother, don't discuss who is right and who is wrong at this time." Natasha covered her forehead and interrupted, "We have to stop the aerospace carrier from taking off. Do you think the council will answer my call?" Fury said self-deprecatingly, then took out a small box from behind and opened it. Steve looked at the 3 chips in the box and asked, "What is this?" Hill explained, "When the aerospace carrier flies to an altitude of 3,000 feet, they will form a triangle with the inside satellite, and then the aerospace carrier will be weaponized." Fury said, "We have to attack the aerospace carrier and replace the positioning chip with our own. Replacing 1 or 2 chips is useless. We must connect all 3 aerospace carriers." After a pause, Hill explained, "Because even if only 1 aerospace carrier is operating normally, many people will still be killed." Fury said with a little helplessness, "We can't be sure who is Hydra and who is our own people." At this point, Fury glanced at Li Feng and said, "This makes it impossible for our wizard to play the role of the Dementor army, and we have to assume that there are people with Hydra all over their bodies on the aerospace carrier. We have to take the trouble to get through them and insert the chip into the aerospace carrier." Fury looked around and added, maybe we can rescue some people." Before Fury finished speaking, Steve interrupted, "We don't rescue." Fury stared at Steve with wide eyes. "Man, can you say it again? Do you know how much money is needed to build an aerospace carrier? You didn't embezzle this money, so you don't know how to feel bad?" Steve ignored Fury's silly look and said, "We are going to destroy the aerospace carrier and SHIELD. What does that mean?" Fury was a little confused. He couldn't understand Steve's train of thought and asked blankly, "SHIELD has nothing to do with this." Steve shook his head slightly. He has been dealing with Hydra all his life, and he knows clearly what it means to have Hydra hidden in SHIELD. If he doesn't destroy SHIELD, will he watch Hydra continue to parasitize SHIELD and then watch the other party grow slowly? Steve said with some anger, "Give the task back to me, and I'll do it." Fury's face froze. "I don't have many men. Who else can I give the task to if not you? Do you want me to outsource it to Stark or Austin?" Fury glanced at Hill and Natasha, hoping that the 2 right-hand men could persuade Steve not to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. at every turn. Steve, who was getting angrier and angrier, said quickly, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has changed, or you said it yourself, that Hydra is growing under your nose, but you don't know anything." Fury retorted, "If I hadn't discovered Hydra, why would I hide here to meet you? How many people died before you identified the Hydra members?" Steve announced domineeringly, "S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra, don't spare a single one." Chapter 322, The Dragon Appears. After Steve's impassioned speech, everyone present nodded in support of Steve's view that he would destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., except Fury. However, Fury was now almost a commander without troops, and he was also blamed for S.H.I.E.L.D's transformation into Hydra under his leadership. No one listened to his objections. Seeing that he was not welcomed, and Hill and Natasha both felt that Steve, the righteous man of God, was more trustworthy. Fury could only bow his head to Steve and said dejectedly, "Okay, we will follow your orders now, Captain." Steve glanced at everyone and told them the rough plan in his mind. With everyone's supplements, he gradually completed the plan to destroy Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. After a long time, the people who had designated the plan left the meeting room and prepared the equipment they needed. As soon as Steve walked out of the meeting room, he saw Bucky leaning against the wall in the distance under the care of an agent, with his head down, thinking about something. Steve walked quickly to Bucky, motioned the carriage driver to leave, and asked, "Do you need to go outside to get some fresh air?" Bucky forced a smile and said, "I know you, and can guess your plan. I want to participate in your plan." Steve hesitated, shook his head slightly and said, "But your mental state." Before Steve finished speaking, Bucky looked at Steve seriously and interrupted with a pleading tone, "Saving innocent people while killing Hydra, even if it doesn't make me recover faster, it can make me feel calmer." Steve was silent for a while, patted Bucky's shoulder, gave him a hug and said, "Welcome back to the Howling Commandos, my brother." After the hug, Steve made a gesture of invitation and said, "I'll take you to choose weapons soon." Except for Natasha and Fury, who had other tasks and left early, the remaining Sam, Hill, Bucky and Steve came to the vicinity of the Triskelion building with the help of the portal. Feng, carrying a few cans of beer, became invisible and followed Steve slowly on the black cloud. Beside Feng, Scar, who was a little nervous, stretched out his claws to dig at the black cloud, and then jumped onto Feng's shoulder and asked, "Boss, do you have any magic that can make me invulnerable to swords and guns? Why, are you afraid of going to the battlefield?" Feng looked at Scar with contempt, tilted his head to think about what kind of magic is suitable for Scar, and considered whether to let himself go while Ancient One is leaving. "By the way, try to see if Ancient One will suddenly appear." Thinking of this, Feng comforted, "Don't worry, I won't let you die inexplicably. Maybe you will surprise the world." Scar blinked. She always felt that Feng was suspected of causing trouble, but she had no evidence, so she could only smile silently. "I'm looking forward to it." After a while, Steve and others sneaked into the Triskelion building and ran to the communication control room of the building. When the people in the control room saw Sam and Hill pointing guns at them, and Steve politely asked them to please move aside, they immediately raised their hands and left the control room, indicating that they would not get involved in Steve's great rebellion. Steve walked to the console, turned on the building broadcast, and said, "Attention all SHIELD agents, I'm Steve Rogers. You've heard a lot about me in the past few days, and some of you have been ordered to hunt me down. Now, you should know the truth. SHIELD has changed. It's been taken over by Hydra. Alexander Pierce is their head. The Secret Service and the Inside Project team are also Hydra's people. I don't know who else is Hydra, but they are in this building, and maybe standing next to you. They are about to gain absolute control of SHIELD, because they assassinated Nick Fury. Things are not over yet. If you launch those helicarriers today, Hydra will be able to kill anyone who gets in their way, unless we stop them." After a pause, Steve took a deep breath and said, "I know this is difficult, but the price of freedom is high." After thinking for a while, Steve added in a deep tone, "It always is. I'm willing to pay the price." Steve was silent for a while, and said passionately, "It doesn't matter if I'm the only one willing to pay the price, but I believe I won't be the only one." Steve's words made all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the building panic. What does it mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been taken over by Hydra? Hydra, they are terrorists. We are just small people who get paid to make a living. Do we have to make such a big deal? The Hydra members in the crowd were also panicked, seeing that the plan to dominate the world was about to be launched. Steve's chattering made their mission more difficult out of thin air. Isn't this adding to the chaos? Fortunately, there were enough Hydra members in the building. They not only pressed all those who were dissatisfied to the ground, but also let the aerospace carrier take off as scheduled. As long as the aerospace carrier completes the Insight plan, the victory will be theirs. However, as soon as the aerospace carrier took off, a loud roar resounded between heaven and earth. Raw then, whether it was the agents in the Triskelion building, the residents living near the Triskelion, or even the street pedestrians a little further away, they all looked up at the sky following the sound. Inside the Triskelion building, Sam, who was about to board the sky carrier to cause damage, stared blankly at the giant dragon in the sky that was as big as a cruiser. He swallowed hard and asked Steve beside him, "Hey, man, is this Scar's true form? She's been following you these days. How do you feed her?" It was also the first time for Steve to see Scar in the posture of a dragon. He said blankly, "She eats whatever I eat. She's not picky, except that she often complains of hunger." At the side, Bucky's mouth twitched. How can he not complain of hunger? With this size, whales are just small fish to her. Bucky smiled and said, "I think Scar alone can take care of 3 helical carriers. Do we still need to send the chip to the helical carrier as originally planned?" Steve touched the chip in his pocket, nodded and said, "I remember Austin said that Scar is not invulnerable. She will still suppress it when facing strong firepower. So, she is just helping us to attract Hydra's firepower. We still have to rely on the chip to destroy the helical carrier." After that, Steve took the lead and strode madly to an helical carrier. Feng, who was still invisible, saw Steve and the other 2 running towards an aerospace mothership. He patted Scar under him and said, "Your magic resistance is a bit high, so the gigantic spell can only last for 10 minutes, but the remaining armor defense, strength, agility and other spells can last for 20 minutes with the help of props. These 20 minutes are your free time. Remember, you must run when the time is running out. I don't want to eat dragon meat at night. As for me," Feng turned his gaze to the Triskelion building and said, "I'm going to meet a guy who is obviously dead, but still alive and kicking." After that, Feng flew into the Triskelion building on a black cloud to look for Pierce. Scar silently glanced at Feng's back, and after confirming that the guns of the aerospace mothership could only hurt him for the time being, but could not kill him, he completely let himself go, flapped his wings like a sky covering, and flew over an aerospace mothership, and blew dragon breath from his nose to burn a row of Quinjet fighters. Flying over the aerospace carrier, Scar looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and shouted to the agents on the deck, "Listen, people from S.H.I.E.L.D., all of you get out of my way. I'm in the same group with Steve, and I specialize in killing what's that force called? A snake?" To be honest, Scar's appearance was too shocking. Anyone who saw a real dragon in the world would be stunned for a few seconds. Even those who knew about the existence of wizards earlier were dumbfounded watching Scar's fire-breathing performance. In addition, Scar now speaks human language, which scares most people to tremble all over. So there are dragons that speak human language, ugly elves who like to cook, and hidden wizard organizations in this world. What about orcs and dwarves? Do they usually hide around them? For example, dwarf patients, are they actually hidden dwarves? Scar doesn't care what the people on the aerospace carrier think. She just feels that she has given a warning, and the people who are still on the deck are all enemies. Remembering that Scar's mission was to destroy the aerospace carrier, he simply landed on the deck, rushed all the way to the engine, and sprayed wildly at the turbine, forcing the turbine into molten iron, and then turned his huge body and rushed to the next engine. In a few minutes, the aerospace carrier that lost power began to shake from side to side, and then fell to the ground. Sam, who was about to insert the chip, was so scared that his face changed. After starting the aircraft and escaping, he complained to the communicator, "Captain, I think we should change the plan. Scar has already dealt with an aerospace carrier." Steve glanced at the falling aerospace carrier and said with a headache, "The mission continues. We must make sure that all 3 aerospace carriers are destroyed." At this time, Scar, who was flying to another aerospace carrier, suddenly began to shrink, and finally shrank to a size not much larger than a Quinjet. Scar shook his head, silently calculating the time in his heart, rushed to the aerospace carrier where Steve was, and shouted while spraying flames at the turbine, "Steve, I don't have much time. It's up to you to deal with this ship." Steve's eyes twitched as he watched the turbine blades turn red, and then a few minutes later, the distorted air turned into molten iron. He looked at the chip that had been installed, and two questions unconsciously emerged in his mind. What is my mission? What should I do? As Scar, sensed the rapid decline of the power of the props. She knew that the invincible time was about to end. She gritted her teeth and threw a quinjet into the engine at the cost of a few minor injuries from a few shots, and then turned around and ran away. Steve, my time is up, and the remaining one depends on you. At this time, Steve, Sam, and Bucky gathered on the last aerospace carrier. Needless to say, the fate of this only remaining aerospace carrier, except for being bullied by the 3 people and falling, what else could it end up like? On the other side, when Li Feng was running around the building looking for Pierce and passed by an empty room, he suddenly sensed a familiar spatial fluctuation coming from the room. Chapter 323 Ghost Rider 2. The Portal of Kamatage. Li Feng glanced at Scar flying towards him in the distance, turned his head, and smiled to greet Strange who came out of the portal, but Li Feng was a little nervous. Logically speaking, after the death of Ancient One, Li Feng would be the strongest wizard on Earth. Even if Strange, the supreme sorcerer, used the Eye of Agamotto, he couldn't easily kill Li Feng. After all, Li Feng was not completely ignorant of the power of time. If the Eye of Agamotto was in Li Feng's hands, he might have exerted more power than Strange. Moreover, Li Feng also had the Mind Stone of the same level as the Eye of Agamotto. If Strange attacked Li Feng in a suicidal way, Li Feng would have a chance to control Strange. But Li Feng knew clearly that the death of Ancient One was in quotation marks, which made him clearly understand that his title of the strongest wizard on Earth was also in quotation marks. As the second in the world of wizards on Earth, Li Feng was naturally unwilling to be controlled everywhere after the retirement of Ancient One. Therefore, Scar's behavior of showing off his muscles in public was a test. Testing the bottom line of Kamatage or Ancient One for his wanton use of magic. If Kamatage is indifferent to Scar's affairs, then there is no need to say anything more. Li Feng feels that, as long as he does not destroy the earth in the future, his life will be much more comfortable. But now, Strange suddenly appeared in SHIELD, which made Li Feng feel uneasy. After all, he once promised Ancient One, the affairs of the magic world will be kept secret from the public. Strange stepped through the portal, saluted properly and said, Master Austin, please cast a spell to make me invisible. Me? Master? Li Feng grinned, cast a spell to make Strange invisible, narrowed his eyes, and asked with a smile, why are you here? Is it because of Scar? Let me make it clear in advance that Scar's participation in the war is her own wish. If you don't believe it, you can ask Scar yourself. Strange shook his head slightly, stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation, and said, I know where Pierce is. Let's talk while walking. Shaking his head means that you're coming to S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing to do with Scar. Li Feng couldn't figure out why Strange came to S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked in confusion, do you have something to do with Pierce? No, I'm here to see you and Natasha, Strange said as he walked. Li Feng was stunned. You came to me, but it has nothing to do with Scar. What does that mean? I suddenly found that you were much cuter before, but now you talk like Ancient One, which makes people confused. Scar's problem is actually very easy to solve, and you have already thought of a way to deal with it. Strange suddenly turned his head and winked at Li Feng and smiled. So, I'm not worried that the dragon will appear in New York and cause any big commotion. While speaking, Strange raised his hands in front of Li Feng and said a little shyly, Stark helped me heal my hands once. Although they look normal on the outside, my hands. After a pause, Strange said bitterly, still weak. Looking for me to heal your hands? You should have said it earlier, otherwise my heart is beating wildly. Li Feng nodded suddenly, snapped his fingers lightly and said, I promised to heal you before. Now, let's see how your hands recover. Strange, who felt his hands were wrapped in a ball of warm energy, clenched his fists a little excitedly after the energy dissipated. After a few seconds, after Strange confirmed that his stable and lovely hands were back, he quickly bowed deeply to Li Feng and said in a very sincere tone, thank you Master Austin. Call me Master again, it's great. Li Feng waved his hand calmly, indicating that it was just a small matter, nothing big. Strange laughed a few times, turned around and continued to lead the way with brisk steps, saying, in addition to treating my hands, I also brought a message and a request that Mephisto is ready to come to Earth. What kind of news is this? Li Feng was a little confused and shook his head blankly to indicate that he didn't understand what Strange wanted to express. In Li Feng's understanding, Mephisto is one of the monarchs of hell. His body is so powerful that he can't come to Earth. This is like the Earth is a Wuling Rangwang and Mephisto is a huge whale. No matter how magical the Wuling Rangwang is, it can't fit the whole whale. Therefore, Strange's Mephisto comes to Earth cannot mean that Mephisto himself will come to Earth. But if it means that Mephisto uses clones or projections to land on Earth, Strange has no need to be nervous. It's like Mephisto saw that the divine car couldn't fit his big whale, so he cut some meat and threw it into Wuling Rangwang. This little meat is just a small account of Mephisto. It can't carry too much hell power, and the meat will rot quickly, and Mephisto's small account will go offline. Small accounts can't land on Earth for a long time. If Mephisto's small account is unlucky, he might meet a wizard who goes out to buy vegetables when he just comes to Earth for a walk, and then he will be killed by the other party. And Kamataj really doesn't know Mephisto's small account on Earth? How is it possible? It's just that all his small accounts are very quiet when they land on Earth. Even if the account that lands on Earth is a full-time combat account, at most it will get some souls to play with when bored. Mephisto has no intention of invading the Earth, so Kamataj has been too lazy to pay attention to him. Li Feng scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean by suddenly mentioning Mephisto?" Strange paused, sighed, and explained. A long time ago, when the Ancient One's opponents were only Dormammu, Beholder and others, Mephisto took the initiative to come to the door and threatened to join forces with Dormammu, Beholder and others to invade the Earth, forcing the Ancient One to sign an agreement. The general content of the agreement is that as long as Mephisto comes to the Earth simply to play, the Ancient One will not take action against him. The Ancient One used the Eye of Agamotto to detect that Mephisto really had the possibility of joining forces with others, and he had no choice but to agree to Mephisto's request. For so many years, Mephisto has been controlling certain forces by human means, and has not shown any signs of invading the Earth. Before Strange could finish, Li Feng interrupted with a disdainful curl of his lips. "You may have misunderstood something. Mephisto was already a big boss before humans evolved into apes. If he wanted to invade the Earth, humans would have no chance at all. The reason why he didn't invade the Earth is nothing more than wanting to take it slow. After all, invading the Earth may seem like he would reap more than 7 billion souls at once, but what about after that? Judging from the fact that humans have entered hell since their death, the number of souls in Mephisto's hands has already exceeded 7 billion. Li Feng patted Strange on the shoulder and said affirmatively, "Remember one thing, don't believe a word the devil says, let alone when it's said by the devil's leader Mephisto. So, don't think that Master Ancient One saw Mephisto's coalition invading the Earth. But what is the real situation? I'm afraid that Mephisto will turn against him and provoke a civil war among the coalition forces when the coalition forces are about to complete the invasion. And the reason is easy to guess. Only an Earth that continuously produces souls is a good Earth in Mephisto's eyes. An Earth that has been swallowed by Dormammu and others is not in Mephisto's interests." Strange, who felt that his brain was not enough, looked at Li Feng with a weird expression. "Why? After listening to your explanation, I felt that if the Earth was destroyed one day, would Mephisto come forward to protect mankind?" After a moment of silence, Strange wondered. Master Ancient One must know this, but why do we see Mephisto cooperating with Dormammu and others? Even signing an agreement? This is easy to understand. Li Feng spread his hands and asked, "If Dormammu invades the Earth, who will the souls of the dead belong to?" Strange said without hesitation, "Normally, they will be taken away by Dormammu." Li Feng continued to ask, "But what if Mephisto and Dormammu cooperate? Who will own these souls? Mephisto?" Strange thought. Li Feng gave Strange a teachable look and said, "Correct answer. So, Mephisto wants souls, Dormammu wants the Earth, and the two have a basis for cooperation, but Mephisto will not really let Dormammu's invasion succeed. I guess the reason why Ancient One signed the agreement is that she can't afford to gamble. After all, no matter who invades, humans will die." Strange was stunned for a while. To be honest, he really didn't expect that Mephisto, one of the Lords of Hell, was a hero who protected the Earth from a certain perspective. Should I present a banner to Mephisto? Strange thought with a twitch in the corner of his eye. You can't accept this? Your psychological quality is too poor. Feng saw that Strange looked constipated and couldn't help but complain and asked, let's talk about the relationship between Mephisto's coming to Earth and the agreement with the Ancient One. Strange rubbed his face to make himself sober and explained, 13 years ago, a lady signed a contract with Mephisto, which stipulated that the lady would give birth to a half-human half-demon baby for Mephisto. Feng instantly thought of the plot of Ghost Rider 2, but he couldn't figure out what this had to do with the Ancient One's agreement. Without waiting for Feng to ask, Strange explained, under normal circumstances, Mephisto's clone has limited power and a limited time on Earth, so his clone will not cause much harm to the Earth, and we are too lazy to care about Mephisto's clone wandering around the Earth. But once Mephisto introduces the soul of his clone into the body of a half-human half-demon child, the power of his clone is at least at the level of Thor. Camotage is forced by the agreement. As long as Mephisto does not invade the Earth, we cannot attack him. If the other party invades the Earth, we at Camotage dare to go all out to fight the other party. At this point, Strange couldn't help twitching his mouth and said helplessly, the problem is that with your explanation, I suddenly realized that Mephisto would not invade the Earth at all. The so-called agreement will only make Camotage watch Mephisto use his powerful power to make trouble on Earth. So, your request is Feng touched his chin and said thoughtfully, you want me to kill that unlucky half-human half-devil child? Chapter 324, Dragon-like Alien. Originally, no matter what kind of clone it is, it all comes from a piece of meat on the big whale Mephisto, and sooner or later it will rot and return to hell. But the meat of the half-human, half-demon is too special. It is simply a piece of meat infected with malignant cancer cells. For Mephisto, this is a mutant clone that is rare in 1,000 years. Cancer cells can proliferate infinitely under suitable conditions and become immortal cells. The half-human, half-demon clone is not much worse. It can not only carry most of Mephisto's power, but also allow him to have a long time to land on Earth and play. Therefore, Feng's first reaction when he heard that the half-human, half-demon appeared was to kill the other party, which is actually a normal idea. Anyway, Feng didn't want to go from the second to the third in the world of wizards on Earth. But as a doctor, and a doctor who vowed to save people and not kill people, Strange obviously had other plans, especially when he learned that the half-human, half-demon was still a 13-year-old minor. The saintly attribute in his heart simply stepped on the evil attribute under his feet. Strange said slowly, although the child is indeed unlucky, he is still just a child. If possible, I hope you can protect the child for a few days. I'll learn that Mephisto wants to transfer the soul of his clone into the little boy's body, and a specific ceremony must be held within a specific time. We just need to hide the little boy and drag this special time past, and Mephisto will lose this body. Before Strange could finish, Feng rolled his eyes at Strange speechlessly and interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The devil told you this, right? I just warned you not to believe in the devil's words. Why did you forget it as soon as you turned your head? Strange was stunned at first, then he thought of something. His pupils shrank and said in panic, Mephisto doesn't actually need a specific time or ceremony. As long as he transfers the soul to the little boy, he can gain powerful power. I don't know what effect the specific time has in conjunction with the ritual. Tilting his head, Feng guessed, perhaps the specific time only allows Mephisto's original body to shift its attention to the clone during that period of time, and under the gaze of Mephisto's original body, with the help of the power of the ritual, the power carried by the half-human, half-devil clone can reach its limit. Once Mephisto's original body's attention is not on the half-human, half-devil, the power the little boy can get will be much weaker. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it would be better to kill the half-human, half-devil and be done with it. Feng touched his chin and said, anyway, Mephisto can't be allowed to get the half-human, half-devil clone, and the little boy you mentioned is such a scourge staying on the Earth. I won't agree, and I believe Master Ancient One won't agree either. You are also a scourge. Why didn't I see Master Ancient One kill you? Strange suddenly felt that it was a mistake to come to Feng for help. He couldn't bear to see an innocent child being killed. After thinking for a while, Strange sighed and whispered, "I'll think of other solutions to this matter. Anyway, there is still some time before Mephisto's ceremony." Strange, who was afraid that Lee would secretly make trouble for the little boy, thought for a while and added, "Or let Johnny Blaze solve it himself. It's a pity you can't afford to gamble." Feng glanced at the eye of Agamotto on Strange's neck with a smile, and said, "Because in the future timeline you saw, there is a possibility that Johnny Blaze's mission will fail. This is why you came to me." Without waiting for Strange to refute, Feng waved his hand and said, "If you want to save the half-human, half-devil, you'd better come up with a solution quickly, because there is not much time left until the winter solstice. If you don't have any good solution, then I can only send the unlucky child to hell. Do you know the time of the ceremony?" Strange's steps became chaotic, and he said nothing. He nodded silently to indicate that he understood. Then he quickened his pace to the door of a room and said, "We are here." Feng pushed the door, and saw that it was locked. He kicked the door open, after casting a unlocking spell and shouted, "Police, everyone lie on the ground and press your teeth to the floor, otherwise I have the right to shoot." Naturally, no one in the room paid attention to Feng's nonsense. They all looked at Feng with eyes that cared for the mentally retarded. "Police? Are you kidding? This is the Triskelion building. The police can't get in. Even if the police really broke in, so what? They are members of the Security Council, all of whom are elites from the upper class. A small policeman is nothing." Whether they believe it or not, the people in the council are still curious and nervous about Feng's arrival. Needless to say, they are curious. The room they are in is not open to anyone. As for nervousness, it's full of bitterness. At the beginning, they came to SHIELD just to witness the smooth implementation of the Insight project to protect world peace, and then to reap fame and wealth and harvest a wave of admiration. As a result, Steve, who was originally identified as a traitor, suddenly stood up and identified Pierce as a Hydra. Originally, this piece of information was nothing. They were all talented people who had seen a lot of storms, and it was not unacceptable that SHIELD had a Hydra spy. However, the Insight plan they formulated to protect the peace of the Earth was used by Hydra to eliminate dissidents, and even their names were on the kill list, which made them feel embarrassed, and their heads were buzzing with anger. Damn, fame and fortune are gone. Pierce did not explain when he saw the matter was exposed, and directly turned his face and called the special forces to control them. Fortunately, the only female member of the board of directors was still strong, and she subdued the special forces in minutes and turned the situation around. But in a blink of an eye, the strong lady suddenly wiped her face and took off her disguise, becoming the famous Black Widow of SHIELD, Natasha. Now Feng, a stranger, broke into the room again, which made them subconsciously think that it was Pierce's lackey who broke into the room and rewrote the good situation again. Therefore, they had to be nervous and be on guard against Feng and Strange. Natasha, who was standing in front of a computer, recognized Feng's voice and said helplessly, "Why are you here?" As she spoke, Natasha looked up at Feng and was stunned when she saw Strange standing behind Feng. She asked, "Are you Stephen Strange?" Strange nodded politely and said, "It's me, Miss Natasha. Are you lifting the security agreement and posting all the secrets of SHIELD on the internet?" To be honest, when Steve decided to lift the security agreement of SHIELD, Feng not only praised Steve for being ruthless, but also sighed that this move was amazing. You have to know that dealing with SHIELD is a dangerous task. What aliens, ability enhancers, inhumans, etc. Once SHIELD lifts the security agreement, it means that the public can go online to find information about aliens, or know the secrets collected by SHIELD and Hydra over the years, as well as the records of missions that SHIELD or Hydra have performed. For example, which agent arrested someone on a certain day of a certain year, where the agent lives, how many people are there in the family, which day the agent will go to the dentist for healthcare, etc. If the criminal feels unhappy and wants to take revenge after being released from prison, he can find any clues he wants to know on the internet and make full preparations for revenge. For example, someone is curious about who Natasha is, what her measurements are, and what she has done. He can find out everything about Natasha by just looking it up on the internet. Once the specific information of the agents is released, Who will be at ease working in SHIELD in the future? Who will come to SHIELD to apply for a job? What will be the end of SHIELD except disbanding? In order to eliminate Hydra, Steve simply beat SHIELD to death. But all this has nothing to do with Kamatage, right? Natasha nodded in confusion and asked, do you have any objections to this in Kamatage? Yes. Natasha was stunned, stopped what she was doing, looked at Strange warily, and heard him explain, I hope that you will delete everything about Kamatage from the secrets you publish. We don't want outsiders to know about the existence of the magical world. Natasha suddenly understood why Strange appeared in SHIELD. But think about it, magic is still very attractive to the world. If the addresses of Kamatage and the 3 major temples are announced, the wizards can't think of practicing in peace. They will be busy dealing with the endless stream of tourists and those who dream of becoming wizards all day long. Thinking of this, Natasha nodded, operated on the computer casually, and said, about the wizard. Natasha looked up at Feng and said, including Austin and the witch, all things related to magic have been cleared. After a pause, Natasha glanced at Pierce and added, but this is only the information that can be found on the SHIELD host. If Hydra has made a backup, I can't help you hide the matter of Scar. After all, too many people have seen Scar now, and I can't cover up her existence. Hydra has a backup. Feng and Strange looked at each other. They understood what Natasha meant. It was nothing more than someone leaking the secrets of the magic world in the future. They just had to find trouble with Hydra. This was naked provocation. Feng saw through it, but he didn't care whether his identity was kept secret. As long as Hydra didn't cause trouble for him, he didn't bother to care. As for what Strange thought, Feng was also too lazy to care. But as for Scar's matter, Feng shrugged and said, Scar's matter is easy to deal with. Natasha, please create an identity for Scar, and say that Scar is from Asgard. Are there dragons in Thor's hometown? Natasha asked curiously, while creating a document. Yes, I have seen them, but their dragons are smaller than Scar's, have little wisdom, and cannot speak, Feng explained casually, and after thinking for a while, he added, the identity information about Scar should be as simple as possible. I know, as an experienced agent, Natasha certainly knows that the simpler the information, the less people will suspect. Moreover, the gods in mythology have come out, so what's wrong with dragons in the place where the gods live? Isn't this a very normal thing? Even if the public understands that the Asgardians are actually a group of aliens, it doesn't matter. They can just regard dragons as alien creatures. Aliens that look like dragons are easier to accept than magical creatures. Chapter 325, SHIELD, disbanded. The problem between the magic world and Scar was solved quickly with the help of Natasha. Strange waved to Natasha and said while opening the portal, thank you for your help. Goodbye, Master Austin. Thank you for healing my hands. Goodbye. Natasha wanted to ask Strange to stay. After all, it was not a day or two for Fury to find Kamatage. Now it was rare for the Supreme Sorcerer with the highest status to come to SHIELD in person. If Fury missed this opportunity, he would blame her to death afterwards. Unfortunately, Strange made the request because Fury was not at the scene. If Fury was at the scene, Strange estimated that, although the magic world would still keep the secrets from the public, Fury, who was shameless, would definitely take the opportunity to ask to visit Kamatage. Then, the magic world would be infiltrated by Fury one by one. This was not Strange's worry, but Fury's real ability was really great. Therefore, Strange didn't want to have anything to do with this unlucky director, so he quickly smiled at Natasha before Fury came, and then stepped through the portal with a gloomy face. Feng grinned, casually said to Strange, come and play when you have time, and winked at Natasha and said, see, the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamatage respectfully calls me master. Shouldn't you prepare some sacrifices to honor me, so that I can bless you with good weather and good harvests in the future? Natasha twitched her lower eyelid, looked out the window at the helicopter that was landing, and said, Fury is here, you should let him honor you. After that, Natasha continued to operate on the computer with her head down. Pierce was the only one in the room who felt itchy all over, especially when he saw Strange specifically going to SHIELD to make a request. He felt that something was wrong. A wizard who can see the future through time came to make a request. Does it mean that Natasha will succeed in uploading the secrets? But he couldn't figure out how Natasha did it. After all, if you want to expose the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra to the internet, you need 2 A-level S.H.I.E.L.D. members to be present and give permission. The problem is that he is the only A-level member on the scene. It was not until Natasha said, "Fury is here," that he realized who the other A-level member was. However, when Pierce saw Fury in a black windbreaker and black eye mask, he was not panicked, but slightly relieved, because he had cleared Fury's A-level permissions long ago. So, Natasha has been working for nothing. Thinking of this, Pierce smiled and said to Fury, "Did you receive the flowers I sent?" "Those were flowers for the dead." Fury looked at Pierce with a cold face, and heard him say, "Glad that you can come. You look good." "Really? Thanks to you, I can enjoy the treatment of magic. Now it seems that the effect is good." Fury asked puzzledly as he walked towards Pierce, "Why did you nominate me to be the head of S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is a question that Fury has never been able to figure out. If he is a member of Hydra, there is no problem for Pierce to push him to the throne of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Pierce knew that he hated Hydra, but he still pushed him to the throne of the director. What does that mean? Look down on him and conclude that he can't detect that there is Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. But the problem is that Pierce knows that he has strong business capabilities. Didn't you see that the Hydras that died in his hands can support a crematorium? Pierce smiled and explained, "Because you are the calmest, coldest and most ruthless talent I have ever seen. Just because you are talented, you push him to the position of director? Aren't you afraid that I will overthrow your power? Or is it that you Hydra use talents in such an unconventional way?" Fury said that he didn't understand, and said in a low voice, "But everything I do is to protect people, and I have never protected Hydra." Pierce shook his head indifferently, "But our enemies are also your enemies. You also killed Hydra's enemies. So, I'm a sharp knife. And it is a knife controlled by you Hydra and specially used to slaughter your enemies?" Fury spitted. He didn't want to waste any more words with Pierce, and pulled Pierce to stand in front of the retinal scanner. Natasha was afraid that Pierce would suddenly jump up and hurt Fury, so she quickly pointed the gun at Pierce's forehead. Pierce had no choice but to stand in front of the instrument and wait for the device to scan his retina. He looked at Fury with a sneer on his face. "You don't have A-level authority now. Let's see how you upload confidential information to the internet." Fury understood what the other party was thinking, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled mysteriously at Pierce and took off his black eye mask. While Pierce was confused, he pointed his artificial eye at the instrument and said, "Do you think I don't know that you have cancelled my authority? Do you think this little trick can stump me?" With a cold face, Fury said in a cold tone, "Open your eyes and watch." As he spoke, Fury pointed his artificial eye at the device that scanned the retina. Pierce also pointed at the device under Natasha's coercion. As the two completed the retinal scan, the cold voice of artificial intelligence rang out in the office. A-level authority encryption code accepted to remove security protection. Feng saw that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidential files began to be uploaded to the network, clapped his hands happily, and said, "Celebrate the end of S.H.I.E.L.D. Feng turned his head to look at the drinks on the table and said, "You too, do you want a glass of champagne to celebrate?" Fury glared at Feng unhappily. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been a sacred and inseparable part of his life. Now he was forced to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. with his own hands. His mood was so low that he wanted to pick up a gun and kill people. Feng was still clapping and cheering. "Isn't this courting death?" However, Fury was no match for Feng. Fury took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his anger. When he put on the black eye mask again, he said with a poker face, "Austin, confirm whether Pierce is a cyborg. I've been waiting for you to say this." Feng laughed a few times and extracted Pierce's memory in front of Fury. A few minutes later, Feng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, but pretended to be angry on the surface. He kicked Pierce away and said, "This guy is the bald brother Sylvette, and he doesn't have any information about Pierce's whereabouts in his mind." "Sylvette?" Fury was stunned and said subconsciously, "Impossible. How could Sylvette's retina have A-level authority?" Natasha on the side thought of something and reached out to grab Pierce's face. After pulling it a few times, she grabbed a ball of transparent substance in her hand and said, "Nano disguise technology. It can change the user's face at will. As long as it has recorded Pierce's retina, it can let Sylvette have Pierce's retina." After a pause, Natasha wondered, "I just can't figure out how Sylvette disguised himself as Pierce for such a long time. Are all Hydra idiots?" "I know the reason." Feng raised his hand and said as if he was speaking to a primary school student, "This guy made a deal with Baron Strucker." "But who is Strucker? I don't think I've heard of him." Feng was not talking nonsense. Apart from knowing that Quicksilver, Scarlet and Baron Strucker were related to one of his experiments, he really didn't know who Baron Strucker was, or what great achievements he had made. There was no way. Strucker appeared too rarely in Marvel movies, so little that Feng didn't even notice the existence of this villain. However, Feng's not knowing does not mean that Fury does not know either. His face changed immediately, and he subconsciously said, "Wolfgang von Strucker?" Feng blinked and asked curiously, "Your old lover?" Fury obviously did not want to say anything more. After a moment of silence, he took out a pistol and pointed it at Sylvette's forehead and asked sternly, "What kind of deal did you make with him?" "What a hot temper." Feng scratched his head and whispered to Natasha beside him, "Beauty, who is Wolfgang von Strucker? I feel that Fury is quite afraid of him." Natasha glanced at Feng, shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know. Even if I know, I don't want to explain it at this time. I want to know more, whether Sylvette's transaction will endanger public safety." Feng looked at Natasha seriously, trying to judge whether the other party really didn't know Baron Strucker. Unfortunately, Natasha was also a veteran spy after all, and Feng could see nothing. Pursing his lips, Feng walked towards the champagne and said, "I saw that Baron Strucker supported Sylvette to ascend to a high position in Hydra in exchange for Sylvette's help in stealing an item from SHIELD that should have been destroyed." "What item?" Fury asked with a gloomy face. "An item that is classified as one that should have been destroyed can only mean that the item is extremely dangerous." Feng took a sip of champagne and felt that it was not as delicious as beer, so he drank the champagne in one gulp, burped, and continued, "That's right, the scepter in Loki's hand, the one that can control people, and it was also the one I wanted at the beginning, but later I didn't dare to ask for it, because I saw that Loki cared a lot about it." After a pause, Feng half crouched in front of Sylvette, shaking the empty bottle of wine, and wondered, "I'm curious, isn't Baron Strucker afraid that Loki will come to trouble him?" Sylvette, knowing that he was doomed, touched the remote control in his pocket, looked at Feng with contempt, and sneered, "You may not know what you have missed." "How could I not know what a scepter is? Are you kidding me? Do you want me to take out the mind gem to open your eyes?" If there weren't so many people at the scene, Feng couldn't help laughing wildly. "The gem on the scepter now is just a fake mind gem made by me using a magic gem, you idiot." I wonder if Baron Strucker will be furious when he finds out that he only got a bright red magic gem after all his efforts. And Feng scratched his head. "It seems that Quicksilver and Scarlet were killed by me. It doesn't seem right. According to the plot that I destroyed in the past, the world should come out to correct the plot this time, but how should the world correct the plot?" Feng thought with anticipation. Unlike Feng's expectations, Fury felt that things were serious when he heard Baron Strucker. After thinking about it, Fury whispered to Natasha, "Order Coulson to track down Wolfgang von Strucker." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.